The young lady was dressed in a light blue dress which shaped her elegant figure perfectly. A yellow silk belt wrapped around her waist accentuated the curves between her waist and her bottom. From afar, she looked like a bewitching succubus who would steal one's soul away at any time. The person wasn't anyone else other than the head of the bewitching imp faction, Hu Yaoyao. The bewitching imp faction was dissolved shortly after Xianxia became the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and Hu Yaoyao officially joined the Xianxia faction right afterward, becoming one of the strongest cultivators in its ranks. You want to tag along with me? That's fine. Seeing that it was Hu Yaoyao, Xianxia nodded in agreement. Hu Yaoyao's main supporting occupation in the Master Teacher Academy was Terpsichorean arts, and she was even the direct disciple of school head Wei Ronxue. Since he was heading OT the Terpsichore Guild, it would be good to bring her along as well. We want to go too. Shortly after Xianxia accepted her request, another voice sounded not too far away. Turning his head over, he saw Yu Feier and Luo Qiqi standing not too far away, staring at him intently. Looking at the curiosity in the eyes of the duo, Xianxia shook his head and advised, "It would be best for the both of you to stay out of this matter. It isn't appropriate for the both of you to visit such a place." "It isn't appropriate? Why can Hu Yaoyao tag along with you but not us?" Yu Feier frowned in displeasure. It was one thing if the other party refused to bring all of them with him, but he had agreed to bring Hu Yaoyao along. This blatant discrimination left her feeling deeply indignant within, and her explosive temper flared up in an instant. Was Hu Yaoyao that important to him? On the other hand, while Luo Qiqi didn't say a word, the unhappy gaze she shot him spoke the very same words too. "I'm heading to the Spring Pavilion, which happens to be a courtesan house too. As ladies, it won't be appropriate for you two to tag along." Xianxia explained. "You are heading to a courtesan house? With Hu Yaoyao at that?" The duo exchanged gazes for a brief instant, and with uncanny harmony, they stretched their hands forward simultaneously to block Xianxia's path. "No way, not over my dead body. Stop fooling around. I'm heading there because I have important matters to attend to." Xianxia frowned upon seeing their actions. It was in view of their relatively mature characters that he treated the both of them well, patiently guiding them along whenever they faced any problem. Why were they suddenly throwing a tantrum at this moment? Seeing that Xianxia was starting to get a little annoyed by their actions, Yu Feier bit her lips and continued on, "Xianxia, you are a master teacher, so how can you go to such a place? If you really need to, I can help you." "Help me?" Xianxia shook his head. "Help me? How do you intend to help me? Can you give me a 7-star Terpsichore emblem or a 7-star Master Teacher emblem? To offer your help despite not knowing what is going on? Aren't you worried that I might sell you out?" Sighing deeply, Xianxia said, "I appreciate your good intentions, but I'm afraid that you aren't sufficient to help me on this matter." "You say that I am insufficient? How am I insufficient? I am very sufficient, all right?" Yu Feier immediately lashed out as she stuck out her chest indignantly. "Is he scorning me for being not up to par with Hu Yaoyao? This is too much. Isn't hers just a little bigger? Mine is not too bad either, all right? Besides, insufficient? How do you know that I would be insufficient?" Just as she was feeling deeply stifled within, the young man continued speaking. "Spring Pavilion is the branch of the local Terpsichore Guild, and I intend to head there to take the 7-star Terpsichore examination so as to rake up the required supporting occupations for a promotion to 7-star Master Teacher. Hu Yaoyao's main supporting occupation is Terpsichore, so it would be beneficial for her to head there too. On the other hand, your main supporting occupation is Formation Master, so it might not be appropriate for you to tag along too." Xianxia was speechless. "You don't even know the slightest thing about Terpsichorean arts? And you still want to help me? This naivety is truly... Terpsichore Guild branch? 7-star Terpsichore." Yu Feier froze upon hearing those words, and in the next moment, her face flushed crimson. Clearly, she was unaware of the matter too. When she heard the words courtesan house, her thoughts immediately turned carnal. It was fortunate that the other party didn't seem to understand what she was driving at, or else she would be too embarrassed to meet anyone. Why would the branch of the Terpsichore Guild be a courtesan house? The one who had asked this time around was Hu Yaoyao. It seemed like despite being a Terpsichore herself, she wasn't too aware of its history either. In truth, just like Yu Feier and Luo Qiqi, she honestly thought that Zhang Shi was going to bring her to that kind of place. She was still feeling conflicted as to how she should respond should the other party raise some kind of unreasonable demand there, whether she should turn him down or accept him. But to think that the courtesan house would actually be the branch of a Terpsichore guild instead. The history of Terpsichore can be traced back to dance courtesan. Furthermore, only by frequently performing for others will one be able to advance her Terpsichorean art swiftly and bring forth greater prowess in battle. As such, most of the Terpsichore guilds, other than the branches set up within the master-teacher academies, are courtesan houses. Having understood what was going on, Luo Qiqi swiftly explained slightly awkwardly. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was slightly surprised to see that Luo Qiqi even knew of this matter, and he nodded in agreement. With this, Yu Feier finally understood what was going on. But that only served to make her face redder than ever. Nevertheless, she still bucked up her courage and stared at Zhang Xian intently. I still want to tag along with you. Teacher, I wish to follow you too, Luo Qiqi added. All right then, you can follow me there if you really want to. Seeing that he was unable to talk the duo out of the matter, Zhang Xian eventually conceded. In any case, it was not like he was going there to do something that couldn't be seen. He was only intending to take the Terpsichore examination, so it mattered not whether he brought another person with him or not. Soon, the group of 4 set forth from the Combat Master Hall, and after traveling roughly 10 li, a massive building appeared before their eyes. Even before coming close, they could already hear the excited voices within. There was a constant huge crowd walking to and fro the building, a truly bustling sight. Almost the entirety of the crowd were young men, and judging from their extravagant dress-up, they were likely to be from considerable backgrounds too. Too beautiful. She's truly too beautiful. Indeed, I would die just for an opportunity to share a night with a fairy like her. Die? I would be willing to die 10 times over for that. Stop the talking and get moving. Fairy Ziyan's dance is about to begin. Such heated discussions could be heard all around the place. There was an excited gleam in the eyes of every single young man walking in or out of the building. It seems like Terpsichore is a celebrated occupation in Qingyuan Empire, Zhang Xian noted. He had been to many guilds over the past year, but it was truly rare to see one as lively as this. Who knows if it's really the occupation that is celebrated? Yu Feier harumphed coldly. All right, let's head in. With a smile, Zhang Xian began making his way in as well. Admittedly, the beauty of a dancing Terpsichore was an allure hard for any young man to resist. But beyond that, the dance of Terpsichore's DDI helped to temper one's soul too. If it wasn't for the latter, it was unlikely that so many cultivators would be so moved over just a few young ladies. This brother over here, are you intending to enter the spring pavilion too? Before Zhang Xian could walk in, an astonished voice suddenly sounded. Turning around, he saw a young man staring at him with a flabbergasted look. What's wrong? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. The other party had an appearance reminiscent of a man in his 30s, and shockingly, his cultivation was higher than Zhang Xian's, reaching St. 3 Dan primary stage. To possess such strength at such a young age, it was almost certain that the other party had a prominent background. It's nothing. It's just that I find it weird. Swiftly taking a glance at Hu Yaoyao and the others, the young man quickly shook his head. To come to a courtesan house despite having 3 ravishing beauties by his side. He sure was adventurous. And the most thing of all, those 3 ravishing beauties actually agreed to it, coming along with him even. It wasn't too hard for Zhang Xian to fathom what the other party was thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to explain himself. With the 3 ladies following behind him, he made his way over to the entrance. A lanky attendant stood at the entrance. Do you have any reservation? Zhang Xian shook his head. I have something important to do here. I'm not intending to. Everyone that comes here says that he has something important to do. If you don't have a reservation, I'll have to ask you to turn around and leave. Our spring pavilion is already at max capacity, so even if you were to enter now, you won't be able to meet Fairy Ziyan, said the attendant impatiently. The attendant didn't seem to care whom the other party was or what background he was from. From the looks of it, he must have encountered such situations often, and he knew very well that no one would dare to cause trouble right before the Terpsichore Guild too. We're not here to meet, slightly displeased by the self-assuming attitude of the attendant. Xianxia was just about to clarify the matter when the young man whom he had spoken to earlier suddenly appeared by his side. This person over here is a buddy of mine. Why? Does my buddy need a reservation to enter the spring pavilion too? I dare not to. I didn't know that he's Chu Gongzi's friend. The attendant quickly lowered his head respectfully. That better the case. Chu Gongzi nodded before turning to Xianxia. This friend over here, I have a reservation at one of the suites inside. Why don't you join me? This, Xianxia frowned. It's impossible to enter without a reservation. If you can't even enter the spring pavilion, you won't be able to accomplish whatever you intend to do here. Chu Gongzi reminded with a smile. I'll humbly accept your kind gesture then. Judging from the huge rejected crowd loitering around the entrance of the spring pavilion, it was apparent that it would be impossible to enter without making any prior reservation. It would be unseemly for him to make a huge ruckus just to step through those doors, so he decisively chose to take the other party up on his offer. Having thought things through, Xianxia nodded. Thanks. There's no need to stand on ceremony. With just a look, I can tell that you are one who pursues the same path as me. Naturally, it's only right for us to help one another in times of need. Chu Gongzi blinked his eyes, gesturing with an I understand look. Seeing how Chu Gongzi was acting, Xianxia knew that the other party must be misunderstanding something here. He immediately tried to explain himself, but the other party simply shook off his words leisurely. Don't worry. I'm not so underhanded as go after the companions of a friend. Since I regard you as my friend, you can be certain that I'll respect your women as well. Xianxia placed his hand on his forehead. What the heck was this? Forget it. At this point, it didn't feel like there was any point for him to explain anymore. The other party seemed to be so convinced of the matter that anything he said would probably be regarded as a mere excuse out of embarrassment. Following behind Chu Gongzi, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a suite on the second floor. The room was spacious and clean. It was divided into several smaller rooms which would allow a large group to reside within this space comfortably. More importantly, its walls were made of glass panels, granting one a clear view of everything within the grand hall of the spring pavilion. With just a look, Xianxia could tell that the cost of reserving this single room had to be absurdly high. Young master! As soon as Chu Gongzi entered, several beautiful ladies immediately walked up to welcome him. They paled in comparison to Hu Yaoyao and the others, but indubitably, they were still charming individuals in their own right. Chu Gongzi nodded before turning to Xianxia. They are all my lovers. I told them to come here and wait for me in advance. Well, you also know how watching the dance of a terpsichore can leave a raging flame burning within one's heart. If I don't find an avenue to vent my heat, I might just explode inside. Vent your heat. Indeed. The terpsichores of the spring pavilion only sell their craft and not their bodies. Oh, their graceful moves, those slim waists, and that elegant demeanor. Just one look is sufficient to draw out one's soul. Who in the world can bear to just watch and not do? Chu Gongzi shook his head. Seeing how you have brought a few people of your own over as well, I can see that we are men treading on the same path. Cough, cough. Actually, I'm here for another matter. Seeing how the other party was getting more and more ludicrous with everything he said, Xianxia couldn't help but interject. Actually, I'm here to take the terpsichore. Don't worry, we are all men. I understand. Who doesn't want to take a terpsichore home? How could I forget my manners? My name is Chu Xiang. May I know how I can address you? With a smile, Chu Gongzi introduced himself. I am Xianxia. Xianxia replied with a nod. Previously, his attempts to conceal his name had ended up backfiring badly for him. With this trauma still vivid in his mind, he decided to just use his real name instead. In any case, he wasn't here to watch some fairy perform anyway. All he wanted was to take the terpsichore examination. So it's Zhang Gongzi. I have long heard of your name. With a hearty laugh, Chu Xiang said. Even though he had said that he had long heard of Zhang Xian, from the looks on his face, it seemed to be just pleasantries. But that was to be expected. While Zhang Xian's reputation resounded in the Hongyuan Empire, the same couldn't be said about the Qingyuan Empire. After all, there were many outstanding individuals here. You're being too polite. Seeing that the other party didn't know him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was for the best that the other party didn't know him. Otherwise, if it were to be known that an honorable master teacher, as well as an esteemed guest of the Combat Master Hall, had visited a courtesan house, his reputation would be dragged through the mud. To be honest, Brother Zhang has chosen the right time to visit. Tonight, we have Fairy Ziyuan on the line, and Fairy Zian is going to perform her newly learned terpsichorean art too. I can guarantee you that it's going to be a feast for the eyes, Chu Gongzi said excitedly. Ziyuan? Zian? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. You haven't heard of the both of them before? Noting the confusion in Zhang Xian's voice, Chu Gongzi was taken aback. Zhang Xian shook his head. To think that you actually wouldn't have heard of them, Brother Zhang. You are really… Chu Gongzi couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment when he saw the other party brought a few beautiful ladies with him to the courtesan house. He thought that the other party was a fellow comrade. Who could have thought that he hadn't even heard of the two most famous terpsichores in the spring pavilion? Are they very famous? Using the word famous on them would be a gross underestimation of their reputation. There's probably no one in the entire Qingyuan city who hasn't heard of them. This is especially so for Fairy Zian. A 7-star terpsichore. Her dance had bewitched countless audiences. Who knows how many men have emptied out their fortunes just to see her perform. However, it's a pity that she only performs once a month. For this very day, I had to book this suite a month ahead in advance. Seeing that Zhang Xian truly knew nothing at all, Chu Gongzi shook his head in disapproval. You had to book the suite a month ahead? Zhang Xian was speechless. To go to such an extent just to watch a couple of dances, the other party sure was tenacious. Chu Gongzi was just about to respond to Zhang Xian's words when the sound of instruments suddenly echoed from the grand hall. He quickly waved his hands and headed towards the seat near the glass wall. We'll talk later. The performance is about to start soon. Soon after, a figure landed daintily on the stage in the grand hall. The figure was a young lady who seemed to be in her 20s. In contrast to the resplendent violet robe she wore, her feet were bare. However, when she flew across the air, her figure was truly reminiscent of a fairy. If one were to evaluate her just based on her looks itself, she would be beneath Hu Yaoyao and the others. However, the aura she exuded was reminiscent of a heavenly fairy, one that could ascend into the sky at any moment. It was like fiction had spilled over into reality, making her existence one that was extremely hard to fathom. Such a feeling was further enhanced by her clothes. Not only was it resplendent and gorgeous, it shaped out her figure perfectly, accentuating her natural grace. At the same time, it bared her skin at the perfect proportion. A little more revealed, and she might have appeared crass. A little less revealed, and she might have looked plain. With such, it was inevitable that her appearance could capture every single gaze in the room as soon as she landed. It was no wonder why Chu Gongzi would be so moved by her. If not for the fact that Zhang Xian's state of mind had already reached a near-transcendental level, he might be tempted to take a few more glances at her while sighing in pleasure. This is Fairy Zian? Zhang Xian asked. Of course not. This is Fairy Ziyuan, Fairy Zian's junior. Without turning his gaze from the stage, Chu Gongzi replied indignantly. Seeing how the other party wasn't even willing to tear his eyes away from the stage for a single instant, as if a little boy who had never seen a woman in his life, Zhang Xian could only shake his head bitterly. Looking out of the glass wall, he took a swift glance of his surroundings. Be it the audiences in the suites beside him or amidst the grand hall below, their eyes were all fixed on the young lady on the stage as well. It was as the young lady had already stolen their souls from the moment she first arrived in the grand hall. A dance to steal the world. This is indeed a formidable occupation. Seeing how everyone was reacting, Xianxia couldn't help but remark in his head. It was only due to the fact that his mastery in terpsichorean art was equivalent to a 7-star terpsichore and his powerful soul that the other party's dance couldn't faze him. But the same couldn't be said about the others. Their souls were more vulnerable, so it was inevitable that the dance would put them into a deep trance. Even though that Fairy Ziyuan is only a 6-star pinnacle terpsichore, her prowess in terpsichorean arts seems to be significantly more refined than Wei Ronxue, the head of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy Terpsichore School, as well as Hu Yaoyao's teacher Wei Ronxue, was a 6-star pinnacle terpsichore too. Her beauty was on par with Fairy Ziyuan, but in terms of the allure of their dances, she didn't even come close to matching up with Fairy Ziyuan. Every single gesture of the young lady on the stage was just so graceful that others would inadvertently fight their attention, completely stolen by it. Clearly, the young lady's comprehension of terpsichorean arts had already achieved an incredible level. Esteemed as one of the 10 great master teachers, it is inevitable that Wei Ronxue's dance would be a little more rigid in consideration of her reputation. This resulted in the loss of the worldliness in her dance, and the lack of this quality resulted in a steep decline in the prowess of her dances. With just a look, Xianxia was able to analyze the problem in Wei Ronxue's dance. Those who hadn't gone through the vicissitudes of life wouldn't be able to devote feelings into their dance to evoke a certain quality, and as a result of that, their dance would be lacking in appeal. This appeal was extremely important for bring forth the true prowess of a terpsichorean art in battle. It was no wonder why the branches of the Terpsichorean Guild were established as courtesan houses. It was indeed beneficial for mastering this occupation. Without a doubt, if Wei Ronxue were to battle with Fairy Ziyuan, the latter would emerge victorious. Voila! While Xianxia was still deep in thoughts, the young lady suddenly twisted gracefully, and a set of beautiful dance moves flowed smoothly from her. Her dance was silent and tranquil, reminiscent to the soothing atmosphere of a river gentle knocking on a boulder amidst a lush, remote mountain. Those watching it instantaneously fell into a unique state of mind which placed their bodies and souls in a state of absolute relaxation. Watching such dances regularly will be beneficial to the growth of one's soul. After taking a short look, Xianxia nodded in approval. Even though the dance was riddled with so many flaws that he could hardly bring himself to watch it, its effects to place one in a calm state was still undeniable. By immersing themselves into such a state of mind often, one's soul would be nourished. Perhaps, just like what he had guessed before, the crowd had come not for the allure of the dancers but the pleasurable sensation of one's soul growing. With such thoughts in mind, he subconsciously turned his head towards Chu Gongzi, only to see the latter's eyes glowing brightly as his saliva dripped all over his clothes. Ah! Astonished, Xianxia swiftly turned his eyes toward the other audience as well. Just like Chu Gongzi, they were completely absorbed into the dance too. Saliva was trickling down their cheeks, and there was an inexplicably lecherous expression on their faces. From the looks of the faces, if not for fear of the prowess of the Terpsichore Guild, those men might have rushed forward and committed atrocities. It seems like I have overthought the matter. Xianxia rubbed his glabella as a bitter smile surfaced on his lips. Very soon, the dance came to an end, and Fairy Ziyuan bowed gracefully before taking her leave. Following which, a middle-aged lady stepped out, and surveying the crowd, she said, "Tonight, our spring pavilion will be auctioning an exclusive dance from Fairy Ziyuan. If anyone is interested in it, feel free to make a bid. The starting bid is 50 high-tier spirit stones, and every raise must be of 10 high-tier spirit stones at the minimum." Exclusive dance? Xianxia asked in confusion. At this moment, Chu Gongzi had finally recovered from his trance, and he quickly wiped away the drool from his mouth as he explained. "It means that the fairy dance for you personally, just imagine it in your head. Watching the dance of a fairy at close proximity within a private room. How could one not fall into a frenzy over it? It's precisely due to the popularity of exclusive dances that they are priced so steeply. Xianxia came to a realization. The execution of terpsichorean arts was extremely taxing on one's soul. Most terpsichores would only be able to dance at her full prowess once or twice per day due to the limitations of their souls. But who could have thought that such an opportunity could actually be auctioned as a limited commodity too? For the starting bid of a single dance to be 50 high-tier spirit stones. How fearsome! Even the private lesson from a 6-star pinnacle master teacher wasn't worth as much. I'll offer 60. 70. Ha, aren't you embarrassed to be only bidding 70? 100. A huge commotion broke out on the audience stand. In just a few moments, the price had already exceeded 100. Eventually, the opportunity was auctioned off at a final price of 150 high-tier spirit stones by a gentleman in one of the suites. To be honest, Xianxia was already doubting his existence at this very moment. Back when he was still at Hongyuan Empire, he had to toil his body away just to earn a couple of high-tier spirit stones. And yet, the other party had managed to earn a whole 150 high-tier spirit stones just by executing a single dance. Was this a sign from the heavens that it was high time for him to switch occupations? With his profound comprehension of terpsichorean arts, his dances should at least be far more valuable than the young lady on the stage. Why didn't you bid for Fairy Ziyuan's exclusive dance? Xianxia turned to Chu Gongzi and asked curiously. From the fact that the other party had booked this suite, it could be seen that on top of being a fan of terpsichorean arts, he was also an individual with no lack of money. Logically speaking, he should be interested in an opportunity at an exclusive dance with Fairy Ziyuan. So why didn't he make a bid? Naturally, I am saving up my money to purchase Fairy Ziyuan's exclusive dance. Chu Gongzi replied proudly. Fairy Ziyuan? That's right. Look, she's coming out now. Chu Gongzi's eyes lit up. Xianxia quickly turned his head over and saw a huge commotion rippling across the audience stand. Following which, another young lady gracefully flew down onto the stage as well. This young lady was clearly much more beautiful than Ziyuan, and her figure was more alluring as well. Astonishingly, she was on par with even Hu Yaoyao. More importantly, she carried an incredible air of worldliness, seemingly ready to plunge into the river of love with another at any moment. A 7-star pinnacle terpsichore. No wonder, Xianxia remarked internally. This explained why so many people were infatuated with her. Hoo. While Xianxia was still in thought, the young lady beneath began dancing. Her movements were graceful and exquisite, and it seemed to be playing on the souls of the spectators. Once again, Xianxia turned his head over to look at Chu Gongzi, and as expected, the latter was drooling more than ever. Shaking his head, Xianxia quietly turned his attention back to the dance on the stage. It must be said that Fairy Ziyuan's comprehension of terpsichorean arts had reached an astonishing level. Every single movement of hers seemed to be aligned with the natural beauty of the world, causing even one's heart to beat in tempo with her dance. As long as she wills it so, she could easily cause the hearts of every single one here to come to a complete halt with her dance. Xianxia remarked meaningfully. If her dance could even control the beating of one's heart, it would be no exaggeration to say that she wielded the life of every single being within this grand hall at this very moment. Truly, no occupations should be underestimated. Before long, the dance came to an end, and the auctioning of Fairy Ziyuan's exclusive dance began. The starting bid of Fairy Ziyuan's exclusive dance will be 500 high-tier spirit stones, and every increment must not be less than 100. All right, let's begin the auction right now, the middle-aged lady announced once more. I offer 600, 800, 1,000. Fairy Ziyuan's exclusive dance was indeed far more popular than Fairy Ziyuan's. In the blink of an eye, in the literal sense of the phrase, the price had already shot up to 1,000 high-tier spirit stones. 1,000 high-tier spirit stones, just to watch a single dance? Xianxia shook his head bitterly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might have thought that the world had gone mad. While he was still deep in thought over the matter, he suddenly heard the voice of Chu Gongzi sounding beside him. I offer a concentrated high-tier spirit stone. A concentrated high-tier spirit stone? Zhang Xian was startled for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. One must know that even the Combat Master Hall only had 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. To offer a concentrated high-tier spirit stone just to watch a dance. This darned prodigal. As long as I could obtain an exclusive dance from Fairy Xian, there's no price too heavy for me to pay. Noting Zhang Xian's shocked stare, Chu Gongzi replied. There's no price too heavy for you to pay? Zhang Xian's lips twitched. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a matter, and his eyes lit up. Getting to his feet, he looked at Chu Gongzi confidently and said, Why don't we do this then? Instead of watching her dance, why don't you give that concentrated high-tier spirit stone to me, and I'll dance for you instead? Chu Gongzi. Chu Gongzi nearly collapsed onto the ground. The reason why I wish to watch Fairy Xian's exclusive dance is because I want some private time with her. Who wants to watch a man like you dance? I don't have such inclinations. Zhang Shi, calm down. Unable to watch it any longer, Hu Yaoyao rushed forward to hold Zhang Xian back. Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier also slapped their forehead helplessly. They knew that Zhang Shi had always been lacking in EQ, but who could have thought that it would be so dire? Given how that Chu Xiang fellow was drooling all over his clothes earlier, do you think that it's really the Terpsichorean art which he is appreciating? For you to dance for him, honestly, he wouldn't watch it even if you were to pay him, and you still expect him to pay you a concentrated high-tier spirit stone over it? You are really thinking too much. Zhang Gongzi, I think it would be better for you to dance for these beautiful ladies instead. I'm afraid that I don't have such an interest. With a face flushed crimson, Chu Gongzi finally caught a breather and replied, Is that so? What a pity. I have to say that you have missed a really good opportunity. Zhang Xian shook his head. He hadn't offered to dance for the other party out of mere greed for the money. Instead, he had discreetly activated his eye of insight to assess the condition of the young man beside him. Considering the value of a concentrated high-tier spirit stone within Qingyuan Empire, which clan could possibly give a concentrated high-tier spirit stone to a profligate son to squander away? Furthermore, given the fact that he had achieved a cultivation of Saint 3 Dan at such a young age, it was apparent that he wasn't an irrational individual who allowed lust to get the better of him. It might sound ridiculous for a rational individual to pay such a hefty price just to watch a dance. But Chu Gongzi's true goal was actually to resolve the flaws in his soul so as to advance his cultivation. As long as the flaws in his soul remained, it would be nigh impossible for him to advance to primordial spirit realm. It was precisely because Zhang Xian had seen through it that he offered to dance for the other party. Even though Fairy Xian was a 7-star terpsichore, in terms of her ability to heal souls, there was no way she could come close to matching up to Zhang Xian. If Chu Gongzi had agreed to it, Zhang Xian was confident that he would be able to nurse the other party's soul to perfection. However, it was a pity that the other party didn't treasure this opportunity. Opportunity? It's fine, I don't need it. Chu Gongzi quickly shook his head. While the duo was chatting, the auction beneath concluded. The value of a concentrated high-tier spirit stone was far above 1,000 high-tier spirit stones, and not to mention, it was a commodity which was difficult to obtain in Qingyuan Empire even if one had the money for it. Inevitably, the slot went to Chu Xiang. Shortly after the auction concluded, the room to the suite opened, and Fairy Xian, who had been dancing below earlier, slowly walked in. At this point, she had already switched to another set of clothes. It was less revealing than the one she had performed in earlier, but it still complemented her well nevertheless. With her new set of clothes, the aura of worldliness around her had vanished without a trace, and instead, she resembled a noble from a prestigious clan instead. At close proximity, one could see that her skin was exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of silk. On top of that, the graceful aura which she exuded made one unwilling to avert one's eyes after taking a look. Xian pays respect to Chu Gongzi. Xian greeted with a smile. You're too polite. Chu Gongzi hurriedly got to his feet before introducing. This is my friend, Zhang Xian, Zhang Gongzi. Pleased to meet you, Zhang Gongzi. Xian bowed slightly. Zhang Xian nodded before asking, Since you are a terpsichore of the local terpsichore guild, may I ask where should I go? and whom I should approach in order to take the 7-star terpsichore examination? Since Fairy Xian was standing right before him at this moment, it was natural that he should make use of this opportunity to ask the matter. The 7-star terpsichore examination? Surprised by the abrupt question, Xian took a look around the room before her gaze finally fell on Hu Yaoyao. Is this young lady here going to take the examination? No, it's me, Xianxia replied. You? Fairy Xian was visibly startled for a moment. There was no explicit rule that prevented a male from learning terpsichorean arts, but conventionally, it had been regarded as a female occupation. This was the very first time she saw a male asking to challenge the terpsichore examination. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Under his guidance, Hu Yaoyao's proficiency as a terpsichore had advanced to the level of 6-star pinnacle. Nevertheless, she still needed more practice before she was ready to be promoted to 7-star. Knowing what Fairy Xian was thinking of, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out his 6-star terpsichore emblem. That was the emblem which Wei Ranxue had applied for him previously. Taking a closer look at the emblem and confirming its authenticity, Fairy Xian turned to Xianxia apologetically and said, You are really a 6-star terpsichore. I'll bring you over right now then. Chu Gongzi, pardon me, but I'll have to ask you to wait for me here for a moment. I'll be back after dealing with this matter to conduct an exclusive dance for you. It's fine. Chu Gongzi nodded. Actually, since I'm free at the moment, is it fine if I follow you all over as well? To be honest, he was rather surprised to learn that Xianxia was actually a terpsichore too. The seductive moves of a dancing man, just the thought of it left him feeling a little agitated within. This, Fairy Xian turned to Xianxia to seek his opinion. Typically speaking, the examination would be conducted in a private location, so as to ensure confidentiality and absolute silence for the examiner to showcase the full extent of his abilities. Since Xianxia was the one going to take the examination, it would only be right for her to seek his opinion on the matter. It's fine. Xianxia nodded. In the first place, terpsichorean art was a performance art meant for others to spectate. It mattered not to him whether he performed before a crowd or not. Zhang Gongzi, this way please. Knowing that the other party was here to challenge the 7-star examination, Fairy Xian's attitude became significantly more amiable. She began leading the way forward. Stepping out of the grand hall, they arrived in a spacious room. A middle-aged lady walked up to them and frowned. Xian, why did you bring others in here? Teacher Zhang Gongzi over here is a 6-star terpsichore. He intends to challenge the 7-star examination. After saying those words, Fairy Xian passed Xianxia's 6-star terpsichore emblem over. Zhang Gongzi, lowering her head to look at the emblem, a look of astonishment surfaced on the middle-aged lady's face. You are Xianxia, Xianxia? From Hongyuan Empire. Xianxia was perplexed to hear those words. You know me? I am Wei Ranqin, the head of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy Terpsichore School. Wei Ranxue is my junior. The middle-aged lady replied with a kind smile. Not too long ago, she sent a message over and told me about your affairs. It's truly incredible for a man as young as you to achieve the level of unadorned quintessence in your terpsichorean art. I see. Xianxia nodded in realization. Wei Ranxue had never spoken about Wei Ranqin before, but given how the latter knew of his background, her words should be true as well. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Due to the considerations as a result of her identity as a master teacher, Junior Ranxue hasn't been able to release her inner self through her dance, resulting in an awkward rigidity in her move. As a result, she has stagnated at 6-star pinnacle for a very long time. It's thanks to your guidance that she's able to take the final step forward and achieve the level of 7-star. Guild leader Wei Ranqin said with a smile. She specially sent a message over saying that you might visit our guild in recent days, and she entrusted me to relay her gratitude to you if I were to meet you. Since you are intending to take the 7-star terpsichore examination, allow me to make preparations for you now. Guild leader Wei Ranqin nodded. I'll be troubling you then. Xianxia clasped his fist in response. It's no problem. It's also a good thing for us if more geniuses to emerge from our Terpsichore guild. Wei Ranqin replied with a smile, after which, she turned around and instructed, Xian, accompany Xianxia here for a moment, while I make some preparations for the examination. Yes. After Wei Ranqin left, Fairy Xian and Chu Gongzi couldn't help but reassess Xianxia with a look of bewilderment on their faces. To them, Guild leader Wei was a nonchalant person who rarely showed her emotions. Power and prestige, these are things which didn't seem to affect her in the least. This was the very first time that Fairy Xian had seen her teacher getting so excited. Brother Zhang, you are really a Terpsichore? Chu Gongzi still found it difficult to believe the matter. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. Aya, how could I have been so dense? Hearing Zhang Xian acknowledge the matter, Chu Gongzi slapped his forehead and exclaimed, What's wrong? Zhang Xian was bewildered by Chu Gongzi's abrupt words. If I were to become a Terpsichore too, I would have more opportunities to come into close range with other Terpsichores too. If so, I'll be able to watch as many dances as I want to without spending a single gold coin. More importantly, as the saying goes, those standing by the gazebo are the first to acquire the moon one. That must be the reason why Brother Zhang has 3 ravishing beauties following you. You are truly a winner in life, my idol, Chu Gongzi exclaimed with a look of deep regret on his face. How could I have been so foolish back then? If only I have insisted on learning Terpsichorean arts back then, my life could have very well taken a wholly different trajectory. Zhang Xian was speechless, reluctant to bother himself with this fellow whose mind was filled with nothing but nonsense. Zhang Xian turned to Fairy Xian and asked, Pardon me, but I would like to ask how the 7-star Terpsichore examination is conducted. You don't know? Fairy Xian was taken aback. To challenge the 7-star Terpsichore examination despite not knowing what it was, the other party sure was gutsy. To be honest, I don't really know. Zhang Xian shook his head. The 7-star Terpsichore examination doesn't differ much from the 6-star examination, so you need not worry too much about it. Shaking her head, Fairy Xian replied. Cough cough. Then, may I ask how the 6-star examination is conducted? Zhang Xian scratched his head. He hadn't taken the 6-star Terpsichore examination either. The emblem he had was specially applied by Wei Ranqin. As such, he had no idea how the examination went either. Hearing those words, Fairy Xian couldn't help but frown in displeasure. It is one thing for you to not know about the 7-star examination, but as a 6-star Terpsichore, do you think that it makes sense for you not to know about the 6-star examination too? Aren't you clearly toying with me? To tell you the truth, I didn't take the 6-star Terpsichore examination. My emblem was obtained by a special application from school head Wei Ranqin. So I'm not very sure about the procedures for the 6-star examination either. Seeing that the other party was mistaking his intentions, Zhang Xian swiftly clarified. You obtained your emblem through a special application? How is that possible? How would others know how deep of an understanding you have in Terpsichorean art without undergoing a formal examination? This is preposterous. Fairy Xian flung her sleeves in displeasure. Even if you wanted to boast, at least come up with something more believable. While the Terpsichore Guild wasn't as strict and rigid as the Upper Nine Paths occupation, it was still a unique occupation. Every single examination needed to be invigilated by numerous elders of at least equal ranking, and only after receiving the approval of the majority would the individual be qualified to receive the emblem. To be given the emblem without even undergoing the examination. You must be kidding me. She had been considered as a once-in-a-century genius in Terpsichorean arts, but even she had never encountered something as absurd as this. Not expecting the other party to doubt him despite speaking of the truth, Zhang Xian had no idea how he should explain himself. Sighing deeply, he could only give up on the matter and relent. Forget it then. May I know where your guild's library is? I would like to browse through the books if possible. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he would just have to uncover the answer himself through the books. Besides, he had only compiled the 6-star Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art so far. While his prowess was already on par with 7-star Terpsichore, He would still have to compile the 7-star Heaven's Path Terpsichorean art before he could be considered as a full-fledged 7-star Terpsichore. Teacher will be turning very soon, so just wait here for a moment longer. Fairy Xian waved her hands impatiently. However, before she could finish her words, Guild leader Wen Ranqin suddenly returned back to the room with a bright smile on her face. Congratulations, Xianxia. Junior Ranxue has reported your mastery in Terpsichorean arts to the headquarters previously, and it has cleared their reviews. Thus, when I tried applying for the 7-star Terpsichore examination on your behalf previously, the headquarters replied that they would bestow you with the 7-star emblem directly, so you don't have to take the examination anymore, Wei Ranqin said as she passed an emblem over. Thank you for that. Taking the emblem, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It's really possible to obtain the emblem without undergoing any examination? Fairy Xian froze on the spot. In this saying, gazebo refers to an elegant sheltered structure constructed above a pond, and the moon refers to the reflection on the surface of the water. This saying means those who are closest in proximity to an individual or a place tend to be the ones to gain the most from a happening. It was just a moment ago that she said that it was ridiculous for one to obtain an emblem without any examination when her teacher delivered an emblem straight to the other party in the very next moment. If only there was a hole in the ground at this moment. She would burrow into it without any hesitation. Too embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. In the first place, it was rare for a male to learn Terpsichorean arts, but not only was the young man before her a Terpsichore, his emblems were even given straight to him by the Terpsichore Guild. Was this for real? Teacher, do the headquarters have a procedure to give out emblems straight? Why haven't I heard of it? Unable to stand it any longer, Fairy Xian asked. The headquarters grant special care to those who have made great contribution to the Terpsichore occupation, and this includes certain privileges in the promotion of ranks as well. Previously, Xianxia has altered the dance of the rippling cloud robe, granting it prowess on par with a grade 7 Terpsichorean art. With such contribution, putting aside a mere 7-star emblem, as long as Xianxia wills for it, he can easily qualify as an elder of our branch. Wei Ranqin replied. Altered the dance of the rippling cloud robe? He's the one who altered that Terpsichorean art. Fairy Xian's body trembled as disbelief sank into her eyes. She had long heard of that someone had managed to improve the dance of the rippling cloud robe, and she was astonished by the significant rise in its prowess when she cultivated the altered version. Not only was it far stronger than before, the soul energy required for its execution was also reduced by at least 2/3. With this, the technique had become far more practical in battle than before. At the very least, Terpsichores wouldn't find themselves completely drained and powerless after executing this single technique. It was in view of the astonishing prowess of the altered dance of the rippling cloud robe that nearly all 6-star Terpsichores and above in their guild had cultivated this Terpsichorean art. She had thought that the person behind the alteration would at least be an 8-star Terpsichore at the very minimum. Who could have thought that the person would actually be a 20-year-old young man? More importantly, she had even mocked the other party just a moment ago. Not only did Xianxia alter the dance of the rippling cloud robe, he also has a unique insight into the essence of Terpsichorean arts. Your senior Aunt Ranxue has reported all of these in detail to the Terpsichore Guild, and it's in view of those that the headquarter made a special exception and distributed the 7-star emblem to him straight. Guild leader Wei Ranqin explained. Even though she had learned of the matter from her junior through the conversations that they had a while ago, she still couldn't help but find the entire matter inconceivable, especially after seeing how young Zhang Xian was in person. It was one thing for him to have such a deep understanding of Terpsichore despite his young age, but more than that, he had also shown outstanding accomplishments in the other occupations as well. Even she couldn't help but feel deep admiration for the other party. This, Fairy Xian's face turned completely scarlet from embarrassment. Biting her lips, she stepped forward and bowed apologetically. Xianxia, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I hope that you can forgive my ignorance. It's fine. I won't take it to heart, so you don't have to worry about it. Zhang Xian waved his hands and smiled. If you still feel bad about the matter, it'll do as long as you help my brother over here resolve the issues with his soul during the exclusive dance with him later on. With his current state of mind, the views of others couldn't faze him anymore. Honestly, it didn't really matter to him whether Fairy Xian apologized or not. Thank you. Seeing that the other party didn't blame him for this matter, Fairy Xian bowed gratefully. After which, she turned her gaze towards Chu Gongzi to ask the latter what kind of flaws his soul had, only to see the latter staring at Zhang Xian with an astonished look on his face. Why you? You know about the injuries of my soul. He hadn't told anyone about the injuries of his soul for fear that his enemies would use it against him. As such, not even his father was aware of the matter. All along, he had been hiding it under the cover as a profligate individual. And yet, a person whom he had just met an hour ago pointed it out so easily, as if it was nothing at all. While your soul may seem compact, there are still some portions which aren't fusing well with the rest of your soul. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the result from being assaulted by an enemy while you were in the midst of a breakthrough to the embryonic soul realm, Zhang Xian said with a smile. With the increment in the prowess of his eye of insight, even if Zhang Xian didn't use the Library of Heaven's Path, he could still easily see what was wrong with the latter. The other party's soul had been damaged due to being assaulted by an enemy during a crucial stage in a breakthrough, but fortunately, the injuries he had sustained didn't seem to be too severe. Furthermore, it seemed like he had been visiting the Spring Pavilion regularly to nourish his soul through Terpsichorean arts, and he was just a little short form making a complete recovery. As long as Fairy Xian were to earnestly help him resolve his issue, he should be able to make a full recovery very soon after watching a few more Terpsichorean arts. Thus, while the process might be a little slower then, there was actually no need for Zhang Xian to make a move. Even though Chu Gongzi had only buddied up to him thinking that he was a fellow comrade, treading down the same path, ultimately, it was still thanks to the other party that he was able to enter the Spring Pavilion and meet guild leader Reincarnation so easily. Naturally, it would only be right for him to return the favor, especially since it was only a trivial matter. Chu Gongzi's face turned scarlet. He couldn't find any words to speak at this moment. It was true that his injuries were caused from being assaulted by an enemy in the midst of his breakthrough to embryonic soul realm. However, as this matter concerned a very huge secret, he dared not speak of it to another soul. Yet, the young man before him was able to see through him so easily, even accurately determining the cause of his injury. The other party's eye of discernment was truly, in every sense of the word, astounding. He had thought that the other party was only a lecherous fellow, but who could have thought that he would actually be a hidden expert? Guild Leader Wei, is it fine if I browse through the 7-star Terpsichore books in your library? Having dealt with the matter over here, Zhang Xian turned to Wei Ranqin and clasped his fist. As a 7-star Terpsichore, you are definitely qualified to browse through our 7-star Terpsichore books. This way, please. Wei Ranqin nodded before leading the way forward. Following behind her, it didn't take long for them to arrive in a vast room. All of the books of our Terpsichore guild is in there. As long as you have the required emblem on hand, you will be able to enter and leave the premises freely. Wei Ranqin said as she gestured forward. I'll be troubling guild leader Wei to take care of my 3 friends over here then. This young lady over here is Hu Yaoyao, and she's the prodigious disciple of school head Wei. Zhang Xian nodded as he gestured to the 3 ladies behind him. Junior Ranchue's disciple? Guild leader Wei was surprised as she turned her gaze over to Hu Yaoyao. Yaoyao pays respect to senior aunt. Hu Yaoyao quickly stepped forward and bowed politely. Not bad, not bad. With a look, Guild leader Wei couldn't help but nod in approval. On top of their innate talent, Terpsichores rely heavily on their external appearances as well. The more beautiful a Terpsichore was, the more likely she would be able to bring forth greater prowess from Terpsichorean arts. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her appearance, it was apparent that Hu Yaoyao's looks were far above that of Fairy Xian. As long as she had a good teacher to guide her along, she would be bound to achieve great things in the future. Guild leader Wei nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Zhang Xian decided to speak no longer, and taking out his emblem, he entered the library. The library was extremely vast. Countless books were stacked compactly in neatly positioned shelves, which seemed to extend all the way to the horizon. Without bothering himself with the 1-star to 6-star books, Xianxia headed straight towards the section with 7-star terpsichore books and began scanning through them with his gaze. Walala! Countless books materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. After undergoing the 4th acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher, while the Library of Heaven's Path didn't undergo any changes, Xianxia's ability to process things did rise significantly. As such, the rate at which he could collect books was also raised considerably. It took him less than an hour to collect all of the 7-star terpsichore books into the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile! With a thought, Xianxia gathered all of the books together and formed the 7-star Heaven's Path terpsichorean art. Another hour later, he exhaled deeply, and a brilliant gleam shone from his eyes. Having grasped the 7-star Heaven's Path terpsichorean art, his mastery as a terpsichore had risen to the level of a 7-star pinnacle terpsichore. Due to the overwhelming prowess of the Heaven's Path terpsichorean art, his skills could be said to be comparable to most 8-star primary terpsichores. But of course, that was only in terms of knowledge and mastery. With his current St. Tudan pinnacle cultivation, if he were to meet a real 8-star terpsichore, he would do well to flee as fast as he could. As long as his cultivation hadn't met the mark, he wouldn't be able to display the full prowess of his terpsichorean arts. Alright, another supporting occupation cleared. 2 more left to go, and I'll be able to be promoted to 7-star master teacher. Standing up and stretching his back, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps I should try the appraiser hall and the painter guild. The examinations of those 2 occupations are slightly simpler. Xianxia thought with a smile. The Beast Tamer Guild was a considerable distance away, and considering that it was an upper 9 paths occupation, its examination was likely to be more rigid and rigorous, thus more time-consuming as well. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to drop by the appraiser hall and the painter guild to take a look. Walking out of the library, Xianxia saw that guild leader Wei and the others were still standing around the area. Thus, he walked up to them and said, I have truly imposed on guild leader Wei this time around. I still have matters to attend to, so I'm afraid that I'll have to take my leave first. Guild leader Wei will be taking our leave too. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier clasped their fists as well. Guild leader Wei nodded. I'll keep Yao Yao here with me for the time being. There are some things which I would like to ask her. Xianxia took a look at Hu Yao Yao to seek her opinion on the matter, and only after seeing the latter nod did he reply, All right, Xianxia. Are we returning back to the Combat Master Hall? Leaving the Terpsichore Guild, Yu Feier turned to Xianxia and asked, I'm intending to drop by the Appraiser Hall. If you have things to attend to, feel free to leave. Xianxia said, It's fine. I'll head there with you. Yu Feier replied swiftly. Same here too. Luo Qiqi nodded. Seeing that the duo was determined to continue tagging along with him, Xianxia decided to say no more. After determining the direction of the appraiser hall based on the description Hall Master Xing provided him, he was just about to head over when a young man dressed in black suddenly approached him. May I ask if you are Xianxia? The young man clasped his fist and asked. I am. Xianxia replied with a frown. He hardly knew anyone in Qingyuan Empire, so why would anyone seek him? Our old master wants to meet you, the young man said. Your old master wants to meet me? Xianxia was perplexed. Who is your old master? You will know once you meet him, the young man replied nonchalantly. Pardon me, I'm not free. Xianxia waved his hand and turned the other party down. He was currently busy at the moment, so why should he waste his time on someone who wasn't even willing to report his own name? Our old master said that Xianxia will dare not turn down his invitation. A peculiar smile appeared on the young man's face, seemingly suggesting that he might have already anticipated such an outcome. Oh? I dare not turn down his invitation. Xianxia scoffed in displeasure. It was one thing for the other party to not report his name despite requesting to meet with him, but to utter such conceited words on top of that. It was apparent from this that the other party couldn't possibly be an upright individual. Xianxia, why don't you take a look at this before making your decision? The young man flicked his wrist and passed an item over. Perplexed, Xianxia took a look at it. It was the tattered fabric of a robe. With just one look, Xianxia narrowed his eyes menacingly. You kidnapped Sun Chong? He was certain that the fabric had come from Sun Chong's clothes. He hadn't paid any heed to Sun Chong's disappearance, thinking that the latter was out feasting, drinking, and saving damsels in distress, enjoying his life to the fullest. He didn't think that the latter would actually be captured by someone else. More importantly, it was apparent that the other party knew who he was, but despite so, the other party still chose to resort to such a brazen and arrogant course of action. We are currently hosting Butler Sun in our manor as a guest. Our old master has entrusted me to bring Xianxia over at all cost, or else what that would be sent over next might not just be a simple piece of fabric anymore but— Seeing that Xianxia recognized the object, the young man smiled gleefully. However, before he could finish his words, a sharp pain assaulted his abdomen, causing his face to distort hideously. Pong! Xianxia's powerful kick had left the young man's organs jolting under the powerful impact. If the slightest bit more force were to be exerted, the other party's organs might just end up being shattered on the spot. Pata! The young man flew several dozen meters across the street before skidding to a halt. Clutching his abdomen, his entire body was scrunched together like a shrimp from the excruciating pain. As a transcender, Xianxia had grown up being inculcated by the positive values of his previous world. As such, he preferred to avoid confrontation, choosing to resolve all problem amiably wherever possible. But all dragons had scales which couldn't be touched, and those who flout the rules would have to pay with their lives. This is saying from a legend which depicts that dragons have an inverted scale on their neck which no one is to touch. Anyone who dares to touch it will be killed by the dragon. This saying means that everyone has their own bottom line, no matter how tolerant or forgiving they are. Anyone who dares cross that line will incur the ire of the individual. Sun Chong had been with him ever since the time he was at Tianxian Kingdom. Despite the other party's indolence when it came to cultivation, the other party had always dealt with all kinds of miscellaneous matters for him skillfully without a single word of complaint. If not for the other party, he would probably have been bogged down by all sorts of things, and there was no way he would have been able to devote his attention to cultivation and achieve so much within such a short period of time. Could be said that Butler Sun was one of the most important people in his life, and he viewed him as a family member as well, just like Wang Ying, Xiaoya, and the others. Yet, the fellow before him actually dared to threaten him using Sun Chong's life, so how could he possibly not fly into a rage? You dare to kick me? Not expecting that the other party would dare to make a move on him even when they had a hostage in hand, the black-robed young man struggled weakly to his feet and glared at Xianxia with eyes brimming with hostility. I want you to Roaring furiously, the young man charged forward, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt his entire body tensing up. Someone had grabbed him by his neck and pulled him up, following which, a pair of frosty eyes appeared before him. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish right now. The frosty voice paired with the killing intent left the black-robed young man paling in fear. The words which he had wanted to speak stifled in his mouth, rendering him incapable of utter anything at all. Having undergone life and death situations before, the black-robed young man could tell that the other party was deadly serious about this matter. If he were to dare speak another word of the matter, the other party would very well have him killed. Who is your old master? And where is Sun Chong at the moment? Xianxia uttered frostily. The black-robed young man shuddered upon hearing those words completely devoid of warmth. Fearing for his life, he quickly replied, Oh, our old master is the first king of the Qingyun Empire, King Zhongqing. King Zhongqing. Xianxia frowned. Why did he kidnap my butler? It had only been 3 days since he arrived at Qingyuan City, and his activities had been mainly centered around the Spirit Awakener Guild, Combat Master Hall, and Terpsichore Guild. He had never been anywhere else other than those 3 places. So how in the world did he manage to offend the so-called first king of Qingyuan Empire? If he hadn't offended the other party, he couldn't think of a reason why the other party would go to the extent of provoking a reputable master teacher like himself. To kidnap his men without any warning was as good as challenging his dignity. And not to mention, The other party even sent a small fry over to threaten him. He must be really tired of living. I am just a servant. I really don't know anything else. The black-robed man shuddered. Lead the way. Seeing that the other party earnestly didn't know anything at all, Xianxia dropped the young man on the ground and bellowed. Yes, the black-robed man replied fearfully. He dared not pull his weight as he did previously anymore, and he quickly headed forward. Xianxia, I have heard of King Zhongqing before. He's not an easy figure to deal with. You must be absolutely careful around him. While following behind the black-robed young man, Yufei warned with a deep frown. Even though she wasn't interested in politics, as a princess of Hongyuan Empire, she still knew a thing or two about Qingyuan Empire. Oh! Seeing that Yufei knew about King Zhongqing, Xianxia immediately turned his gaze to her. This first king of Qingyuan Empire used to be a humble peasant, but 20 years ago, the otherworldly demonic tribe somehow managed to find a way to arrive at the Master-Teacher continent, and they planned launch an invasion. The Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion, Combat Master Hall, and royal family swiftly learned of the matter and dispatched their men to eradicate the otherworldly demons. It was an extremely bitter fight. The three powers suffered great losses, and the head of the Combat Master Hall, Hall Master Xing, even suffered grievous wounds in the fight and nearly lost his life. Back then, the Emperor of Qingyuan Empire, Chu Tianqing, personally led the forces of the Qingyuan royal family into the fight, but a sudden ambush by the otherworldly demons left him in a truly dangerous position. At that desperate situation, King Zhongqing suddenly appeared and massacred the otherworldly demons, saving Emperor Chu Tianqing from that seemingly hopeless situation. After that incident, he continued to accrue merit after merit, and within just a short 20 years, he managed to rise from a mere peasant into a conferred king. In the entire Qingyuan Empire, he's definitely the #1 figure of the external kings, Yufei explained. King is a title usually granted to close relatives of the royal family, such as fellow brothers or sons of the current emperor. However, if one were to accrue sufficient merit, it's possible to be conferred as a king, and such kings are called different surname kings, or as I translated it, external kings. The otherworldly demonic tribe attempted to invade Qingyuan Empire? Xianxia frowned. Thinking back, the wound on Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit was indeed left behind in a fight roughly 20 years back too. That was in line with the details of the story. Emperor Chu Tianqing is bound to be protected by countless experts, and he probably is a powerful cultivator himself too. If the otherworldly demons were able to corner him that far, just how powerful must King Zhongqing be to be able to break him out from that desperate situation? Xianxia frowned. Even Hall Master Xing had nearly succumbed to the otherworldly demons and lost his life. So how did a humble fellow manage to break Emperor Chu Tianqing out from the encirclement of the otherworldly demonic tribe? I'm not too sure about the details. Wait, I seem to recall my father discussing this matter with another person before. If I recall correctly, King Zhongqing used poison, Yufei exclaimed. Poison? Xianxia frowned. Is King Zhongqing a poison master? If King Zhongqing was truly a poison master, then it might really be possible for him to pull such a matter off. The reason why poison masters were so deeply feared was because of their ability to fend against multiple enemies simultaneously. As long as they were to play their cards right, they could easily eradicate a group of experts with their poison. Just take the 10 kings of the Qingtian lineage for example. Back then, he was only at nascent Saint Pinnacle, and any one of them could have easily killed him in a direct battle. Yet, nearly all of them ended up dying from the poison within his Heaven's Path Xinqi anyway. I'm not too sure whether he is a poison master or not, but there is one thing particularly sinister regarding him. It's uncommon for an individual outside of the royal family to be conferred a king. So naturally, there were many influential officials who opposed King Zhongqing. Yet, over the past 20 years they had either disappeared or died. As such, King Zhongqing currently wields immense influence in the royal court. Furthermore, due to his merit of having saved Emperor Chu Tianqing, he is well favored, and there's no longer anyone who dares to confront him directly in Qingyuan Empire anymore, Yufei said. Xianxia nodded as the frown on his forehead deepened. Putting aside whether that fellow was truly a poison master or not, the fact still stood that he wasn't acquainted with the other party. It simply didn't make sense for the other party to kidnap Sun Chong. Considering that he has gone to the extent of kidnapping Sun Chong, it goes to say that he has absolutely no fear of my identity as a 6-star master teacher and the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. It would be best for you two to stay out of this matter. I'll deal with this alone. Zhang Xian paused for a moment before saying. Regardless of what the other party was up to, it was clear that the other party was aiming right for him. Since that was the case, there was no need for these two to bear this risk along with him. Zhang Shi, you are my teacher. As your student, how can I flee and leave to face danger by yourself? I would be unworthy of being a master teacher if I were to do so. Luo Qiqi stepped forward and spoke determinedly. She was Zhang Xian's apothecary and blacksmith teacher. While she wasn't his direct disciple, and they had never officially acknowledged their relationship, there were still the bonds between a teacher and student between them. I won't leave either. I'm willing to brave through any danger with you. Yu Feier looked straight into Zhang Xian's eyes and said, This. Seeing that the wills of the duo were unwavering, Zhang Xian shook his head and whipped out 2 pills from his storage ring. These pills are antidotes which I have personally forged, and they are capable of resolving most poisons. If you are intent on tagging along, consume one first. This way, you shouldn't be in any danger even if King Zhongqing is really a poison master. The antidote which Zhang Xian spoke of was just an ordinary pill, but it was infused with his Heaven's Path Xinqi. The duo knew that Zhang Xian wouldn't allow them to follow him if they were to refuse, so they swallowed the pill without any hesitation. All right, let's go. All this while, they had been conversing through Xinqi telepathy, so it didn't affect their movement. Following behind the black-robed young man, it didn't take long before a massive manor appeared before their eyes. The manor was truly huge. While it couldn't be compared with behemoths like the Combat Master Hall, it was definitely one of the largest and grandest manor in Qingyuan City. The interior of the manor was filled with all kinds of formations, and even before coming close to it, one could feel the surrounding spiritual energy gravitating towards the manor. Without a doubt, the manor was definitely a top-notch land for cultivation. Even ordinary men would find their lifespan lengthening by living in such an environment. This is the manor of our old master, the black-robed man said before walking forward to discreetly whisper some things to the guard standing by the door. The guard glared at Zhang Xian and the others for a moment before heading in. Not too long later, the guard returned and gestured with a nod. This way, please. The black-robed man gestured forward politely. A vicious glint flickered swiftly across his eyes as he turned his head to lead the way into the manor. Zhang Xian noticed it, but he decided to feign ignorance. With Yu Feier and Luo Qiqi following behind him, he headed into the manor as well. As expected of the manor of the number 1 king of a conferred empire, it was far grander than the royal palace of Hongyuan Empire. Even its pavements were crafted out of valuable ores. Every single part of the manor screamed of extravagance. On top of powerful formations, it seems the entire manor has been specially designed by a landscaper. Shortly after entering the manor, Luo Qiqi remarked, Landscaper. This was the first time Zhang Xian was hearing of this name. Just like spirit awakener and herbologist, landscaper isn't considered to be a unique occupation either. However, due to the unique capabilities that landscapers possess, they are still deeply welcomed by influential powers and clans as honorary guests. Luo Qiqi said, Oh? Are there landscapers in Hongyuan Empire? Zhang Xian turned to look at Yu Feier curiously. I haven't heard of such an occupation before. Yu Feier shook her head. I learned of the existence of this occupation from an ancient record. Luo Qiqi replied with a smile. It said that landscapers are able to assess the geographical terrain, geomancy, and many other factors of the environment to design structures, be it residences, sects, formations, or mechanisms, and fuse them perfectly together, such that they complemented one another to exert the maximum strength possible. If a power were to have its base designed by a landscaper, its overall defenses could potentially be enhanced by several fold. But of course, it is an extremely rare occupation, and it doesn't have a complete heritage either, so I can't be too sure about the matter. It's in view to the exquisite layout of the manor and the perfect harmony of the various structures and formations that I made such a deduction. You're right. The harmony of the various structures within this manor is indeed exquisite. Xianxia nodded in agreement. As a 7-star pinnacle formation master and a possessor of the Eye of Insight, it went without saying that he would be able to easily notice what Luo Qiqi saw. He had been to Hongyuan Royal Palace, and as numerous as the formations there were, they were all separate entities from one another. Each formation had to be manually triggered in order to come to life. On the other hand, the formations within King Zhongqing Manor were interconnected with one another, as well as the structures in the area. If they were to just trigger a single formation, they might find other formations coming to life as well, swiftly cornering them. If the formations within Hongyuan Empire were said to be mousetraps, effective only when in contact, the formations within King Zhongqing Manor were most definitely dominoes. Touch a single one of them, and it could cause a chain reaction with devastating outcomes. What Luo Qiqi had said could very well be true. The manor had been worked on by landscapers. Just as Zhang Xian was still in the midst of contemplating over the matter, a bunch of footsteps suddenly sounded right in front of the black-robed young man, following which dozens of guards abruptly rushed out. In the blink of an eye, they had the trio tightly encircled. "Brat, you sure acted arrogantly a moment ago. Give him a good beating. Let him know that we from the King Zhongqing Manor are not to be trifled with." The black-robed young man sneered savagely as he hid behind the crowd. When he heard that he had to invite the other party here, he thought that it would be an easy assignment. He had never thought that he would be nearly kicked to death. From that point onward, he was filled with nothing but utmost antagonism for the young man before him. Thus, back when he was still at the doorstep, he secretly informed the guard to prepare an ambush. Voila! Upon hearing those words, the guards began walking forward as they brandished the sharp weapons in their hands threateningly. Their movements seemed to be aligned with the surrounding formations, causing an overwhelming pressure to fall upon Zhang Xian and the others. "Teacher?" Luo Qiqi's face warped in shock, and she hurriedly stood in front of Zhang Xian to shield him. Individually, these half-saint guards were no threat at all. However, when their prowess was enhanced by the surrounding formations and the perfect harmony crafted by a landscaper, the nature of the matter became completely different. Even a Saint 3 Dan expert would find it difficult to flee from their combined might. "There's no need to panic." Seeing the anxious state the young lady was in, Zhang Xian pulled her behind him before turning to the black-robed young man. His lips curled up as he asked, "You wish to teach me a lesson? Considering that our old master has specially invited you over, I'll allow you to keep your life for the time being. However, you won't be getting away from here without suffering some pain." The black-robed young man sneered. The old master had said that if the other party refused to heed his words, he had his permission to teach the other party a lesson. There was no need to hold back just because the other party was a master teacher. It was for this reason that he dared to pull a thing such as this on Zhang Xian. "Pain." Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed deeply. "I was considering whether I should let you off with just a kick. But it seems like you just won't learn. It seems like there's no need for me to hold back anymore then." Right after saying those words, Zhang Xian snapped his fingers. "Pa!" A crisp sound echoed resoundingly through the manor. Initially, the black-robed young man thought that Zhang Xian was just feigning calm, but in the next moment, he suddenly felt excruciating pain assaulting every single part of his body. "Pooh!" A mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth, and in an instant, his face flushed completely pale. He turned to face Zhang Xian with a look of horror. "Why you? You poisoned me?" The answer was already apparent at this point. But what was truly fearsome was that he couldn't even fathom when the other party had poisoned him. With his body twitching from pain, the black-robed young man hurriedly whipped out 2 antidotes from his storage ring and swallowed it. However, the antidotes only seemed to have further worsened his pain. Cold sweat gushed down his head, and he felt as if he would simply cave in to the pain at any moment. "Poison? When did you see me poison you? If I were to say, you probably just ate something unclean. However, worry not. I am a capable physician, so why don't you allow me to treat you instead?" Xianxia waved his hand leisurely as he said. Naturally, as a master teacher, he couldn't possibly admit to being a poison master. You? Veins popped out on the temples of the black-robed young man as he clenched his jaws so forcefully that it seemed like his teeth would chip. He was tempted to make a move and end the life of the young man before him there and then, but eventually, he clenched his fists tightly and spat, "Let them pass!" He had wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but at this point, the tides were no longer in his favor anymore. As indignant as he was, he could only let this matter go. Yes. The guards quickly split apart to open up a road for Xianxia and the others to pass. With a smile, Xianxia stepped forward, and just as he was about to walk by the black-robed young man, he placed his mouth before the other party's ear and whispered in a silent tone that only the latter could hear. "The only way to alleviate my poison is to have your face slapped viciously. Otherwise, the pain will gradually intensify until it reaches a point where you can't bear it any longer and snap." The black-robed young man was startled for a moment before he regained himself and sneered. "The only way to alleviate the poison is to have my face slapped? Ha! Do you take me for a fool? How can there be such a poison in the world? You're right. I'm just fooling around with you. I'll be going ahead first, so have fun." Not bothering to explain anything, Xianxia left with the two ladies. "You!" The black-robed young man thought that Xianxia would at least attempt to justify his words, but who could have thought that the latter would admit to lying to him so blatantly and shamelessly? This unexpected response left him stunned instead. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, his body suddenly churned up once more, and he felt as if his organs were being gradually corroded by sulfur. Pooh! Yet another mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. At this rate, I could really die. It felt as if his life force was gradually being sapped from his body, and this made him realize that he was at an imminent threat of death. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his back. Desperate, he turned to a nearby guard and ordered, "You, come over here. I want you to slap my face." "SS slap your face? Butler Chin, I dare not to." The guard was horrified to hear such words, and he quickly lowered his head humbly and responded, "Hurry up, do it." The face of the black-robed man distorted hideously from the excruciating pain. At this point, he had no other choice. He wasn't prepared to face death yet, so he could only heed whatever the other party told him, even though there was a good chance that it was a lie. No one had heard his conversation with Xianxia, so everyone was taken aback by Butler Chin's abrupt request. No one here could have imagined that Butler Chin would actually have masochistic tendencies. Appalled and speechless, they stared at one another, not knowing what to do. "Hurry up and do it, or else I'll have every single one of you killed." Seeing that none of the guards were making a move, Butler Chin roared furiously. "Yes!" A guard stepped forward, and gritting his teeth in resolution, he raised his hand and slapped Butler Chin's face forcefully. "Pa!" Butler Chin's face immediately swelled up. While there was burning sensation on his face, the excruciating pain within his body seemed to have lessened considerably. Could it be that the other party isn't lying? There's truly such a poison in the world? Butler Chin was thought in astonishment as he bellowed, "Continue hitting me. Don't stop." "Yes." Fearing that Butler Chin would really claim their lives, the guard could only continue striking with all his might. Pa 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 pa. With just a few slaps, Butler Chin's face had already swollen to a point where it bore no resemblance to how it was previously. However, it did seem like the poison within his body had alleviated significantly. The excruciating pain from before was no longer as unbearable anymore. It really is effectively. Enduring the stinging pain on his cheeks, Butler Chin heaved a sigh of relief. It was rather embarrassing to be slapped by others, especially before such a crowd, but his fear of death had surpassed all of his other emotions. He had the guard slap him a few more dozen times, and after confirming that he was fine, he stood up once more. Hatred and hostility began welling up in the depths of his eyes once more. "Damn that fellow! How dare he humiliate me with such a poison? I hereby vow that I'll surely return this favor to him tenfold, or else I shall renounce my humanity." Butler Qin clenched his jaws furiously. As the loyal follower of the powerful King Zhongqing, the butler of the massive residence, when had he suffered such grievance before? "Let it be clear that if I were to hear a single word about this matter anywhere else, I'll have all of your tongues severed." Butler Qin turned to the guard and harumphed coldly. "Why yes, we won't speak of this matter to another soul." The guards quickly lowered their heads subserviently and replied, Harumphing coldly, Butler Qin hurriedly walked down the path where Xianxia had headed to previously. "Xianxia, that fellow won't let this matter rest just like that. Are you really going to let him off like this?" Walking closely behind Xianxia, Yufei couldn't help but ask worriedly. While Xianxia may seem like a leisurely and easygoing person most of the time, he wasn't the type to show mercy to those who had crossed him. Back then, she had crossed him too, and he forced her into becoming his maid through trickery. That matter had truly left her fuming mad for a very long time. It was apparent with a look that the black-robed young man was a vicious character, and to such a person go after a complete fallout, this truly wasn't Zhang Xian's style. To dare to confront the principal of a master-teacher academy head-on, a 6-star pinnacle master-teacher, there's no doubt that King Zhongqing must have prepared a foolproof plan. At this point, it might play to our advantage to spare that fellow, at least for now. Zhang Xian replied Yufei telepathically. If it had been on any other occasion, even if he didn't kill that fellow, he would make sure to pummel him to the point where even limping was impossible. However, with Sun Chong in the other party's hands, it was best for him to proceed carefully for the time being. There was only one path that led to the main hall, so it didn't matter whether there was anyone bringing him along. Very soon, they arrived at their destination. A hall that towered several dozen meters high had 4 thick and bulky pillars supporting its entrance. Each of these pillars was at least 3 meters big, and from afar the grandeur was truly impressive. "You must be Xianxia. Our old master has been waiting inside for you for some time now." A guard stepped forward and ushered Zhang Xian in. Nodding, the trio made their way into the hall. The hall was exceptionally spacious, stretching for more than 1,000 square meters large. The ceiling was embedded with night illumination pearls of all sizes, bringing radiance to the insides of the hall. Seated on the main seat in the room was a middle-aged man with tan skin and eagle-like eyes. Even without coming close, one could already feel the aura of authority and bloodshed that he emanated. It was clear that he was a powerful man, no stranger to slaughter. Without a doubt, he was the famous King Zhongqing. Not too far away from King Zhongqing sat an elder, who seemed to be in his 60s. The elder wasn't too tall, and he was a little hunched over even. However, his presence felt similar to a silent, unmoving painting. If one didn't see him with one's physical eyes, one might not even be able to. However, the aura that he emanated felt tranquil like a painting, completely. King Zhongqing is a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert, and the hunched-over elder seems to be even stronger than him. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xian managed to assess his current situation. King Zhongqing's aura felt condensed and powerful, and it was imbued with overwhelming killing intent at that. However, in terms of scariness, the hunched-back elder was definitely an individual whom Zhang Xian had to guard carefully against. Even though he didn't use his eye of insight to assess the other party's strength yet, the fact that the other party was able to conceal his breath so perfectly indicated that his fighting prowess had already reached an incredible level. Most likely, the other party was even stronger than Wuxia, even after the latter's breakthrough in the Qiuwu Palace. "You are Zhang Xian, Xianxia?" While he was assessing the other party was also assessing him. When the trio finally reached the center of the hall, King Zhongqing turned to look at him with a frown. "That's right." Zhang Xian nodded as he walked up to a guest seat by the side and sat down. Even though the other party wielded great authority in his hands, Zhang Xian didn't pale in comparison either, so there was no need for him to fear. It was one thing if the other party didn't provoke him, but if the other party didn't know what was better for him, he didn't mind flipping the entire Qingyuan city upside down. To be honest, they should already be counting their blessing that he hadn't gone around causing trouble. To actually attempt to provoke him, they are truly courting death. Did I give you permission to sit? King Zhongqing uttered with a cold, authoritative voice. His powerful presence swept across the room, commanding others to obey him. I am a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, as well as a principal of a master teacher academy. In terms of standing, I am on par with any 7-star master teacher. Not even your emperor is worthy of dictating where and when I should sit, so who do you think you are? Zhang Xian raised his eyelid and glanced at King Zhongqing coldly. Upon hearing those words, Yu Feier and Luo Qiqi's face twitched as cold sweat filled their palms. To act so brazenly despite being within the other party's brazenly, even going to the extent of criticizing the other party. Wasn't Zhang Shi a little too gutsy? However, master teachers also had their own dignity to uphold. If Zhang Shi couldn't even stand his own ground after what the other party had done, how could he stand before his students and lecture others? 6-star pinnacle master teacher? Humph, you still dare to say that you are a master teacher? Flouting the rules of the master teacher pavilion, colluding with the poison masters of the poison hall. Do you honestly think that no one will know of these? Principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? King Zhongqing harumphed coldly. Colluding with the poison masters? Zhang Xian glanced at King Zhongqing and sneered. Watch your words, King Zhongqing. You should know the consequences of slandering a master teacher. Master teachers mustn't be sullied. Slandering a master teacher was an extremely grievous crime. Even if the other party was the #1 king of the Qingyuan Empire, he could still be beheaded on the spot over this matter. Slander? It seems like you simply won't concede until you see your own coffin, King Zhongqing said as he raised his hand. Voila! The sounds of rattling chain echoed in the room, and a plump figure was dragged into the room. Young master! Upon seeing Zhang Xian, the plump figure immediately shouted. However, despite shouting with all of his might, his voice sounded feeble and powerless. Sun Chong. Upon seeing the state that Sun Chong was in, Zhang Xian's face turned livid. There was not a single part of Sun Chong which could be said to be in good shape. It was apparent that he had been severely tortured. There were even 2 golden soul lock piercing through his chest, preventing him from exerting any strength at all. What do you mean by this? Zhang Xian turned to look at King Zhongqing with narrowed eyes. He knew that the King Zhongqing wanted to deal with him, but he hadn't thought that the other party would be so vicious as to inflict such grievous torture on Sun Chong. As the saying goes, even when beating a dog must one look at its owner. To kidnap his subordinate without any prior notice and use such cruel means on the latter, it was clear that the other party was undermining him. What do I mean? King Zhongqing asked in a mocking tone. Bring Vice Hall Master Ming in here. Walala. As he said those words, 2 guards escorted a figure in. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Zhang Xian's face turned livid. He recognized that figure. He was the vice head of the Jingyuan City Poison Hall, Ming Zhen. Back then, he willfully chose to side with his own student and attempted to kill Zhang Xian. Unfortunately, Zhang Xian's soul happened to be out at the moment, and eventually the entire poison hall was reduced to waste as a result of his actions. But wasn't he killed by Hall Master Ruo Qingyuan back then? Why was he still alive? And from the looks of it, he wasn't even in the slightest injured. On the contrary, it seemed like he had even managed to advance his cultivation up a notch. Could it be that something had happened to the poison hall? Furthermore, despite Sun Chong being bound by heavy chains, there was nothing on Ming Zhan at all. It was as if he was an honored guest of King Zhongqing. Zhang Xian's face turned livid. Paying respects to your highness. Ming Zhen clasped his fist. King Zhongqing nodded and said, Speak of what you know. I used to be the vice head of the Jingyuan Empire Poison Hall, located in the territory of Hongyuan Empire. 2 months ago, Sun Chong altered his appearance and dropped by our Poison Hall, claiming to be the successor of the Poison Hall's founder. He displayed exceptional mastery in the way of poison that even I am unable to match up with. Ming Zhen swiftly revealed everything that had happened at the Poison Hall. After which, he entrusted the founder to Poison Hall Bai and Poison Master Hai. Initially, I was to be executed for my actions, But it's fortunate that the one who was responsible for executing me was my student, and it was due to that that I was able to escape with my life. The successor of the Poison Hall's founder? If I hadn't heard this with my own ears, I would truly dare not believe such a matter. Xianxia, this Sun Chang over here is your subordinate, and yet he is also a formidable poison master as well. What do you have to say for yourself? Sneering coldly, King Zhongqing gazed down at Xianxia haughtily. You are accusing me of colluding with the poison masters over this? Xianxia was still wondering if the other party had managed to obtain some kind of evidence regarding the matter, but it turned out to be this much only. Shaking his head, he continued, putting aside the fact that this Mingzhen fellow over here has dubious backgrounds. Just the fact that he's a vice head of the Poison Hall should warrant him a death penalty. So why is he standing right here, honored as a guest in your manor? Could it be that King Zhongqing has colluded with the Poison Hall? Are you, in fact, a poison master, just like what others say of you? Audacious! King Zhongqing bellowed furiously. You are the one being audacious over here. Xianxia interjected with a roar. There are plenty of people in the world who goes by the name of Sun Chang, and yet, based on this kind of indeterminate evidence, you kidnapped my butler and tortured him? If I were to capture a dog and confer it the name of King Zhongqing, can I say that you are a dog? If my butler is truly the successor of the Poison Hall's founder, you will have long been poisoned to death for treating him in such a manner. You? Not expecting the other party to be so crude in his words, King Zhongqing nearly spurted blood. With a face livid with rage, he harumphed. My men proceeded carefully and subdued your butler before he could even retaliate, so naturally, he wouldn't have a chance to strike at all. There is no doubt about Mingzhen's identity, and he has voluntarily left the Poison Hall to side with us. In fact, he has led our men to eradicate the Jingyuan City Poison Hall, and his merits are more than sufficient to make up for his wrongdoings. Eradicate the Jingyuan City Poison Hall? Getting. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. As formidable as the Jingyuan City Poison Hall was, if there was an insider to lead the elite forces of the Qingyuan Empire it would indeed be difficult for the Poison Hall to stand its ground. If the Poison Hall were to be destroyed, what would become of Elder Su and the others? He hadn't thought that so much would happen over a short frame of 2 months. Indeed, no matter how he was before, his accomplishments are more than sufficient to bring credibility to his words. Furthermore, we have corroborated his words with the confessions of the other poison masters of the Jingyuan City Poison Hall, so there is no doubt about the authenticity of this matter. Standing up, King Zhongqing flung his sleeves and harumphed. Despite being a master teacher, you actually kept such a reprehensible poison master by your side. This is a blatant infringement of the Master Teacher Pavilion's rules. For the safety of Qingyuan City, I am obliged to apprehend you. For the safety of Qingyuan City, I, Xianxia, am an upright master teacher of the Master Teacher Pavilion. If there's any problem with me, it should be the Master Teacher Pavilion to pass judgment. And you? Pardon me, but I don't believe that you are in charge of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. When a master teacher erred, only the Master Teacher Pavilion was qualified to judge them. A mere king of the conferred empire had no rights to take things in his own hands. I know that I'm not qualified to judge this matter, so I specially reported this matter to Vice Pavilion Master Tianqing of the Master Teacher Pavilion to have him judge this matter. Saying these words, King Zhongqing clasped his fist towards the hunched-over elder seated beside him. Tianqing. Hearing that name, Xianxia recalled a matter, and his eyes narrowed. Voila! But before he could say a word, the elder stood up, and it was only then did everyone notice the 7 stars on the emblem pinned on his chest. A 7-star master teacher. Vice Pavilion Master? Luo Qiqi and Yufeier were alarmed, and they quickly turned their gazes towards Xianxia. If the Master Teacher Pavilion wasn't involved in this matter, Xianxia might still be able to use his identity as a master teacher to avoid this matter. Yet, the other party actually brought a Vice Pavilion Master of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion in. This would really complicate matters. He sure did come prepared. Swiftly calming down, Xianxia began reanalyzing the situation. Previously, He had heard Wu Shi briefly introduce the current circumstances within the Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion. The current pavilion master, Go Tianzi, was a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage expert. However, he had retired from managing the affairs of the Master-Teacher Pavilion since many years ago, and currently Vice Pavilion Master Tian was the one who was in charge. As such, despite being a Vice Pavilion Master, Tian Qing wielded authority comparable to the Pavilion Master himself, making him one of the most powerful individuals in Qingyuan City. Xianxia had thought this would only be a small conflict. Perhaps he might have accidentally crossed King Zhongqing somewhere, and the latter wanted to embarrass him. He hadn't thought that the latter would actually bring Vice Pavilion Master Tian into the picture as well. As the person in charge of the Regional Master-Teacher Pavilion, Vice Pavilion Master Tian had the right to liaise with the headquarters. If the other party were to judge that he had colluded with the Poison Hall, he would never be able to cleanse his reputation. But of course, while the Jingyuan City Poison Hall had a poor reputation, it hadn't really caused too much harm. At the very most, being associated with it would only tarnish Zhang Xian's reputation. Zhang Shi, I have heard of your affairs, and I know that you are a person who possesses exceptional talent and capabilities. Vice Pavilion Master Tian turned to Zhang Xian and smiled. King Zhongqing is in charge of the defenses of Qingyuan City. Given that he has uncovered evidence that suggests that Sun Chong is a poison master, it's his responsibility to look into the matter, so I hope that you don't take this personally. The reason why he has invited you over to his manor instead of the Master-Teacher Pavilion is in hopes of not blowing the matter up. After all, such a matter would soil the reputation of the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy, and this isn't something that any one of us would like to see. At this point, Vice Pavilion Master Tian glanced at Mingzhan before continuing on. I have personally investigated the background of Poison Master Mingzhan and the words that he has spoken, and I believe that his words can be trusted. However, worry not. Even though Sun Chong is a poison master, the Master-Teacher Pavilion will take into account the fact that you are unaware of the matter when passing judgment. Even though Sun Chong is a poison master? Hearing how affirmative Vice Pavilion Master Tian's words were, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. Since Vice Pavilion Master Tian has seen this matter from the start to the end, surely you should be clearer than anyone else here whether Sun Chong is a poison master or not. Right? While a poison master may look like any other cultivator on the surface, their frequent consumption and concocting of poison would inevitably result in some internal changes in their body. In fact, there were some formidable poison masters who could even poison an entire city to death with just a droplet of their blood. On the other hand, Sun Chong cultivated the orthodox and upright simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. His Jinqi was pure and attributeless, and that should be more than sufficient evidence to prove that he wasn't a poison master. Considering that Vice Pavilion Tian was a 7-star pinnacle master teacher, he should know better than anyone that Sun Chong wasn't a poison master. Yet, to be insisting that Sun Chong was indeed a poison master here, it was obvious that he had chosen to side with King Zhongqing. Even though this Sun Chong over here doesn't have the prowess of a 6-star poison master, his very deed of escorting the founder of the Poison Hall back to the Poison Hall headquarters is a grievous mistake in itself. The founder of the Poison Hall is said to possess the constitution of disaster, and as long as she desires so, she could easily bring great catastrophe upon mankind. You might not understand because you haven't seen the records regarding the war between mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe several dozen millenniums ago, but I had the privilege of looking through them in the Master-Teacher Pavilion of the Empire Alliance. It was truly a huge tragedy that could hardly be described with words. Countless master teachers and innocent souls had died of poison in the long war, and indubitably, the founder of the Poison Hall had a significant role to play in the matter. Vice Pavilion Master Tian spoke righteously with the air of one who was worried for the future of the world. Mankind had suffered great casualties in the fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe, especially from the lethal poison they utilized. If not for the founder of the Poison Hall, there wouldn't have been a poison master occupation in the first place, and such a tragedy wouldn't have occurred. It could be said that the founder was the very enemy of mankind herself. As a master teacher, you have a duty to mankind, and yet you allowed your own subordinate to act willfully and escort the founder of the Poison Hall back to her place. You have truly let all of us down this time around. Vice Pavilion Master Tian sighed deeply. However, if you were to confess to this matter, I'll implore the Master Teacher Pavilion to show leniency to you. Vice Pavilion Master Tian, do you honestly believe the nonsense about the founder of the Poison Hall? Xianxia shook his head. If I recall correctly, the founder is a figure from the same era as Kong Shi. Not even Kong Shi could survive the trial of time, so do you think that it makes sense for the founder of the Poison Hall to still be alive at this point in time? Naturally, I am skeptical of the matter as well. However, Mingjin has no reason to lie either. From what I know, even a celestial master teacher has recently appeared in the world, so I don't think that the revival of the founder of the Poison Hall is something too absurd to believe. Vice Pavilion Head Tian said. Celestial master teacher? Xianxia scoffed. How can that be? If that is true, the matter would have long spread far and wide in the world. There's no way that I, as the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, would be oblivious to it. It's a deduction made based on the recent happenings in our Teacher Acknowledgement Hall. Currently, the news has been sealed for fear of the otherworldly demonic tribe learning of the matter, so only a handful of people in our Qingyuan branch knows of this matter. Vice Pavilion Head Tian replied. It might sound preposterous, but as a master teacher, we have a duty to the masses. It's better to be safe than sorry. So, Vice Pavilion Master Tian intends to. Simple. For the grievous crimes that he has committed, Sun Chang must be executed on the spot. On the other hand, Zhang Shi, while you might not have played a direct role in the matter, your oversight in managing your subordinates have indirectly resulted in the happening of this tragedy. As such, you must be punished for your actions as well. You will be exiled to the subterranean gallery for 3 months in order to make up for your wrongdoings with merit. Vice Pavilion Master Tian said. You want to execute Sun Chang on the spot and exile me to the subterranean gallery? Xianxia felt as if he had heard a hilarious joke. He abruptly stood up and patted his bottom before turning his gaze towards Vice Pavilion Master Tian. What if? I refuse. Even though 3 months in the subterranean gallery couldn't be considered to be a severe punishment, it couldn't be said to be a light one either. The subterranean gallery was the intersection point between the master-teacher continent and the otherworldly battlefields. As such, it was constantly plagued with overwhelming killing intent. From time to time, otherworldly demons might even appear. Without a doubt, it was one of the most dangerous lands on the master-teacher continent, and most of those who ventured into its depths never return alive. Only master teachers who had committed unpardonable crimes or wanted to make one last contribution to mankind would apply to enter those lands. This was also the same with school head Lu Feng back then. Putting aside the fact that Sun Chang wasn't a poison master, even if he was, he hadn't committed any harm to others, so how could he be said to have committed a grievous crime? Not even a master teacher had the right to claim the life of an innocent man. And since Sun Chang hadn't erred, Xianxia couldn't possibly be implicated into the matter as well. For the vice head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, a person who wields great authority in his hands, to judge a matter in such a manner, how ludicrous! Vice Pavilion Master Tian is already being magnanimous by showing you leniency for your actions. You really don't know what is best for you. King Zhongqing roared furiously. You can have this kind of leniency for yourself. Xianxia couldn't be bothered with King Zhongqing any longer. Instead, he walked straight up to Sun Chang. Voila! Seeing Xianxia walking towards them, the 2 guards who were standing beside Sun Chang swiftly drew their weapons warily. However, barely after their swords left their sheath, they abruptly shattered into 2 with a crisp echo, and the tip of their swords flew into the distance. Right after that, the 2 guards were suddenly sent flying with a deep moan, crashing heavily onto a pillar right outside the hall before blacking out. At this point, Xianxia was already standing before Sun Chang, and sighing deeply, he said, "You have suffered." In the next moment, the golden soul lock on Sun Chang suddenly flew out and fell onto the ground. Following that, Xianxia flicked his finger towards Sun Chang. Tzzzzzz. The latter's injuries began recovering at a pace visible to the eye. As Sun Chang's cultivation was far lower than his, It didn't take long for the Heaven's Path Xianxia to heal his injuries. Audacious! Xianxia, this is Qingyuan City, not your Hongyuan Empire. To disregard the earnest lecturing of a senior master teacher and act on your own accord, showing no regards for the law at all. A person like you isn't worthy to be a master teacher. Men, take him down, King Zhongqing roared. Walala! Right after saying those words, a bunch of men suddenly barged into the hall. Young master! Seeing that the young master was actually standing against the first king of Qingyuan conferred empire for him, Sun Chong couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth run through his heart. Falling out with a vice head of a conferred empire master-teacher pavilion could possibly mean giving his future away, and yet the young master still did so unhesitatingly just to save a servant like him. To him, this was a debt of gratitude greater than the heaven itself. Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier also swiftly moved over to Zhang Xian and stood by his side as they warily scanned their surroundings. Despite the sudden onslaught of guards, Zhang Xian didn't pay them any heed. Instead, he turned straight towards King Zhongqing and uttered coldly, "You wish to capture me? King Zhongqing, it seems like you really don't fear death. Or perhaps, do you honestly think that I dare not kill you? Kill me? You? Ha ha ha. It seems like becoming the principal of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy has really got to your head. A mere 6-star master teacher like you dare to speak of killing me. The fact that you disrespected Vice Pavilion Tian is more than sufficient to have you indicted on the grounds of insubordination. Today, I shall help the Master Teacher Pavilion purge its black sheep." Sneering coldly, the aura shrouding King Zhongqing swiftly intensified, and it took a mere blink of an eye for it to reach its peak. Under the immense power he was emanating, the surrounding air began to distort. This was the overwhelming might of a Saint 4 Dan cultivator, a primordial spirit realm expert. His strength had already surpassed the head of the Formation Master Guild leader Han, reaching a level on par with Wu Shi prior to entering the Qiu Wu Palace. King Zhongqing, no matter what, Zhang Shi is still our master teacher. Even if he has erred, he can only be judged in our master teacher pavilion. It'll do to just capture him, make sure to spare his life. Seeing that King Zhongqing was going to make a move, Vice Pavilion Master Tian instructed. "Rest assured, Vice Pavilion Master Tian. I won't go too far." Sneering coldly, King Zhongqing thrust his palm forward, and in an instant, it felt as if ominous clouds had gathered within the hall, and a powerful might reminiscent of the relentless waves of the ocean began crashing down upon Zhang Xian. On top of that, perhaps due to cultivating some kind of secret art, the first king's Jinqi was not only condensed and powerful, it was also imbued with the scent of the battlefield, leaving one feeling as if one was standing amidst of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. That is, Scarlet Robe of Carnage. Upon seeing the move, Luo Qiqi's eyebrows knitted together warily. Scarlet Robe of Carnage? It's a technique that boasts of the strongest killing intent in Qingyuan Empire. Those who cultivate this technique must use fresh blood as a medium in order to advance their mastery in the technique. Once one starts practicing the technique, there's no turning back. The very sight of blood will trigger one's bloodlust, causing one to go into a manic. It's a truly sinister technique. Even the art of drawing oceans will struggle to be a match for it, Luo Qiqi explained grimly. However, due to the innately destructive nature of the technique, there was no master teacher or combat master who is willing to learn it. Who could have thought that a king of Qingyuan Empire would actually learn such a depraved technique? Teacher, you must be careful. A mere small fry. In contrast to Luo Qiqi's anxiety, Zhang Xian didn't show the slightest hint of panic. Instead, with a derisive smile, he flicked his finger. So, the golden soul lock immediately flew towards King Zhongqing at a speed as swift as a streak of lightning, and in just an instant, it collided with the powerful palm strike that King Zhongqing executed an instant ago. Astonishingly, the palm strike didn't even hinder the advancement of the golden soul lock by even the slightest. It swiftly overwhelmed the palm thrust and arrived right before King Zhongqing. Pong! The golden soul lock struck King Zhongqing's chest squarely, and the latter's face immediately reddened from the impact before spurting a mouthful of blood. Dang 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 dang! He swiftly retreated 8 steps in order to ward off the impact before crashing into the exquisitely carved wooden chair behind him. The chair swiftly caved in to the pressure and exploded into countless smithereens. King Zhongqing had to drive his Jinqi furiously and exert a relentless wave of might behind before he was able to finally steady his figure. At this point, he felt his blood within his body billowing furiously, and his face paled from frailty. He stared at the young man before him in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just experienced. He was a Saint 4 Dan primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert, whereas the other party was only a Saint 2 Dan spiritual perception realm pinnacle cultivator. There was a gap of 2 whole realms between them. Logically speaking, this should be an unbreachable gap for any cultivator, no matter how skilled a fighter one was, and yet, the other party was actually able to neutralize his palm strike with such ease and even knock him back at that. Too frightening. King Zhongqing was not the only one astonished by the happenings. Vice Pavilion Master Tian was startled as well. Zhang Xian's fighting prowess had far surpassed his imagination. Such an outcome had never flashed across his mind. Not even once. No wonder you dared to act so arrogantly, so you do have something up your sleeves. However, if this is all you got, I'll make sure you dearly regret your actions. Gesturing to Vice Pavilion Master Tian that he didn't have to make a move, King Zhongqing roared furiously as he flicked his 5 fingers forth furiously. At the same time, he flicked his wrist forcefully, and his palm fell downward with a shape reminiscent of a lotus leaf. 3 Autumn Palm. Zhang Xian recognized the battle technique. Having browsed through all of the books in the Combat Master Hall's martial arts division and internalized them, he couldn't be any more familiar with this battle technique. 3 Autumns of Osmanthus. 10 Li of Lotus Flower. The might of this technique was comparable to the Grand Constellation Finger, and it was relatively famous for its difficulty within the Combat Master Hall. There were many combat masters who had to spend decades on it before managing to achieve some degree of mastery in it. Yet, King Zhongqing had actually managed to achieve a mastery of major accomplishment in it. Such a formidable battle technique paired with the scarlet robe of carnage made the hall feel as if it had turned into a marshland. Crimson bloodied lotuses bloomed one after another eerily, and it felt as if they would reap the soul and life of those who dared to approach them. This is indeed a powerful battle technique. Even Division Head Liao and the others would have to retreat temporarily before its immense might. But it's a pity that you picked the wrong opponent. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian took a step forward instead of retreating, stepping right upon one of the scarlet lotuses. He raised his finger and tapped forward. Wang! The brilliance of the stars shimmered on his fingertip, outshining even the radiance of the night illumination pearls embedded on the roof. A furious surge of Jinqi burst forth from his fingertip, tearing apart the 3 Autumn Palm in an instant. In the next moment, blood spurted wildly from King Zhongqing's mouth, and he was forced to retreat in a fluster yet again. A few steps later, his back crashed heavily onto the wall behind him. Walala! Dust fell from the ceiling, cloaking his figure. You know of the flaws of the 3 Autumn Palm? King Zhongqing couldn't believe his eyes. Under normal circumstances, given that the Grand Constellation Finger and 3 Autumn Palm were 2 battle techniques of equivalent might, even if they were to clash directly with one another, he shouldn't have suffered such an utter defeat. But, somehow, Zhang Xian seemed to have found the flaws in his technique and aimed his attack directly at it, causing his Jinqi to wither. As a result, his offense was subdued in an instant, causing him to sustain severe injuries. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to explain anything to King Zhongqing at all. Placing his hands behind his back loftily, he calmly turned to Sun Chong and said, "He has caused you great suffering, so how do you think we should deal with him? Since he used the golden soul lock to pierce my chest, it's only right to return the favor to him." Sun Chong spat through gritted teeth. "That's simple." Zhang Xian smiled softly as he raised his palm once more. Voila! The golden soul lock on the ground immediately flew into the air and slithered menacingly as if a vicious snake. On the other hand, seeing that Zhang Xian was actually discussing with a mere subordinate on how he should be dealt with, King Zhongqing felt deeply humiliated. His face turned crimson, and he bellowed furiously, "What are you all waiting for? Take him down." Voila! Right after those words were spoken, the guards standing in the surroundings immediately charged forward with furious battle cries. Humph! Couldn't even be bothered to turn around. Xianxia stomped his feet on the ground. Voila! A surge of Jinqi rippled from his feet, and in the blink of an eye, the formation shrouding the hall came to life, blocking all of the guards outside. No matter how hard they knocked against the formation, it simply wouldn't budge. Even you are nothing to me. Do you think that a bunch of small fries will be able to stop me? Xianxia glanced at King Zhongqing coldly. Having mastered everything within the Combat Master Hall, Xianxia's prowess could be considered to be invincible amongst primordial spirit realm. Even if King Zhongqing was an exceptional cultivator, his strength still meant nothing before him. Voila! Right after saying those words, the golden soul lock rose up once more, seemingly ready to devour the figure before him whole. Vice Hall Master Tian, save me! In face of the monstrous strength of the young man before him, the desperate King Zhongqing could only turn to the elder beside him for help. This is enough. Any more than this, and I will have to issue a master-teacher arrest warrant on you. At this point, Vice Pavilion Master Tian could also see that King Zhongqing wasn't a match either. Shaking his head, he stepped forward and raised his palm, wanting to stop the Golden Soul Lock from making a move against King Zhongqing. However, in that instant, with a loud whiz, a massive cauldron abruptly fell from the sky. Put on. It fell straight on the head of Vice Pavilion Master Tian, causing the latter to collapse onto the ground, sprawled over in a Da shape. Master, where is the fellow whom you want me to pummel? Watch as I reduce that bastard to cinders for you. Xianxia, Vice Pavilion Master Tianqing. The one who was speaking was the Golden Origin Cauldron. Xianxia had learned spirit enchantment previously at the Spirit Awakener Guild, and in the 3 days he spent in the Combat Master Hall, he found some spare time to wake the Golden Origin Cauldron up from its coma. It might have been a difficult feat for any other Spirit Awakener, but as one who had cultivated the Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art, as long as he were to be a bit more meticulous, it actually wasn't something too difficult to achieve. Prior to heading to entering the Qiu Wu Palace, the Golden Origin Cauldron had already been at Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. While the onslaught of the lightning had caused its spirit to go dormant, it had also tempered it, allowing it to achieve a breakthrough swiftly after it awoke from its coma, achieving the same level of strength as Wuxia, half leaving Aperture Realm. As long as Xianxia could find fitting materials to reforge it, it was only a matter of time before it achieved a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm. Given the Golden Origin Cauldron rise in power, as well as the advantage it wielded as a Saint Intermediate Tier artifact, Vice Pavilion Master Tian was already smashed into the ground before he could even process what was going on. Truly a pitiful state he was in. He's right below you. I only asked you to stop him, not to kill him. Seeing how unreliable the Golden Origin Cauldron was, smashing Vice Pavilion Master Tian into the ground as soon as it appeared, Xianxia slapped his forehead, speechless. Can't you at least take a look before making a move? Look at what you have done. Now that a vice head of the Master Teacher Pavilion had been smacked into the ground, how should this matter be resolved? He's below me? Taken aback, the Golden Origin Cauldron slowly shifted sideward before seeing a huge Da character on the ground with a figure embedded in it. Ah, Master, I didn't do it on purpose, the Golden Origin Cauldron said apologetically. You're courting death. Hong Long. Before the Golden Origin Cauldron could finish his words, Vice Pavilion Master Tian abruptly flew out from the depression of the ground, and powerful aura burst from his acupoints, rippling into the surroundings. At this point, he felt so furious that he could explode on the spot. For the person who commanded the entire Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to be crushed beneath the bottom of a mere Saint-tier artifact, he felt so humiliated that he could just blow up. Xianxia, it is insubordination for you to order your Saint-tier artifact to assault a 7-star Master Teacher. This is a blatant disregard for the dignity of the way of teacher, a complete lack of respect for your elders. A person like you isn't worthy of being a Master Teacher. Roaring furiously, Vice Pavilion Master Tian thrust his palm towards Xianxia. It must be said that the might wielded by Vice Pavilion Master Tian was indeed fearsome. Even King Zhongqing was nowhere on par with him. That single palm strike caused the surrounding air current to suddenly billow furiously, and it felt as if the entire hall would collapse under the pressure at any time soon. Your opponent is me. Seeing that the other party was attempting to attack its owner, the Golden Origin Cauldron roared in anger. It wasn't easy for it to regain consciousness, and it had been wanting to find an opportunity to perform before its master. Yet, that fellow actually snubbed him and went straight for its owner. This was unforgivable. Hula! The massive cauldron flung itself forcefully towards Vice Pavilion Master Tian. Pong! The incredible momentum of the charging cauldron succeeded in neutralizing Vice Pavilion Master's palm strike in an instant. However, at the same time, the impact of the collision also caused the Golden Origin Cauldron to skid back for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. The both of them were actually equally matched. As expected of a vice head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, he is indeed formidable. Xianxia thought. If he had to face Vice Pavilion Master Tian in a straightforward battle, there was a very good chance that it would end in his defeat. While he was already invincible against all the primordial spirit realm cultivators, he was still a little lacking from being able to deal with half-leaving aperture realm experts. Knowing that it would take a long time before there was a conclusion for the battle between Vice Pavilion Master Qing and the Golden Origin Cauldron, Xianxia decisively turned his attention away from them and turned his sights back to King Zhongqing. It's your turn. You, Vice Pavilion Master Qing, is here. If you were to make a move against me here, there's no way he will let you off. You're courting death. King Zhongqing roared furiously. All along, he had thought that the figure he was going to deal with was just an insignificant figure from an insignificant land. As long as he were to pull his weight, the other party would surely be swiftly cave in. Who could have thought that the other party was not only strong? He was even brazen enough to make a move against the Vice Pavilion Master Qing. Formalities were extremely important to master teachers. After all, only one who conducted himself properly could be qualified to lecture others, and assaulting a higher-ranked master teacher was a severe breach of the formalities. If the Master Teacher Pavilion were to judge the other party for this matter, being stripped of his Master Teacher license could be said to be the least of his concerns. More than that, he could very well be executed on the spot to make an example for others to see. And yet, to do so for a mere subordinate, was that fellow insane? Whether I am courting death or not, it's none of your business. However, for hurting my butler, you have to pay the price. Xianxia uttered coldly as he flicked his wrist. Voila! The golden soul lock suddenly leaped up and pierced King Zhongqing. Puha! Stabbed right into his chest. The golden soul lock had the ability to seal cultivation. As soon as it entered King Zhongqing's body, the latter's aura immediately began wilting. The excruciating pain of a foreign object piercing into his body left him spasming frenziedly, and for that moment, he thought that he would go insane from the pain. He's powerless now. Go and exact your vengeance. Xianxia waved his hand leisurely. In his heart, Sun Chang was as important as his direct disciples. The other party's act of kidnapping Sun Chang and deploying heavy torture on him had truly touched his bottom line, and it was already an act of mercy that he didn't kill the other party on the spot. Yes. Sun Chang walked up to King Zhongqing, and gazing down on the latter, he sneered. You had fun kidnapping me, didn't you? You should have a taste of your own medicine. He flicked his wrist, whipped out a dagger, and swiped it right into King Zhongqing's body. Even though King Zhongqing was a primordial spirit realm expert, he hadn't cultivated his body to a nigh indestructible level like Xianxia, and his cultivation was also sealed by the golden soul lock as well. As such, the dagger sunk right into King Zhongqing's body, and blood began flowing out from his body. You! The immense pain caused King Zhongqing to howl in agony. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Sun Chang whipping out a jar of salt from somewhere and spreading it generously on his wound. Bear with it. I'll help you apply some medicine now. King Zhongqing, after applying a fair amount of salt on the wound, Sun Chang picked up his dagger once more, brandished it to create another wound, and proceeded on to apply salt on it as well. Xianxia, having watched the happenings up to this point, couldn't help but avert his gaze. It was simply too cruel. However, he could tell that the Sun Chong had been put through far more brutal torture than this while healing him up previously. In a sense, Sun Chong's rage and means weren't unjustified. On the other side, Vice Pavilion Master Tian and the Golden Origin Cauldron were still battling with one another, and both sides were equally matched. Thus, Xianxia turned his sights to Mingzhen instead. The ex-vice head of the Poison Hall had attempted to escape as soon as he realized that the situation had gone awry, but the activated formation around the hall not only prevented those outside from entering, it also prevented those within from leaving. Seeing that Xianxia was staring at him intently, Mingzhen backed away in horror. "Come over!" Xianxia roared. With a flick of his wrist, Mingzhen suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him right in front of Xianxia before binding him tightly, preventing him from moving. Xianxia set up an isolation barrier with a wave of his hand to prevent Luo Qiqi and the others from hearing anything before asking coldly, "What happened to the Poison Hall? Where is Elder Suyu and the others? Why you? How do you know about Suyu?" Mingzhen was astonished to hear that name coming out of Xianxia's mouth. Back then, when Xianxia headed to the Poison Hall, he had disguised him and assumed the identity of Sun Chong. As such, Mingzhen was unable to recognize the young man standing before him. "Wait, it can't be that. You are Sun Chong?" Mingzhen was no fool either. It took only a moment for him to understand what was going on, and his eyes narrowed in horror. "Not bad. I hope that you can remain this intelligent when you answer my questions." Xianxia's lips curled up as he patted Mingzhen's shoulders, sending a surge of Jinqi into the other party's body. Ah! The Jinqi within Mingzhen's body warped into lethal poison, leaving cold sweat pouring down his convulsing body. Not even Poison Master Hai and the others were able to endure the agony of the Heaven's Path Jinqi, let alone him. "You are a master teacher. It's already a grievous crime for you to disregard Vice Pavilion Master Tian's authority. If you were to kill me, the Master Teacher Pavilion will conduct a thorough investigation of you." Clenching his fists to bear the unbearable pain, Mingzhen said. Knowing that the man before him had a close relationship with Elder Suyu, he swiftly realized that the young man could possibly hold a grudge against him due to his actions which resulted in the annihilation of the Poison Hall. As such, he hurriedly said those words in hopes that he could convince the other party to stop. "It seems like you aren't as intelligent as I thought. I only want to hear things I want to hear. Since you know that I'm the successor of the Poison Hall's founder, you should also know that I have the means to end your life discreetly without having anyone trace it back to me." Xianxia replied impassively. It might have been difficult for any other master teachers to kill an individual without having the Master Teacher Pavilion trace the case back to them, but Xianxia was a poison master. He had many ways of killing a person without leaving behind any clues to him. Hearing those bone-chilling words, Mingzhen realized that the other party would really do so without any hesitation. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "Back then, after I fled from the Poison Hall, I headed straight here." "You headed towards Qingyuan City? You are acquainted with King Zhongqing beforehand?" Xianxia asked. After fleeing from the Poison Hall, in order to ensure that no one would pursue him, he would surely head in a direction where he deemed that he would be safe. The fact that he chose to head here meant that it was likely that he had already known King Zhongqing beforehand, and he was certain that the latter could provide him cover. "That's right, we have some business dealings with one another. I sold him quite a handful of lethal poison, and in exchange he gave me many valuable cultivation resources," Mingzhen confessed. Hearing those words, Xianxia's face turned grim. It seemed like Yu Feier's news was accurate. However, instead of being a poison master himself, King Zhongqing just had dealings with the Poison Hall. Nevertheless, there were still some doubts about the matter. "You said that he purchased lethal poison from you, but is he able to use it?" Xianxia frowned. Putting aside the concoction of poison, the usage of poison was also an incredibly profound art as well. Even if those who weren't poison masters were to obtain lethal poison, they would only be able to use it crudely, making it highly possible that they would be discovered. This was the case with Yu Su back then as well. Despite receiving lethal poison from the otherworldly demonic tribe, his ability to utilize poison was lacking, which prevented him from using it too often. I don't know about that. However, he has an exceptionally high demand for high-grade poisons. Most of the grade 7 poisons which I have applied by the headquarters ended up being sold to him. Mingzhen dared not to hide anything from Xianxia. I see. Xianxia replied as he shot a doubtful gaze towards King Zhongqing. That fellow was an honored king of Qingyuan Empire, and there didn't seem to be any incidents where the other party used the poison he had purchased to commit atrocities. As such, despite being a master teacher, he wasn't in a good position to interfere too much in this matter either. Otherwise, it could very well cause some strife between Qingyuan Empire and the Master Teacher Pavilion. Since King Zhongqing was the one to provoke him through Sun Chong first, Zhang Xian's actions could still be justified as self-defense. However, if he wanted to have King Zhongqing indicted for the purchase of poison, he would have to go through the royal court. What happened to Su Yu and the others? Zhang Xian turned his attention back to Mingzhen and asked. I spent my whole life toiling for the poison hall, only to be sentenced to a death penalty in the end. Indignant, I sought King Zhongqing, hoping to use his hand to return me justice. Yet, wanting to make use of this incident to win himself some merit, King Zhongqing ignored my opposition and captured everyone from the poison hall. Those who retaliated against him back then have all been killed. At this point, bitterness surfaced on Mingzhen's face. As much as I hate Su Yu and the others for putting me in such a plight, I still view myself as a member of the poison hall. It's honestly not my wish to see this happen. Mingzhen shook his head. What was done was done. Nothing he said would change anything at this point in time. However, I can tell you that Elder Su Yu isn't dead yet. He isn't dead yet? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Where is he then? Putting his trust in Zhang Xian, Elder Su had taken him to the poison hall. If the latter were to die as a result of that, he would surely feel deeply guilty. He was captured by King Zhongqing and is currently being held in the underground prison, Mingzhen said. Underground prison? That's all I know. It seems like King Zhongqing has spared them in order to have Elder Su and the others concoct a more formidable poison for him, but I don't know many details about the matter, Mingzhen explained. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. Regardless of what King Zhongqing was up to, it was enough for him to know that Elder Su and the others were still alive. However, this was not the time to save them yet. Otherwise, the others would surely use this as an excuse to attack him and pin some kind of crime on him. After some questioning, Zhang Xian confirmed that Elder Su and the others were still fine at the moment, and he heaved a sigh of relief. You are currently afflicted with my poison, and only I have the cure for it. You are an intelligent man, so I believe I need not tell you what you should and shouldn't say. Why yes. Mingzhen nodded hurriedly. The young man before him was an individual who could even poison Hall Master Rua's dark gold venom beetle, and not even Poison Master Bai and Poison Master Hai from the headquarters dared oppose him. His mastery in the way of poison could be said to have reached an unfathomable level, a level that Mingzhen would never be able to achieve. Since that was the case, the only option left for him was to follow the other party's orders obediently. His questions having been answered, Zhang Xian released the isolation barrier around him with a wave of his hand. Pung 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 pung. As soon as the barrier was released, a series of crashing sounds echoed in his ears. Raising his gaze, he saw that Vice Pavilion Master Tian was still battling with the Golden Origin Cauldron. With blazing flames burning within it, it was apparent that the Golden Origin Cauldron was using all its might to attack Vice Pavilion Master Tian. On the other hand, Vice Pavilion Master Tian also did not seem to be faring too well against the Golden Origin Cauldron's relentless attack. A trail of blood was flowing down the corner of his lips, signifying that he had already suffered considerable internal injuries. As powerful as Vice Pavilion Master Tian was, the Golden Origin Cauldron was no pushover either. For the time being, it seemed like the fight would still go on for quite some time more before it reached a conclusion. After noting that the Golden Origin Cauldron was not at a disadvantage against Vice Pavilion Master Tian, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to King Zhongqing. At this moment, King Zhongqing's body was completely covered in blood. There were at least 50 small holes on his body, sliced open by Sun Chong. His breathing was extremely weak and erratic, and it felt like he might just pass away at any moment. "You blind fool! How dare you torture me? You must not know whose butler I am?" Sun Chong bellowed as he brandished the sharp dagger in his hand furiously, venting the grievances he had suffered before. Xianxia shook his head. "Sun Chong, calm down. Don't accidentally kill him in the heat of the moment." "Don't worry, young master." Hearing the order, Sun Chong nodded before whipping out a bottle of chili and spraying it over King Zhongqing's wounds. Seeing that King Zhongqing might really die if Sun Chong was left to do as he pleased, he was just about to step forward to stop him when Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier suddenly walked over with deeply worried looks. "Zhang Shi, it won't be easy to resolve the situation after blowing it up to this extent," Yu Feier remarked worriedly. Zhang Xian had done it to save Sun Chong, but still, the other party was still the first king of the Qingyuan Empire and the most authoritative vice-head of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. To pummel them viciously, if news of the matter reached the Master-Teacher Pavilion, this could become a huge issue. At best, only his Master-Teacher license would be revoked. "It's no problem. If it were any other Master-Teacher, I would not dare do something like this. However, if it's this Vice Pavilion Master Tian, then there won't be a problem at all." Zhang Xian shook his head as he mentally calculated the time. After which, he whipped out a jade token and tapped on it lightly, sending a message out. "There won't be a problem at all?" The duo was unable to comprehend Zhang Xian's words. Vice Pavilion Master Tian could be considered one of the most esteemed and authoritative individuals in the Qingyuan Empire, so how could there be no problem at all? There's no doubt that King Zhongqing has colluded with the Poison Hall, but not only did this Vice Pavilion Master Tian fail to investigate the matter clearly, he even shifted the blame toward me. There is bound to be something more between them. Zhang Xian shook his head. Previously, he had indeed been a little hesitant to use forceful measures due to Vice Pavilion Master Tian's appearance. However, when the latter issued an unfair judgment, he recalled the various news he had heard before, and a realization dawned upon him. Even if Vice Pavilion Master Tian chose to side with King Zhongqing due to their prior relationship, the latter's claim isn't entirely unjustified, so it can't be considered collusion, can it? Luo Qiqi frowned. Indeed, there isn't sufficient evidence to conclusively prove that Vice Pavilion Master Tian is colluding with King Zhongqing. There are a few things that you are unaware of, and it isn't convenient for me to talk about it for the time being. Don't worry, Wu Shi will deal with the situation once he arrives, Zhang Xian replied. On the other hand, seeing how confident Zhang Xian was about the matter, Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier heaved a sigh of relief. Young master, I'm done teaching King Zhongqing a lesson. At this moment, Sun Chong was finally done scattering his chili powder, and he returned with a satisfied look on his face. The previous frustration and indignation he had suffered from the other party's torture had vanished without a trace. Zhang Xian swiftly turned around to look at King Zhongqing, only to see the latter breathing feebly, as if he would breathe his last breath at any moment. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian eventually stepped forward and retrieved a gourd of fine wine with a flick of his wrist. He tilted the other party's neck upwards and forced the gourd of wine into the other party's mouth. The black-robed young man from before, Butler Qin, was roughly around the same cultivation realm as him, and Ming Zhen was only slightly stronger than him, so he could still afford to directly infuse his Heaven's Path Xinqi into their bodies without them noticing. On the other hand, King Zhongqing was a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert. With the enhanced perception of his primordial spirit, it would not be too difficult for him to notice the presence of the Heaven's Path Xinqi. The Heaven's Path Xinqi was one of his greatest secrets, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Tzzzzzzzz. The wine flowed down King Zhongqing's throat, and it did not take long for the wounds inflicted on the latter by Sun Chong to vanish without a trace. While Zhang Xian's current cultivation was 2 realms lower than King Zhongqing, his Heaven's Path Xinqi was still sufficiently potent to heal the latter's wounds easily. Young master, seeing Zhang Xian heal King Zhongqing, Sun Chong could not help but sigh in disappointment. If only the young master had told him that they were going to heal the other party, he would have been far more vicious. He would have made many more decisive cuts and scattered more salt and pepper, and the vengeance would have felt far more fulfilling. Noting Sun Chang's response, Xianxia shook his head and said, "He can't die now, and there mustn't be any wounds on him either. Otherwise, things might get troublesome." As he spoke, he poured a few more mouthfuls of fine wine down the other party's throat. This time, however, he chose to hide the Heaven's Path Xinqi within the other party's body instead. After he was done, he turned back to Sun Chang. "What happened? How did you get captured by King Zhongqing's men?" In truth, Zhang Xian had been rather perplexed about this matter. In the first place, there should have been many people who went by the name Sun Chang in the world. If one were to shout the name on the street, many passers-by would surely turn their heads around and respond. Yet, of all the possible people, King Zhongqing had chosen to capture him and even deeply believed that he was the one they were looking for. Upon hearing those questions, Sun Chang scratched his head in embarrassment. Seeing Sun Chang's reaction, Zhang Xian knew that there was more to the matter than there seemed. Frowning, he ordered grimly, "Speak! Yesterday, I went out to search for good food to eat. I walked into a restaurant, and right after I took a seat, I heard a group just beside me talking discreetly, and I thought that I heard my name." As Sun Chang spoke, his face grew redder and redder. "Young master, you also know that I'm quite a nosy person. When I heard my name, I went up to them to ask them what they were talking about. They said that they were looking for a person going by the name of Sun Chang who possesses astounding strength and unparalleled talent, an individual truly favored by the heavens. When I heard that, I naturally thought that the person they had described had an uncanny resemblance with me. Thus, I secretly told them that my name is Sun Chang, and after that, they knocked me out." Zhang Xian was rendered speechless before even hearing the entire explanation. To think that this would be the situation. He had long known what type of person his butler was, but still, this was truly ridiculous. Did he really have to leap at every opportunity to pose? Honestly, from whom did he learn this from? Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. "Geez, he sure is a worrisome fellow. If only he was half as low profile as me. No matter where he went, he would do his best to ensure that he kept a low profile. He would never boast or showcase his capabilities and accomplishments in public, and he would never cause trouble either. If there was a perfect example of a humble man, he would definitely be it. And yet, his butler just had to go around boasting here and there. He could still afford to talk big in smaller places like Tianxian Kingdom, but to actually do it in Qingyuan City, which was filled with countless experts, that was no different from courting death. In a sense, Sun Chang brought his plight upon himself. Hopefully, he would learn after this incident and not act as recklessly as before. Knowing his own mistakes, Sun Chang lowered his head apologetically. "Young master, I dare not do so in the future." His young master always managed to pull off his posing, and motivated by the other party's successes, Sun Chang had long wanted to give it a try himself. When he heard the others showering him with praises, he had thought that his time had come, so he had leaped at the opportunity. And yet, he had ended up being pummeled badly. This sure was stifling. "When we return, you will go into seclusion," Zhang Xian ordered. "If you aren't able to reach Saint Realm within 3 months, I'll have you scram." "Yes." Hearing that he had to reach Saint Realm within 3 months, a bitter look surfaced on Sun Chang's face. Ignoring his conceited and boastful butler, Zhang Xian turned his attention back to the battle above him. "Young master, that fellow is simply too powerful. I can't defeat him alone. Quick, give me some pointers." By this point, the Golden Origin Cauldron had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The tide of the battle was completely on Vice Pavilion Master Tion's side, and anxious. The cauldron quickly turned to Zhang Xian for help. Zhang Xian shook his head and said, "In a battle, using just brute strength won't work. There's a Ming Men located on the Jianhai acupoint on his waist. Give it a try." "Alrighty." Hearing those words, the Golden Origin Cauldron roared excitedly and charged furiously toward Vice Pavilion Master Tian. "You?" Not expecting the young man below to be able to uncover his flaws so easily, Vice Pavilion Master Tian panicked. He swiftly retreated in fear. Seeing that Vice Pavilion Master Tian was retreating, Xianxia continued speaking swiftly. Do a constriction in his meridians when he gathers Jinqi before his chest. There's a moment when the might of his attack will diminish for roughly 0.3 seconds. That is a good opportunity to launch a counterattack against him. As soon as the battle began, Xianxia had compiled a book on the other party in the Library of Heaven's Path, and when he flipped it open, he found that it was filled with flaws. Of them, the greatest flaw lay in the other party's primordial spirit. In normal circumstances, a half-leaving aperture realm cultivator should have an extraordinarily powerful primordial spirit, but the other party's primordial spirit was filled with flaws. This peculiar situation had left Xianxia slightly bewildered. However, this was not the time to bother with the matter. What was more important was helping the Golden Origin Cauldron win the battle. Hong Long. With Xianxia's pointers, Vice Pavilion Master Tian found the tide of the battle swiftly turning against him. In just a few breaths, he had already spurted several mouthfuls of blood, and his expression had turned livid. At this rate, I'll surely lose. The flaws that the other party had pointed out so easily were all fatal weaknesses that could easily cost him his life. In normal circumstances, those flaws should not have been apparent to anyone else. Even true leaving aperture realm experts would have struggled to find them. Yet, Xianxia was able to list them one after another without any errors. This had truly left him deeply frenzied. This won't do. I have to kill that fellow. Otherwise, the one who will die is me. Clenching his jaws furiously, a hint of callousness flashed through his eyes. With a powerful step, Vice Pavilion Master Tian's body warped into a shadow, bypassing the Golden Origin Cauldron, heading straight for Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was in the midst of speaking to the Golden Origin Cauldron. He had not thought that the other party would go for him so abruptly. Before he could even react, the other party's attack was right before him. Teacher! Xianxia! Young master! Everyone's face warped in horror. Everyone anxiously rushed to Xianxia's side. The haughty young man who seemed to have the entire situation in his grasp a moment ago had already fainted, and a trail of blood was flowing down the edge of his lips. With just a look, it was apparent that he had suffered severe injuries. You bastards! I'll kill you! Luo Qiqi and the others roared furiously as they glared at Vice Pavilion Master Tian menacingly, seemingly wanting to devour him whole. Oblivious to their glares, Vice Pavilion Master Tian was completely dumbstruck by the situation. Everything had happened so smoothly that he could hardly believe his eyes. He had confidence in his strength, but judging from how the young man had been able to easily subdue King Zhongqing, the young man should have been able to dodge his attack as well. Because of that, he had prepared many follow-up moves for when his initial assault inevitably failed. Yet, who would have thought that the most troublesome individual would be subdued with a single strike? And more importantly, even though it had happened for a very brief instant, he could have sworn that he saw the other party shifting his body slightly to complement his offense, seemingly fearing that he would miss the attack. To think that an individual would willingly take his palm strike, this was truly... His palm harnessed immense strength that could crush a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert with ease. Was that not as good as courting death? Just as Vice Pavilion Master Tian was completely bewildered by the situation before him, a loud roar suddenly echoed through the hall. Turning around, he saw the golden soul lock falling from King Zhongqing's body. The countless wounds on his body recovered at a visible rate, and within less than 2 breaths, he had already returned to his peak state, as if the torture he had undergone previously was nothing more than a brief nightmare. When did that fellow obtain such formidable saint medicine? Vice Pavilion Master Tian was rather close with King Zhongqing, but he had never heard that the latter had a medicine that was capable of swiftly healing one's wounds. That was already comparable to the mystical means that Xianxia had used on Sun Chang previously. I'll kill you. Having recovered fully, King Zhongqing swiftly recalled the humiliation he had been put through just a moment ago. With a furious battle cry, he immediately charged toward the unconscious Xianxia. Along the way, he flicked his wrist and whipped out a sharp sword before brandishing it forcefully toward the latter. In the previous battle, he had been subdued the whole time, depriving him of any opportunity to wield his weapon. Now that he knew how fearsome the enemy was, he knew that hesitation would be his downfall, so he decisively chose to execute his strongest defensive technique right from the very start. Tzzzzzzzz. A surge of sword chi burst across the room with a deafening sonic boom. Before this powerful sword art, even a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert would have to back down temporarily. Don't you dare hurt him! Luo Qiqi, Yu Fei'er, and Sun Chong raised their weapons simultaneously to protect Xianxia. Pong! 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 With 3 deep thuds, Xianxia's 3 allies were sent flying into the wall nearby. Their faces flushed crimson from the impact, and blood spewed wildly from their mouths. The gap between them and a true Saint Fordan expert was simply too huge. They did not stand a chance at all. Die! After knocking the trio back, King Zhongqing continued slashing his blade toward Xianxia, desiring to slice him in two. Hold it right there! At this moment, a furious bellow echoed, following which, King Zhongqing felt a powerful surge of Jinqi morphing into a barrier right before Xianxia, protecting the latter. Despite the incredible might behind his sword, he found that he was unable to break that Jinqi barrier. Instead, the momentum he wielded in his offense seemed to backfire against him. The sword in his hand bounced back upon striking the barrier, flying back toward him. Puha! Everything happened so fast that King Zhongqing could not even react. Before he knew it, his sword had already pierced his shoulder, and the powerful rebound sent him flying. He crashed into the wall, and the sword in his shoulder ended up lodged in the wall, leaving him hanging in midair like a scarecrow. Ah! The excruciating pain caused a roar of agony to escape from King Zhongqing's mouth. Considering that he wielded a sword in hand and he had more than enough time to build up the momentum in his offense to the peak, his attack could be said to have reached the level of half-leaving Aperture Realm experts. On the other hand, the other party had set up the Jinqi barrier hastily to protect Xianxia, and yet the barrier was still strong enough to cause his attack to rebound against him. Just how powerful was the other party? Voila! Before King Zhongqing's horrified gaze, 2 figures appeared before Xianxia, with anxious looks on their faces. Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang. The 2 figures were Elder Wu Rufang from the Master Teacher Pavilion and Hall Master Xing Tianming from the Combat Master Hall. After taking a closer look, they realized that Xianxia had already lost consciousness due to how dire his injuries were. With a livid face, Hall Master Xing stood up and roared, "To attempt to murder a master teacher in public, Tianqing. How dare you?" Boom! Enraged, Hall Master Xing flicked his arm furiously. Vice Pavilion Master Tian was about to explain himself, but before he could say a word, he was knocked to the ground by a powerful slap, and huge spurts of blood spewed from his mouth. He had not even been a match for Hall Master Xing when the latter was still at half-leaving Aperture Realm, let alone when the latter had achieved a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm. After knocking down Vice Pavilion Master Tian, Hall Master Xing roared, "Men! Apprehend those 2 fellows! Walala!" Upon hearing the command, Division Head Liao, Division Head Zhou, Division Head Qin, and Division Head Yen rushed out from the shadows, and in the blink of an eye, they had already sealed the cultivation of the duo and captured them. Despite being at Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle as well, the same cultivation realm as King Zhongqing, they were combat masters, the representation of the strongest fighting prowess in their cultivation realm. It would be a difficult fight against them even when the duo was in their peak state, let alone their current severely injured states. Principal Zhang. After apprehending the 2 culprits, Hall Master Xing took out a recovery pill and fed it to Xianxia, following which, he used his Jinqi to help the latter assimilate the medicinal energy within the pill, and only then did the Xianxia slowly come to. "You are finally here," Xianxia said faintly with a relieved smile. He weakly turned his gaze toward Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Zhongqing before continuing. "There might be some kind of misunderstanding between us. I hope that you won't hurt them." Pooh! Before Xianxia could finish his words, more blood spurted from his mouth. Principal Zhang. Seeing that the other party was still speaking on the behalf of those 2 bastards, Wu Shi and Hall Master Xing could not help but feel a little bitter for him. It was those 2 bastards who had reduced him to his current state, and yet, he was still magnanimously asking for them to be spared. Where else could one find another individual as forgiving as that? He sure was kind to a fault. On the other hand, King Xianxia and Vice Pavilion Master Tian felt deeply frenzied as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. It was just a moment ago that Vice Pavilion Master Tian had been wondering why Xianxia chose to take his attack face-on, and it turned out that he was biding his time. Now, the ones who were severely injured were the other party, and when Hall Master Xing and Wuxia appeared, King Xianxia even nearly managed to claim Xianxia's life. How were they supposed to explain themselves in such a situation? Xianxia was the one who made a move against us. He used that cauldron to. Anxious, Vice Pavilion Master Tian turned around and pointed to where Ding Ding was previously, only to find that the cauldron that had arrogantly been threatening to reduce him to cinders a moment ago had vanished without a trace. The other party had actually managed to stow the cauldron back into his storage ring within the short period of time. "Shut your mouth!" Division Head Liao slapped Vice Pavilion Master Tian out of sheer anger, knocking the latter's mouth out of place. Principal Zhang had made such great contributions to their Combat Master Hall, and they had not even managed to show their gratitude to him yet when this fellow suddenly stepped in and reduced their benefactor to such a tragic state. If not for the other party's identity as a master teacher, they would have surely killed him on the spot. Unforgivable. This was truly something unforgivable. Ignoring Vice Pavilion Master Tian, Wuxia turned to Xianxia and asked, "Principal Zhang, can you tell us what happened? Save them first?" Xianxia weakly raised a finger and pointed toward Luo Qiqi and the others. "All right." Hall Master Xing raised a hand, and a division head quickly fed the trio a recovery pill each. Seeing that the three of them were fine, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He then weakly turned his attention back to Wuxia and said, "Wuxia, do you still remember the matter concerning the news of the ancient domain being leaked to the otherworldly demonic tribe? Back then, old Principal Zhang Yinxiu had attempted to report the discovery of the ancient domain to the headquarters, only to have his intelligence covered up by a spy in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. After fleeing from the Qiu Palace, the old principal had already explained the matter to them from the start to the end. Of course, Wuxia nodded. I have been looking into the matter since I returned, but I wasn't able to find any conclusive proof. I have been pursuing the matter as well, but in the midst of it, Sun Chang was suddenly kidnapped by the men of Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Xianxia. They accused me of colluding with the Poison Hall and claimed that I am unworthy of being a master teacher. They even said that they wanted to send me into the subterranean gallery to have me make up for my sins. Cough, cough. As Xianxia spoke, he gradually grew more and more agitated before coughing once more. They accused you of colluding with the Poison Hall and wanted to send you into the subterranean gallery? Hearing those words, Wuxia flung his sleeves wrathfully, and coldness surfaced in his eyes. Preposterous! How dare they slander an upright master teacher? Others might have been oblivious to the matter, but he knew full well that the young man before him was not only a celestial master teacher but also a celestial saint. In the entire history of the master teacher continent, there was only one figure who had achieved the same, Kong Shi. To accuse a celestial master teacher of colluding with the Poison Hall and attempt to send him to the subterranean gallery over it? Unpardonable. I refused to acknowledge their accusations, so they decided to force a confession out of me instead. You should also know that I am completely powerless against primordial spirit realm cultivators. It's fortunate that you came quickly, or else we might have lost our lives here, Xianxia said with a terrified yet relieved look on his face. Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Xianxia glanced at one another, and they nearly blew up on the spot. Completely powerless against primordial spirit realm cultivators? You call this being powerless? We were nearly pummeled to death by you. If there's anyone who is powerless here, it should be us, all right? The duo felt so indignant that they could have choked from the sheer frustration they felt. They wanted to refute the other party's words, but the combat masters had already sealed their movements, not allowing them to speak even a single word. On the other hand, Sun Chang, Luo Qiqi, and Yu Feier also exchanged glances, and their mouths twitched uncontrollably from the shamelessness that Xianxia was displaying. This was even more so for Yu Feier. She was rendered completely speechless by the sight before her. She had nearly lost her mind when she saw Xianxia lying unconscious on the ground after being struck squarely by King Zhongqing. But to think that he was just feigning weakness, with Wu Shi, Hall Master Xing, and many division heads witnessing Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Zhongqing attempting to murder him. Those two would never be able to cleanse their names. Previously, they had been worried about how Xianxia would resolve the situation after making a brazen move on the vice head of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Who would have thought that he had already prepared a pit for the duo to fall into? For those who dare to provoke Xianxia, they had best be prepared to fall to the lowest point of their life. With such thoughts in mind, the trio could not help but direct looks of sympathy toward Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Zhongqing. On the other hand, Wu Shi and Hall Master Xing nodded in agreement after hearing Xianxia's words. Indeed, I know your strength well. You aren't a match for primordial spirit realm cultivators. Wu Shi had spent a very long time together with Xianxia in the Qiuwu Palace, so he knew the latter's strength very well. It would have been difficult for him to even match a Saint 3 Dan cultivator, so how could he be a match for primordial spirit realm cultivators? As for Hall Master Xing, he had exchanged blows with Xianxia back at the Heart Division. While he had been surprised by the incredible reflexes that the latter had displayed during the battle, it had been apparent that the latter was still lacking the strength to stand against a primordial spirit cultivator head-to-head. Not to mention, his opponents were the vice head of the Master Teacher Pavilion and a king who had forged his name on the battlefield. Since Xianxia was not a match for them, less had to be said about Luo Qiqi and the others. I was truly desperate, so I could only send a message to all of you. After explaining the course of events, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief before lying on the ground, his breathing still faint from the severe injuries he had incurred. With just a look, it was clear that he had suffered grievous wounds. Even with the supplement of recovery pills, it was unlikely that he would make a full recovery anytime soon. The more Wu Shi thought about it, the more angered he felt. Turning to the duo, he harumphed coldly. On top of slandering a fellow master teacher, you even attempted to force a confession. Tianqing and King Zhongqing, the both of you sure are brazen. I shall have this matter reported to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and have them judge it. Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Zhongqing's faces paled. The pit that they had leaped into seemed to be a little too big in proportion. Slander? Force a confession? Report to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? Rather than a pit, it seemed like they had leaped into an abyss instead. What do you have to say for yourself? Wu Shi bellowed coldly. Woo-woo. Vice Pavilion Master Tian anxiously spoke. Release his seal, Hall Master Xing instructed. Division Head Liao nodded before striking the other party from the back. Vice Pavilion Master Tian immediately felt the surge of Jinqi that had been suppressing his movements being released, and he heaved a sigh of relief. With reddened eyes he cried, "He is lying. He's the one to make a move on us first." Enough! Hearing those words, Hall Master Xing stood up and glared at them sharply. The reason why I allowed you to speak is in view of the fact that you are a master teacher as well. I thought that you would at least repent on what you have done. And yet, all your mouth is capable of spouting is lies and more lies. Tell me, where has your dignity as a master teacher gone to? You said that he made a move on you? Even the strongest of the four of them only has a cultivation of Saint 2 Dan, and you are in King Zhongqing's manner at that. Do you honestly expect anyone to believe those words? Hall Master Xing was so angered that he could explode on the spot. Do you take me as a fool? At least come up with a more believable lie. The both of you are still well and kicking, and you still dared to claim that Principal Zhang made a move on you? Even if Principal Zhang had such intentions in mind, is he even a match for the both of you? Vice Pavilion Master Tian's body staggered in despair. But I am already telling the truth. Look at us, we are injured as well. Vice Pavilion Master Tian felt deeply stifled within, but he knew that the other party had already claimed the upper hand in this debate, and the fact that the other party had witnessed King Zhongqing attempting to kill Xianxia was truly disadvantageous to them. At this point, vehemently pushing their point forward would only incur the other party's repulse and disgust. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to direct the topic to something else for the time being. That person over there is known as Ming Zhen. Suppressing his indignation, Vice Hall Master Tian pointed to an elder standing by the side and said, "He is the vice head of a poison hall located in Hongyuan Empire. Not too long ago, he arrived at the manor to report Xianxia's butler, Sun Chong. He said that Sun Chong is a particularly powerful poison master, and a while ago, he had arrived at their poison hall to arrange for the founder of the poison hall to be escorted to the headquarters. In view of the safety of Qingyuan Empire, King Zhongqing had no choice but to apprehend Xianxia to interrogate him. Yet, who could have thought that he would attempt to forcefully take his butler away, thus resulting in this conflict? The vice head of the poison hall? Wuxia and the others swiftly turned their gazes towards Minjin. On the other hand, noticing so many master teachers and combat masters looking over towards him, Mingjun's face was scared pale. "You are from the poison hall?" Wuxia asked grimly. As a master teacher, he bore little goodwill to those from the poison hall. "That's right." Mingjun nodded as he flicked his wrist, taking out his poison master emblem and a token representing his identity as the vice head of the poison hall. After taking a look and confirming that there was no mistake, Wuxia frowned. "You are here to report Sun Chong?" He wasn't too familiar with Sun Chong, but since the latter was Principal Zhang's butler, how could he be a poison master? But of course, there was still a need to clarify things before coming to a conclusion. This? Ming Zhen's face distorted slightly, and after a long moment of hesitation, "Put on!" He kneeled to the ground. With reddened eyes, he exclaimed, "Wu Shi, I beg of you to redress the grievances of our poison hall." What happened? Seeing the other party's abrupt actions, Wu Shi's frown deepened. "King Zhongqing captured all of our comrades from the poison hall and imprisoned them in his underground prison. He coerced me to accuse Xianxia of that, or else he would kill my brothers. It's also out of desperation that I chose such a course of action. Wu Shi, I implore you to return us justice." Mingjun cried in grief. "You? Nonsense. Utter nonsense." Those words left both Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Zhongqing exploding on the spot. That fellow was clearly one of their own, and they were still depending on him to serve as their eyewitness. And yet, how could he turn against them at this crucial moment? "You said that we coerced you? You were the one who fled here after the poison hall exiled you. Furthermore, you were the one who willingly revealed the location of the poison hall, and that was why King Zhongqing was able to dispatch his soldiers to eradicate them. How in the world did you suddenly become a victim over a blink of an eye? And what did you say? We used the lives of your brothers to threaten you? You were the one who wanted to kill them in the first place. How could we use their lives to threaten you? Shut your mouths." Wu Shi flung his sleeves and bellowed furiously, after which, he turned his gaze back to the poison master and said, "You need not fear, continue speaking. Yes, if Wu Shi doubts my word, you can search King Zhongqing's underground prison. My brothers from the poison hall is currently being imprisoned there. If you were to find any falsehood in my words, I'm willing to accept any punishment." Mingjun cowered backward slightly, but the resolution in his eyes was apparent. It was as if he was deeply fearful, but for the sake of justice, he was willing to take a leap of faith and testify against the true masterminds. His body was still plagued with the other party's poison, so he knew what he should say and what he shouldn't. Furthermore, at this point, it was apparent that King Zhongqing and Vice Pavilion Master Tian was no match against Xianxia in terms of playing such trickery. Clearly, this was the best opportunity for him to leap out of the darkness and return to the light. "You!" The words spoken and the subtle gestures that hinted at a mix of fear and courage from Mingjun left Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Zhongqing so enraged that flames could erupt from their heads. If Mingjun had chosen to side with them, they would have been able to turn the tables on the other party. Yet, who could have thought that the latter's words would become the nail that sealed the lid of their coffin instead? On the other hand, Luo Qiqi, Sun Chong, and Yufei glanced at one another with their eyes widened and mouth agape in disbelief. There was only a brief exchange between Xianxia and that ex-vice head of the Poison Hall, and yet, he actually managed to convince the latter to side with them and speak completely different words from before. This was too formidable. With this, no matter which perspective they looked at the situation for, they were in an absolutely advantageous position. Even though Zhang Xian was the one who had insulted a 7-star master teacher despite possessing only the identity of a 6-star master teacher, flouting the rules of formalities at some point in time, the story had turned into the latter abusing his seniority to take advantage of Zhang Xian, intentionally attempting to accuse him of something he hadn't done. At this point in time, the duo would never be able to cleanse their reputation anymore. Head to the underground prison to take a look. Check if there are any poison masters there. Ignoring the despairing duo, Wuxia turned to a master teacher beside him and instructed. In this rescue operation, the Combat Master Hall wasn't the only one that had dispatched their forces. The Master Teacher Pavilion had also brought many master teachers over as well. When Wuxia received Zhang Xian's distress call on his Jade communication token, he immediately brought everyone that he could call upon in the Master Teacher Pavilion over, not daring to hesitate in the least. Yes, the Master Teacher quickly turned around and left. Not too long later, the Master Teacher returned and clasped his fist. Reporting to Wuxia and Hall Master Xing, in the underground prison of King Zhongqing Manor, there are indeed many captured poison masters, and every single one of them are severely injured. As I expected. Upon hearing that report, Wuxia's face turned incredibly awful. He turned around to look at Vice Pavilion Master Tian and sneered. To use the members of the Poison Hall to slander Principal Zhang. Vice Pavilion Master Tian, you can be assured that I'll report this matter in detail to the headquarters. Every single clue fitted together with pieces on the puzzle, forming a flawless story. At this point, there was no longer any need to listen to their explanation anymore. With the advancement of his cultivation to half-leaving Aperture Realm, as well as the merit he had accrued from exploring the Qiuwu Palace, he was swiftly promoted to become the other vice head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, putting him on equal standing as Vice Pavilion Master Tian. In terms of actual authority and influence, he was still beneath that of Vice Pavilion Master Tian, but considering that the latter had done something as immoral as this, he still held every right to investigate the matter. Vice Pavilion Master Tian glared at Zhang Xian hatefully, but at this point, he knew that there was nothing he could say that would change the situation anymore. He thought that it would be easier for them to deal with the latter by pinning a crime on him. This way, the matter wouldn't come back to bite them in the future, but who could have thought that the other party would actually use it against them? It must be said that Zhang Xian's adaptability was truly formidable. In just a short moment that they had let their guards down, they ended up falling for his trap. I hope to have Pavilion Master go deal with this matter personally. If the results then are still the same as what you have concluded here, I would have nothing to say about reporting this matter to the headquarters. Vice Pavilion Master Tian gritted his teeth and said. He could tell that Wuxia and Hall Master Xing had a deep relationship with Zhang Xian. At this rate, there was no way he would be able to cleanse himself of his suspicions. Just the very act of slandering and accusing another master teacher was more than sufficient for him to lose his current position. Perhaps he might even be stripped of his master teacher license. At this rate, he could only bank his hopes on Pavilion Master Go. With his involvement, perhaps there might still be hopes for a reversal. You want to have Pavilion Master Go to investigate this matter? Let me tell you this then. Your direct disciple has duped the intelligence regarding the existence of the ancient domain from the old principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia, 2 years back and relayed the intelligence to the otherworldly demonic tribe, nearly causing a calamity to occur. I have already looked into this matter, confirmed it, and reported it to Pavilion Master Go. And now you are intentionally slandering and accusing Principal Zhang. Even if you were to bring him in, nothing will change. Wuxia harumphed coldly. Vice Pavilion Master Tian's face paled. The reason why old Principal Xianxia and the others were hesitant to liaise with the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion after they were duped of their intelligence was because the person who had duped their intelligence had an exceptionally high standing, and he was the direct disciple of Vice Pavilion Master Tian. After Wu Shi returned, he had been looking into the case carefully, and he found concrete evidence to formally charge Vice Pavilion Master Tian's direct disciple of the matter. It was also due to this matter that Xianxia dared to make a move. In the first place, Vice Pavilion Master Tian was already under investigation, and yet the other party still dared to make a move against him. Since that was the case, he didn't mind pinning another accusation on him. And besides, even though it was more of a gut feeling at this point, there were quite a handful of doubtful points about Vice Pavilion Master Tian himself back in the short interaction they had earlier as well. Men, bring Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Zhongqing back to the Master Teacher Pavilion, Wu Shi instructed. Typically speaking, the Master Teacher Pavilion wouldn't deal with local officials easily. After all, such actions could easily result in dissension between the royal family and the Master Teacher Pavilion. However, the King Zhongqing's attempt to slander and accuse a Master Teacher of a crime had truly touched the bottom line of the Master Teacher Pavilion. This was an insult to the dignity of the #1 occupation in the world, so he had to be dealt with. Otherwise, if everyone were to regard Master Teachers as pushovers, how were they to maintain order in the world? Master Teachers mustn't be sullied. These weren't just mere words. Those who tried to climb over the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion would have to pay a corresponding price for their actions. Yes, the Master Teachers stepped forward and took the 2 men from the hands of Division Head Liao and the others before leaving the hall. After the duo was brought away, Wu Shi turned to Xianxia and asked worriedly, "Principal Zhang, are you still all right?" "I'm fine." Xianxia shook his head. With Luo Qiqi's support, he stood up and bowed apologetically. "Even though Vice Pavilion Master Tian was the first to make a move against me, it is a fact that I did retaliate against him, and that's against the formalities of the way of teacher. In order to make up for my mistakes, I have decided to crash the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion after I recover from my injuries. I hope that you can pardon me for this." "You want to crash our Master Teacher Pavilion?" Veins immediately popped up on Wu Shi's forehead. "If you're worrying about that matter, there's really no need to. Your actions constitute as self-defense, so there's no one who would say a thing about that matter. I'll also report this matter to the headquarters, so that no one will be able to use this matter against you in the future. If a Master Teacher were to truly err, there was only one way he could cleanse his crimes: pavilion crashing." Back then, in order to avenge Lu Chong, Xianxia had single-handedly challenged Shenyuan Empire, and in the midst of doing so, he had no choice but to fight against the head of the Regional Master Teacher Pavilion as well. That was against the formalities of the way of teacher, and that was also why he had to crash the Master Teacher Pavilion afterwards in order to cleanse his name. Pavilion crashing was the act of single-handedly challenging the trials set up by the Master Teacher Pavilion. It was equivalent to using the strength and wits of an individual to go against an entire Master Teacher Pavilion, and it was a nigh impossible to succeed. For this reason, there were only a small handful of people who had succeeded in pavilion crashing in the entire history of the Master Teacher Pavilion. However, while that rule may apply to others, when Wu Shi recalled the identity and incredible means of the young man before him, he dared not agree to it. Back in the Qiu Wu Palace, even he had willingly chosen to abide by the other party arrangement. Regardless from which aspect one was looking at, the young man before him was truly incredible. As formidable as the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion may be, Wu Shi had no confidence whether it would be able to remain standing after the latter had made his round on it. Furthermore, once the pavilion crashing succeeded, they would have to heed the other parties unconditionally, and that would be a true embarrassment to their Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Since Wu Shi has said such words, I'm reassured. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, after which he turned to Hall Master Xing and asked, "It's due to me that the members of the Poison Hall are implicated into this matter. May I trouble Hall Master Xing to take them back to the Combat Master Hall to take care of them for the time being?" "You want me to take them back to the Combat Master Hall?" Hall Master Xing was taken aback. Indeed, while Poison Masters have a poor reputation, if we could bring them over to our side as allies, that would surely be a great boost to our fighting forces. Without a doubt, they would prove to be a sharp edge in dealing against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Thus, if possible, I hope to have them join the Combat Master Hall and form a division of their own. Xianxia revealed his true intentions. Starve cleric, starve cleric. While he was not the one who had orchestrated the incident, it was partly due to him that the Poison Hall had ended up in its current state. If they were handed over to the Master Teacher Pavilion, many self-righteous individuals would surely speak up against them, and it was hard to say what kind of fate would befall them in the future. However, if they were to be taken to the Combat Master Hall instead, the situation would be entirely different. Not only would the Poison Masters be able to resolve their current crisis, they would also be given a new identity that would allow them to walk in the open. Just based on these two benefits alone, the Poison Masters would not reject his proposal. Additionally, if the Combat Master Hall could capitalize on the strength of the Poison Masters, their overall prowess would surely increase by leaps and bounds. That won't do. Hall Master Xing's face twitched, and he hurriedly waved his hands to reject the suggestion. Why not? Xianxia asked with a frown. As you know, Poison Masters are used to living carefree lives. I fear that it would be difficult for our Combat Master Hall to control them. Furthermore, as you know, the cultivation techniques that they practice are unorthodox and depraved. Master teachers look down upon this. Hall Master Xing shook his head. No matter what, the Combat Master Hall is still a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion. In order to raise their cultivation, Poison Masters reared poisonous bugs, consumed lethal poison, and even used their life force to cultivate goo. Most of their means had already breached the moral code of the Master Teachers. Combat Masters were a type of Master Teacher, so if they were to accept the Poison Masters, how would their peers view them in the future? Combat Masters did strive to obtain greater strength, but the means by which they did so were important as well. They had principles to follow, so they could not simply go around accepting everyone. That's simple. I'll teach them a new cultivation technique that is orthodox and upright. On top of that, I'll instruct them to heed Hall Master Xing's words, so you need not worry about being unable to control them, Xianxia said. It was indeed true that the horrific practices common in the cultivation of poison arts were unacceptable to the masses, but this was not a matter that was too difficult to resolve. As long as he imparted his simplified Heaven's Path poison art to them, not only would they be able to advance their cultivation swiftly, there would also be no need for them to resort to unorthodox means anymore. This, Hall Master Xing contemplated over the issue. It might have felt as if the young man before him was making light of the matter, but having seen the other party's capability in person, he had absolute trust that the other party would be able to pull it off. A person whose understanding of battle techniques was so deep that he could master a Saint low-tier battle technique to consummation 11 breaths after first looking at the manual might really be able to alter poison cultivation techniques to make them orthodox. If the person before him could resolve those two problems, accepting the Poison Masters into the Combat Master Hall was something that he could consider. After all, it was indeed the truth that the addition of Poison Masters to their ranks would bolster their forces considerably. Putting everything aside, it was precisely due to the usage of poison that King Zhongqing had been able to rise to his current rank within a short 20 years. At this point, Wuxia suddenly interjected. While Poison Masters have a poor reputation, the fact that the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters have never ordered their elimination shows that there's a purpose to the existence of the Poison Master occupation, and that they are willing to give the Poison Hall a chance. If Principal Zhang really has a way to convince the Poison Masters to work for the welfare of mankind, I'll report this matter to the headquarters and convince them of this matter. I believe that they would be glad to see this as well. Poison Masters were the worst enemies to make, and at the same time they were also the most reliable allies to have. Their capability in group battles was nothing short of phenomenal. If they could assist in the fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe, mankind would stand a far better chance. While the Poison Hall headquarters were well concealed, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters was bound to know where it was. Yet, over numerous millenniums, they still had not taken action against them as they did for the Soul Oracles. This was more than sufficient to show that they were not unpardonable. Furthermore, these Poison Masters that were currently locked in the King Zhongqing Manor's underground prison had grown up on the island just beside Jingyuan City, and they had rarely ventured out of the island. They might have been Poison Masters, but they had never harmed anyone. Since they had never harmed anyone or committed any evil deeds, would it not be a little presumptuous of them to kill them just because of their occupation? If so, what would become of the values that master teachers preached? All right. Hearing Wu Shi agree to the matter, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. While Hall Master Xing's cultivation was higher than Wu Shi's, in terms of standing, the latter was still a notch higher. Since Wu Shi had said such words, he must have had a feasible plan in mind to carry out the matter. Please wait here for a moment. I'll head to the underground prison to talk with the poison masters and see if I'm able to convince them. If it does not work out, we'll just have to find some other way to deal with them, Xianxia said. But Principal Zhang, what about your wounds? Wu Shi asked worriedly. Don't worry. With my constitution and your recovery pill, I'm fine now. It won't impede me from talking with them. Xianxia waved his hand with a smile. Recalling the various incredible means that the young man possessed, Wu Shi knew that while the injuries the other party had sustained were considerable, they would not pose much of a problem for him. Thus, heaving a sigh of relief, he continued. That's a relief. However, poison masters are known to be rather scheming, so allow me to follow you to the underground prison. This way, I'll be able to protect you if anything happens. It's fine. Given your current standing and identity, I fear that your presence will be pressurizing to them. It'll do for me to face them alone. Xianxia turned down Wu Shi's goodwill. If he wanted to convince Su Yu and the others to obediently join the Combat Master Hall and obey their words, he would surely have to reveal his identity as Sun Chong to them. Naturally, this mustn't be done before Wu Shi, or else the latter would learn about his identity as a poison master. Wu Shi hesitated for a brief moment before nodding. All right then, I won't enter the underground prison with you. However, we will be waiting outside, and once we notice that something is amiss, we'll immediately barge in and make a move. I'll be relying on the both of you then, Xianxia replied with a smile, knowing that the duo was worried about him. Led by the master teacher from before, it did not take long for the crowd to arrive at the entrance of the underground prison. Wu Shi and Hall Master Xing stood guard outside while Xianxia entered the underground prison alone. The prison was dimly lit and eerie. There were all sorts of powerful formations set up here and there to prevent the escape of the imprisoned cultivators. Shortly after walking in, Xianxia's bones and muscles began rearranging themselves to assume the appearance of Sun Chong. Elder Su. Very soon Xianxia found Elder Su, and just as the master teacher had said, it seemed like he had been subjected to harsh torture. He was clearly much skinnier than he had been 2 months prior, and his aura felt withered as well. With just a look, it was apparent that his wounds were not light. There were roughly 100 other poison masters captured in the underground prison. As for the other members of the poison hall, it was hard to say whether they were alive or dead. Founder! Upon seeing Xianxia, Elder Su and the others were stunned for a moment before agitation struck them. The identity of the middle-aged man before them, Sun Chong, had been verified by Poison Master Hai and Poison Master Bai of the headquarters. Thus, they had no doubts about his identity at all. I am not your founder, just a person who escorted her back then. It'll do for you to just address me as Sun Chong. Xianxia replied with a smile. You have truly suffered a lot. Here are some pills to heal your injuries. Quickly swallow them to regain some strength. He flicked his wrist and took out a couple of jade bottles before passing them around the poison masters. He had plenty of pills from acquiring the storage rings of the 10 kings of the Qingtian lineage. As long as he infused some Heaven's Path Jinqi into each of the pills, it would grant them miraculous effects in recovering wounds and fatigue. Yes, without any hesitation, Elder Su and the others took the pills and swallowed them. As soon as the pill dissolved in their mouth, the Heaven's Path Jinqi contained within them swiftly flowed through their bloodstream to the rest of their body, and their wounds began healing at a discernible rate. Noticing the changes in their bodies, Su Yu and the others were startled. They could hardly believe what was going on. The effectiveness of these pills was far, far more potent than the recovery pills that they concocted, as expected of the individual who had escorted the founder. Without a doubt, The other party must have inherited the founder's heritage. After the poison masters had somewhat recuperated from their wounds, Xianxia asked grimly, "What happened to the Jingyuan City Poison Hall?" The Poison Hall. At this point, Su Yu's eyes reddened in deep indignation. His voice grew slightly hoarse, as if there was something stuck within it. "Has been destroyed. We are the only ones who remain. Everyone else has been killed." As the ex-vice head of the Poison Hall, Mingjin knew all the secrets of the Poison Hall, and this included the flaws in their formations and defensive systems as well. Under his lead, King Zhongqing's forces had been able to sneak into the Poison Hall successfully without alarming anyone, taking the Poison Hall off guard. As a result, the Poison Hall was completely wiped out in the tragedy. Killed? You are saying that King Zhongqing killed everyone in the Poison Hall? Zhang Xian's face turned completely dark. He had thought that it would at least have been a roughly equal fight, with both sides suffering some casualties. Yet, from the looks of it, the situation seemed far worse than he had imagined. That's right, they attacked in the middle of the night. Caught off guard, we were swiftly encircled and subdued. That night, a river of blood flowed through the Poison Hall. Just like that, the 10,000 years of heritage of the Poison Hall was destroyed. Elder Su clenched his fists tightly, and his voice gradually grew more and more agitated. Eventually, it came to a point where he found himself unable to continue speaking anymore. Zhang Xian was at a loss for words. He had no idea how he should comfort Elder Su's pain. He had been to the Poison Hall as well, and on top of Poison Masters there were many ordinary civilians. These civilians did not possess the talent for cultivating poison arts, so they spent their lives idly on the island. Who knew that they were not spared either? The fear of Poison Masters was not completely unfounded, but these Poison Masters had spent the entirety of their lives on a remote island, isolated from the rest of their world. They had never ventured beyond their island to harm anyone. But King Zhongqing had callously stepped in and ruined the relatively peaceful world that they had constructed for themselves. Initially, Zhang Xian had wondered if he had gone too far by scheming against King Zhongqing in such a manner. But from the looks of it now, he regretted not doing worse. A person like him deserved to die 1,000 times over. After taking a deep breath, Elder Su continued. After King Zhongqing massacred the entire Poison Hall, he rounded up all the Poison Masters ranked 5-star and above, sealed our cultivation, and imprisoned us here. Every single day, he would use cruel torture techniques on us to have us mass concoct poison for him. When he spoke of King Zhongqing, flames of fury burned in his eyes. If he could, there was no doubt that he would have ripped the other party in two without any hesitation. Mass concoct poison? Zhang Xian knitted his eyebrows. What kind of poison is he concocting? In the Qingyuan Empire, King Zhongqing was definitely a figure worthy of the phrase, beneath a single man, above the masses one. Putting aside the incredible cultivation he possessed, he also wielded unbounded authority as well. If a person who wielded that much power wanted to deal with his political rivals, there was no need for him to go through the trouble of mass concocting poison at all. Or to put it in simpler terms, King Zhongqing was up to something huge. It's the scattering breeze powder, Elder Su replied. Grade 5 poison. Scattering breeze powder? Zhang Xian frowned. Colorless and odorless, it is a poison that saps one of one's strength upon inhalation, rendering one powerless for a short period of time. However, its ability to drift freely along with the breeze allows it to incapacitate a huge number of people simultaneously, though it is only effective on those beneath Saint Realm. How much of it did King Zhongqing demand? All in all, the scattering breeze powder could not be considered a lethal poison, but its ability to spread far and wide made it extremely difficult to guard against. 10 tons, Elder Su replied grimly. 10 tons. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Just an ordinary jade bottle of scattering breeze powder released into the air could knock out several hundred individuals. To produce 10 tons of it, was he planning to knock out an entire city? What the heck did he need so much of it for? Noticing Zhang Xian's worry, Su swiftly explained, He's the sworn enemy of our Poison Hall, so how could we possibly serve him? Thus, we refused to obey his orders. At the same time, realization suddenly struck him, and he looked at Xianxia with a peculiar gaze. Foe! Elder Sun Chong, how did you know that we are here? You weren't noticed by the guards when you came here, right? Even though Xianxia's sudden arrival in the underground prison was perplexing to him, Elder Su's trust in the other party remained unwavering, simply on the grounds that he was the man chosen by the founder. As a poison master who had grown up in the poison hall, it was inevitable that he would have blind faith in the founder. Nevertheless, he was still worried about the other party. Their deaths were nothing much, but if they were to implicate Elder Sun Chong in this matter, they would have truly let the founder down. Don't worry, I have already subdued King Zhongqing, and he has been taken away by the Master Teacher Pavilion for interrogation. The reason I am here is to save you all. Xianxia replied. You have subdued King Zhongqing? You are here to save us? The crowd stared at one another with shocked gazes, not daring to believe what they had just heard. They had thought that they were doomed to spend the rest of their lives rotting within this underground prison. Yet, never in their dreams had they thought that the elder who had delivered the founder back to them would come to save them, even exacting vengeance in their stead. However, your current identities are a little awkward. It would be difficult for me to free you all given the present circumstances. Thus, I hope to give you all a new identity, but I'll need your consent for this matter, Xianxia said. A new identity? Elder Su was perplexed by those words. What would that identity be? The other poison masters also turned their sights over. Combat masters, Xianxia replied concisely. Combat master? The many poison masters stared at one another, unable to process what they had just heard. That's right. As long as you all become combat masters, you will be able to walk through the streets of Qingyuan City openly without fear, and you wouldn't have to fear anyone confronting you or causing you any trouble just because you practice poison arts. And more importantly, you need not fear the Master Teacher Pavilion anymore, Xianxia said with a light chuckle. Hearing those words, the faces of the poison masters reddened, and they clenched their fists in agitation. As poison masters, they had lived in the shadows for far too long. For the longest time, their greatest wish had been to stand in the light as themselves without being snubbed or shunned by others. If Elder Sun Chong could really make this come true for them, that would be as good as granting them a second life. But we aren't master teachers. Are we truly qualified to become combat masters? Will the other combat masters really welcome us into their ranks? After all, we are poison masters, Elder Su asked apprehensively. The other poison masters nodded in agreement as well, clearly harboring the same concerns. The Combat Master Hall was a subsidiary of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and typically speaking, combat masters were talented individuals chosen amongst the master teachers. On the other hand, they were only a bunch of poison masters. It's true that most combat masters are master teachers as well, but from time to time, the Combat Master Hall would also recruit talents of other fields into their ranks to widen their scope. While we poison masters have a bad reputation, our fighting prowess with poison is exceptional too. The Combat Master Hall would surely welcome you into their ranks gladly. As long as you were to join the Combat Master Hall as one of their members, even if just as a reserve member, under their cover, no one would dare to say the slightest thing about you. Xianxia nodded with a smile. The Combat Master Hall did have special rules when it came to recruiting top-notch talent, but those only applied to talents of around Zheng Yang's caliber. To be honest, Elder Su and the others were still quite lacking. Nevertheless, even if they couldn't become an official member of the Combat Master Hall, becoming a reserve member was still possible. It wouldn't be too late for them to apply to become an official member once they achieve some merit. That would truly be for the best. However, would our cultivation technique and means be rejected by the master teachers? They might accept us at the start, but as time passes, would they start to repulse and shun us? Elder Su asked in concern. I understand your concerns, but don't worry, the founder has already made preparations for this. Here are some cultivation technique manuals which the founder has prepared for you all. As long as you all were to cultivate accordingly to it, not only will the rate of advancement in your cultivation be faster than ever, You won't have to resort to unorthodox means anymore too, Xianxia said as he flicked his wrist and passed a few manuals over. Those manuals contained the simplified versions of the Heaven's Path poison art. Back then, he had written them down shortly after browsing through the books of the Poison Hall in hopes that he would be able to impart them to those of the Poison Hall. Elder Su and the others took the books doubtfully, but after flipping through a few pages, their faces swiftly flushed in agitation, and their breathing couldn't help but hasten. Every single one of them here had at least devoted 100 years of their life into the study of poison, so their eye of discernment in the field of poison was superb. The poison cultivation technique manuals Elder Sunchong had passed to them weren't too thick, and the words on them numbered fewer than a typical manual as well. Yet, every single word written on them was deeply meaningful, directing them towards the very essence of poison art itself. If they were to cultivate according to it, it could be foreseen that both their mastery of poison and cultivation would swiftly improve, granting them far greater prowess than before. Even without achieving a breakthrough, their fighting prowess would soar by at least 2 or 3 times easily. Thank you, Founder, for bestowing us with these cultivation techniques. Agitated, the poison masters began kneeling on the floor and kowtowing deeply to Elder Sun Chong. With these cultivation techniques, they would no longer have to go through the trouble to search for all kinds of venomous worms and lethal poison, or even commit depraved acts against their conscience. It's out of the kindness of Hall Master Xing's heart that you all are allowed to join the Combat Master Hall, so I hope that you will heed his commands in the future. Don't let your emotions get the better of you when it comes to dealing with official matters, or else, even I won't be able to save you, Xianxia said with a stern expression on his face. Yes, the crowd nodded. As formidable as poison masters were in group battles, they were still insufficient to go up against the powerful combat masters. Not only did combat masters wield extraordinary fighting prowess, more importantly, they had also tempered their physical bodies in many ways, granting them considerably immunity to most forces of nature, and this included poison as well. If a poison master were to face a combat master of the same cultivation realm, it was likely that the poison master would be killed even before he had a chance to utilize his poison. Even if the poison master were to set up a trap in advance, it was also likely that the combat master would be able to push himself to slay the poison master before succumbing to the poison. Alright, after memorizing the content on the manuals, burn them. I'm sure that you understand the significance of these cultivation techniques, so I hope that they won't be passed them down to anyone else without my permission. Xianxia instructed. Yes, the crowd nodded. Even though it was just a simplified version of the Heaven's Path poison art, it was still an astounding power to behold. While Xianxia was still busy convincing the poison masters, Hall Master Xing and Wuxia were standing outside the underground prison. Wuxia, how do you intend to account the matter of the Combat Master Hall accepting the poison masters to the Master Teacher Pavilion? Hall Master Xing asked with a frown. He had never intended to accept the request, but since Wuxia had spoken up in the stead of the poison masters, he eventually relented. While his fighting prowess far surpassed the other party, admittedly, his ability to assess situations was still lacking as compared to the latter. After all, their responsibilities differed significantly from one another. As the head of the Combat Master Hall, his responsibility lay in training combat masters and preparing them for war, whereas Wuxia, as the vice head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, was in charge of maintaining the regional security and order. And for that purpose, Wuxia had to be keen in assessing situations. Do you feel that Principal Zhang is bringing trouble to your Combat Master Hall? Hearing Hall Master Xing's question, Wuxia shook his head and turned to him. This? Having his thoughts pointed out so directly, Hall Master Xing couldn't help but shake his head awkwardly. Those were indeed his thoughts. Poison masters were known to be an individualistic and eccentric bunch, and it went without saying that it wouldn't be easy to manage such a group. If they were to join the Combat Master Hall, wouldn't it just erode the order he had established with great difficulty in the Combat Master Hall? It looks like you didn't understand Principal Zhang's true intentions. He's doing this for the sake of the Combat Master Hall and mankind. Wuxia shook his head and sighed deeply. He's doing this for the sake of the Combat Master Hall and mankind? A confused expression surfaced on Hall Master Xing's face. Wu Shi's words were too deep for him to comprehend. Those fellows were nothing but a huge trouble. So how could this be for the welfare of the Combat Master Hall? Hi! I knew that you wouldn't understand. A helpless smile flashed across Wu Shi's face as he looked meaningfully into the distance, reminiscent of a wise elder who had seen through the world. Let me ask you this then. How do you intend to deal with those poison masters? Will you imprison them, or will you kill them? This Hall Master Xing was caught off guard by the question. He had to take a moment to contemplate over the matter before he was able to respond. Those poison masters haven't erred or harmed anyone, so why do we have to imprison or kill them? The Master-Teacher Pavilion aimed to lead mankind through virtue, not through tyranny. Naturally, they couldn't just punish an innocent bunch just because of their affiliation to the Poison Hall. Not to mention, in the very first place, the Poison Masters were the victims of this incident as well. Given such, how could they possibly still harden their hearts to imprison or kill them? That would truly be going against their conscience. Indeed, we can't imprison or kill them, but their Poison Hall branch has been exposed and destroyed, so they can't return to it anymore. Are you certain that it would be safe to have so many powerful poison masters scattered throughout Qingyuan Empire? Wuxia asked. This? Hall Master Xing fell silent at those words. It was easy to deal with the poison masters when they were gathered together as a group, but once they were to disperse and blend in with the countless civilians of Qingyuan Empire, it would be nigh impossible to find them anymore. If those poison masters were to choose to harm others, their incredible mastery in poison would make it extremely difficult to trace the case to them. And even if they were to find the murderer later on, many lives would have already been lost then. If we could bring them into the Combat Master Hall, that would be effectively limiting their area of activity and preventing a catastrophe from happening. In essence, this is similar to a house arrest, but with a much better sounding name. Not only is it not detrimental to our reputation, it'll also display the magnanimity of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Truly two birds with a stone. This? Hall Master Xing widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to speak a word. Upon hearing the other party's analysis, he realized that that was indeed the case. If the Poison Masters were to join the Combat Master Hall, they would be bound by its rules as well. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to maintain the carefree lifestyle that they had previously. That would effectively limit their area of activity to Qingyuan City, thus preventing them from committing any harm out there. This is only the first aim behind Principal Zhang's suggestion. As for the second, I can tell you with certainty that he's doing it with the welfare of your Combat Master Hall in mind. Wuxia said. You should still remember the fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe 20 years ago, right? Of course. Hall Master Xing replied gravely. Back then, the Qingtian lineage had dispatched all of their forces to encircle the Combat Master Hall, and a bitter fight ensued. The Combat Master Hall had suffered great casualties in that battle, and even Hall Master Xing himself had nearly lost his life. If not for Elder Qi, he wouldn't have been around anymore. Even though the otherworldly demons sprung a surprise attack, their forces were still insufficient to deal with the powerful forces of the Combat Master Hall. Yet, the Combat Master Hall still ended up being nearly forced into a corner. The reason for it should still be fresh in your mind. Recalling the tragedy back then, Wu Shi's face turned grim as well. The otherworldly demons had come prepared, but the defense's Combat Master Hall had never fallen lax. They were well prepared to face the otherworldly demons, and under normal circumstances, even if the otherworldly demons had dispatched all of their elites into the assault, with the incredible might wielded by the Combat Masters, the battle should have still ended in an easy victory for the Combat Masters. There wasn't even any need for the Master-Teacher Pavilion and the Qingyuan Empire's military to come into the picture, and yet, despite the three powers making a move, the outcome was still a narrow and tragic victory. It was due to that battle that Qingyuan Empire declined to become the weakest one of the 8 great conferred empire. Even 20 years weren't sufficient for it to recover from the impact back then. It's due to the supreme scattering breeze powder. Hall Master Xing clenched his fists tightly together. Back then, Their combat masters were unknowingly afflicted with a potent poison known as the Supreme Scattering Breeze Powder, and the poison depleted their combat masters of their fighting prowess. This opened up a huge opening for the otherworldly demons to strike. Even he wasn't spared from the effects of the Supreme Scattering Breeze Powder. This matter had been a huge thorn in his heart, and even the passing of 20 years wasn't sufficient for him to let go of it. Indeed, that poison drifted with the wind, and odorless and colorless. It was inevitable that no one noticed a thing. Even I hadn't expected them to have such a hand either. It was thanks to the keen-eyed Vice Pavilion Master Tion noticing it that the losses of the Master Teacher Pavilion were minimized. Due to that matter, he gained great prestige in the Master Teacher Pavilion and soared through the ranks. Wuxia nodded. It's probably due to the matter that Principal Zhang wishes to bring the Poison Masters into the Combat Master Hall. Firstly, with the sharp senses of the Poison Masters to poison, they would be able to uncover any poison used by the enemy ahead of time, thus preventing such tragedy from happening again. Secondly, the creation of a poison division could also serve to further temper the combat master's immunity to poison. This way, even if the otherworldly demons were to resort to the same means once more, the combat master hall wouldn't be as helpless as it was back then. This Hall Master Xing was taken aback. Indeed, with the inclusion of poison masters into their ranks, even if they were to encounter the same matter as they did 20 years ago, they wouldn't be as powerless as they were back then. Hall Master Xing contemplated for a while, and the more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that there was no drawback from bringing the poison masters into the combat master hall. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he turned to Wuxia, and it took him a brief moment of hesitation before he could bring himself to ask, "Did Principal Zhang really see this far ahead?" These were all factors that he had never considered before. Despite the other party's severely injured state, he still managed to analyze so deeply into this matter. Was this for real? Principal Zhang's wisdom is not something the likes of us can fathom. It also took me a long moment of contemplation after hearing his request before realization struck me. Wuxia replied meaningfully. Initially, he also didn't think that the matter was really feasible either. However, when he tried to analyze deeper into the matter, he astonishingly realized that the potential benefits severely outweighed the drawbacks. This was truly a decision that only those of great wisdom would be able to come up with. This Hall Master Xing ran through the situation in his head once more, and his admiration for Principal Zhang couldn't help but deepen further. Impressed, he remarked, "Principal Zhang is truly a living sage. Elder son, we have memorized the cultivation technique you have imparted to us." An hour later, Elder Su clasped his fist and reported to Xianxia. "Destroy those books then," Xianxia replied with a wave of his hand. Elder Su and the others nodded, and with a powerful flick, the secret manuals disintegrated to ashes before scattering into the surroundings, as if they hadn't appeared in the first place. "Elder son, where can we find you in the future? We wish to repay the favor to you." Knowing that it was only a matter of time before the envoy of the founder would have to leave, Elder Su couldn't help but ask. The other party had granted them a second life, and no words could possibly be sufficient to express the gratitude they felt towards him. "Where to find me?" Xianxia shook his head. "There's no need for you to seek me. If I have any matter that I require your help for, I'll come and find you." Then, Elder Su hesitated for a moment before asking, "May we have the honor of knowing Elder Son's true identity? This way, if you have any instructions for us in the future, even if you aren't able to meet us in person, you can simply send a messenger to us, and we'll brave through even the flames of hell for you." This Xianxia was intending to refuse that request of theirs as well, but looking into the expectant eyes of the poison masters before him, he found himself hesitating for a brief moment before eventually relenting. "All right then. Actually, my true identity is the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia's butler. However, I am a very low-profile person, so I hope that you can keep this matter a secret." "Principal Zhang's butler? I have heard of Principal Zhang. He's famed to be a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, and despite his young age, He was unanimously nominated to become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. So you're Principal Zhang's butler. Understood. Senior son, rest assured. We will never speak a word of this matter to another soul. Upon learning of Zhang Xian's true identity, the poison masters quickly nodded their heads excitedly. All right, let's leave the underground prison, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. Nodding, Elder Su and the others began walking out of the door. After confirming that they had all left, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He reverted back to his original appearance before slowly heading out as well. By the time he left the underground prison, the poison masters had already been brought back to the combat master hall, leaving behind only Hall Master Xing, Wu Shi, Luo Qiqi, and the others. Zhang Shi. Seeing that Zhang Xian was fine, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief before quickly gathering around him. I have already talked to those poison masters, and they will heed the commands of the Combat Master Hall in the future. Zhang Xian smiled. Principal Zhang. Thank you for your words of wisdom. Hall Master Xing clasped his fist and thanked. Words of wisdom? Seeing the delight and gratefulness on the other party's face, Zhang Xian was bewildered. He had noticed Hall Master Xing's reluctance regarding the matter when he first proposed it, and he had been worried that the latter would abruptly change his mind halfway through. Yet, after returning from a short trip to the underground prison, the other party was suddenly thanking him for the matter? Just what in the world had happened for the latter to change his mind so swiftly? You're being too polite. This is part of my responsibility as a master teacher. Even though Zhang Xian had no idea what was going through Hall Master Xing's head, humility had always been one of his dominant traits, so he quickly replied so. On the other hand, seeing how humble Zhang Xian was, not taking credit for his action at all, Hall Master Xing's respect for the other party deepened. How in the world could there be such a selfless person in the world? Was he the living embodiment of altruism? Principal Zhang, may I know what you intend to do after this? Wu Shi asked. I intend to pay a visit to the Painter Guild and the Appraiser Hall to take the corresponding 7-star examinations so that I can be promoted to a 7-star master teacher. Zhang Xian revealed his intentions without any reservation. He was originally intending to head to the Appraiser Hall, but he was suddenly called here by King Zhongqing on the way. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel that it was a huge waste of time. Does Wu Shi has any matter for me? Zhang Xian asked. To be honest, I was thinking that if Principal Zhang doesn't have any urgent matter at hand, it would be good if you could follow me to the Master Teacher Pavilion to discuss the results of my investigation. The results of your investigation? Wu Shi nodded. According to what Zhang Yinxiu said, the master teacher who had duped him of the intelligence goes by the name of Xianxia, who happens to be the direct disciple of Vice Pavilion Master Tian as well. I have already arrested Xianxia, and he's currently imprisoned in our Master Teacher Pavilion. If Principal Zhang is free now, I would like to invite you over to meet him. Zhang Xian was slightly hesitant. In truth, he wasn't too interested in this matter. Since even Vice Pavilion Master Tian himself had been imprisoned, it would do for the Master Teacher Pavilion to slowly interrogate the both of them. At this point, it didn't really matter whether he were to be involved in the matter or not. Just as he was about to turn down Wu Shi's request, the latter suddenly smiled. Actually, there's no need for Zhang Shi to rush into taking the painter and appraiser examination. To tell you the truth, there will be an appraisal convention later on, and if you are free, I can bring you there along with me. The head of the Appraiser Guild and Painter Guild should be attending as well, and if I were to introduce you to them there, it should make things more convenient for you on their side. Appraisal convention? What is that? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. From time to time, when new artifacts of unknown backgrounds are uncovered, a convention would be held over them so as to appraise the artifacts and see if they could be fixed. While it may appear to be an event for appraisers, over the years, it has gradually evolved into a high-class social event where most renowned and influential figures in Qingyuan City would attend. Wu Shi replied. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. All right then. He had departed from the Combat Master Hall early in the morning, and after the events at the Terpsichore Guild and King Zhongqing Manor, It was already in the late afternoon now, nearing evening. Rather than fumble his way into the guild and waste more time, it would be far more convenient for him to first meet the heads of the Painter Guild and Appraiser Hall for the matter. Hearing Xianxia agree to the matter, Wuxia smiled in delight. Great! I'll be leaving first to make some preparations then. I'll see you at the Master Teacher Pavilion later on. After which, he turned around and left. Shortly after, Hall Master Xing and the others bade their farewell as well, leaving only Xianxia, Sun Chong, Luo Qiqi, and Yu Fei around. Xianxia turned to the other three and said, "You all should return to our accommodation at the Combat Master Hall." Yes. Knowing that he had caused a huge trouble this time around, Sun Chong quickly nodded obediently. "Teacher, I have some doubts which I would like to ask you. May I know if it's convenient for you?" Luo Qiqi bit her lips as she looked at Xianxia nervously. "Of course, feel free to ask anything," Xianxia replied with a kind smile. Noting that Luo Qiqi had something private to ask, Sun Chong and Yu Fei took their leave. After confirming that there was no one around, Luo Qiqi set up an isolation barrier around them before asking, "Teacher, the affairs today have left some doubts in my mind, and I hope that you can answer them. I have been paying a close look to the earlier conflict. Vice Pavilion Master Tian and King Zhongqing have attempted to pin a crime on you using underhanded means, and I do agree that they should be punished for it. But is it really all right to frame them like that? Wouldn't that be going too far? Isn't it against the beliefs preached in the way of teacher?" She had known Xianxia ever since the time she had spent in Huanyu Empire, and for the longest of time, she had viewed the latter to be a role model for her. From saving her in Wu Yangzi's underground chamber to risking himself to rescue Yu Fei to venturing into the dangerous Cloud Mist Ridge to tame all of the Saint Beasts, all of these matters only served to build the noble and selfless image of the young man before her. With time, his image within her grew bigger and bigger, and she even began to think that he was just like the world's teacher, a true master teacher through and through. Admittedly, he did resort to some schemes from time to time, but those were minor incidents, and they always concluded in a positive end. But everything she had witnessed today had overturned her view of him. No matter what, Vice Pavilion Master Tian was a 7-star pinnacle master teacher, the vice head of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. To directly oppose a respected elder was already an infringement of the formalities and values that master teachers believed in and embraced. As such, she found that her faith was starting to waver. Instead of replying to Luo Qiqi's doubts directly, Xianxia asked her a question. "What does being a master teacher mean to you?" "Master teacher. As teachers, we serve to clear away doubts and bring mankind to a greater height of prosperity. As role models, we strive to conduct ourselves honorably, displaying desirable values for others to emulate." "Wrong. Your interpretation is all wrong." Xianxia shook his head. "Wrong? These are the commandments that all master teachers must learn to recite. There's no master teacher who doesn't know about it." Luo Qiqi frowned in incomprehension. It's true that master teachers serve as teachers and role models to mankind, but we shouldn't neglect the fact that they are humans as well, Xianxia replied. "Humans? As long as we remain human, we will have our own emotions and thoughts. That's simply our nature. Kong Shi didn't create the Master Teacher Pavilion to churn out batch after batch of mindless puppets. Formalities and rules are there to guide, not to dictate. In situations where following rules and formalities go against one's conscience, it's fine to break free of it and do what one deems to be right." Xianxia said, "Master teachers should never aim to blindly follow existing conventions. That's what it means to stagnate and wither. Only when we open our mind and question freely will we be able to bring mankind to further heights, and that's what it means to be a master teacher." Luo Qiqi fell into deep thoughts. "I have once met a cultivator whose father is a master teacher. From a very young age, he has deeply respected his father and heeded the latter's words obediently, devoting his entirety to cultivation. He had always regarded his father's words to be the absolute truth. However, his father has never managed to achieve a breakthrough before his death, and this matter had left a trauma in the cultivator's heart. Deep within, He felt that since his father was unable to achieve a breakthrough, there was no way he would be able to take the final step forward either, under his father's looming shadow. Even when he has accumulated sufficient jinqi and knowledge to achieve a breakthrough, his attempts still ended in failure. Xianxia said, "That is what it means to have a fixed mindset. While we are master teachers, we are students in the long road of life as well. As students, we should expand our minds and doubt what we see and hear instead of blindly heeding the words of those who have come before us. Take the incident today for example. It's clear that Vice Pavilion Master Qing is it wrong. So why should I just take his words for it and accept his verdict? He has a far higher standing than me, and I have no way to going against him directly. As a result, I can only resort to other means in order to stand up against him and protect myself. Then, what if a formidable master teacher were to use rules and conventions to force me to accept his point of view?" Luo Qiqi asked with a gleam in her eyes. "Follow your heart," Xianxia replied with a smile. "No matter how formidable a master teacher is, can he be any more formidable than Kong Shi? In fact, even if Kong Shi were to order you to kill a man, claiming that it's for the welfare of mankind, does that mean that you really should do it? Ultimately, you shouldn't allow others to dictate your actions. Look into your conscience and determine what is right and wrong for yourself. As long as you disagree with the other party's words, you are always entitled to the right to reject his point of view. In the first place, if the other party is using rules and conventions to force you into submission, disregarding your own personal thoughts, he's already breaking the very foundations that make a master teacher. Since that's the case, there's no need to uphold formalities with the other party either. The light in Luo Qiqi's eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if realization had dawned upon her. All right, in the end, those tricks are just means to protect oneself. I can't say that they are honorable, but sometimes there is little choice but to resort to them. As long as you don't go overboard with them or utilize them to cause harm to the innocent, they aren't fundamentally at odds with the teachings of the Master Teacher Pavilion. There's no need for you to think too much into it. Xianxia shook his head. It was clear that the other party had cornered herself this time around. Master teachers shouldn't be inflexible individuals who only knew how to abide by the rules. Different circumstances called for the application of a different set of standards, and master teachers should know how to flexibly adapt to the situation whenever it was required. Luo Qiqi was a talented individual, but she was simply lacking in the adaptability that Hu Yaoyao and the others possessed. "I understand." Upon hearing the explanation, Luo Qiqi's eyes lit up. She raised her gaze to look right into Xianxia's eyes and said, "Since teacher has already said so, I think that I should follow my heart as well. Teacher, I like you." Xianxia. The sight before Xianxia turned dark, and he nearly fell to the ground. He thought that the other party was truly conflicted and lost, and yet who could have thought that the other party was actually preparing a trap for him to jump into? All along, he had always been the one to scheme against others, and never had he thought that he would actually be outwitted by a young lass, to drop a bunch of philosophical questions first in order to lead him to tell her to follow her heart, so that she would be justified to say what she wanted to say afterward. Xianxia cleared his throat and replied, "I like you too. I like everyone from the Xianxian faction as well. If I didn't like you, why would I accept you as my apothecary student? To be confessed by his own student. How embarrassing. Teacher, you know what I mean? The type of like that I am referring to isn't that." Luo Qiqi stared at Xianxia intently with her large eyes as she spoke. "You should return to the Combat Master Hall first. I still have matters to attend to." Right after saying those words, without giving Luo Qiqi an opportunity to respond, Xianxia turned around anxiously and flew in the direction of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Ha ha ha! Watching the sight, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her teacher had always been a composed person. This was the first time she was seeing him in such a fluster. "You were the one who told me to follow my heart. I might address you as my teacher, but we have never undergone an official acknowledgement ceremony. As long as I'm not your direct disciple, this isn't a problem at all." Luo Qiqi muttered as her lips curled into a ravishing smile. In the master-teacher continent, it wasn't appropriate for a student to harbor such thoughts about her teacher, so for a very long time, she had been suppressing her true desires. However, after her teacher's counseling, the dilemma that she had been facing finally cleared up, and a beautiful smile surfaced on her lips. She might have addressed Xianxia as her teacher, but since they hadn't gone through an acknowledgement ceremony, the teacher-student relationship between them had yet to be officialized. Since that was the case, it wasn't against the rules for her to court the other party. Phew, that was a close shave. After flying for some distance, Xianxia came to a halt and wiped away his cold sweat. While his actions may seem unprincipled time to time, he would never dream of laying his hands on his students. This was his moral boundary as a teacher and a belief he held firmly onto. Are kids nowadays all that brave? Xianxia shook his head. It took many, many days of hesitation before he could build up the courage needed to confess to Luo Ruoxin, and that young lass actually just directly said that she liked him to his face. My gosh, it was fortunate that he had fled quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't he die of embarrassment if she were to say anything more than that? The world sure is becoming more and more open. Xianxia looked at the sky and remarked deeply. He had always conducted himself properly so as to not get into any messy relationship with the ladies. Yet, who could have thought that he would still end up being placed in such an awkward situation? Just the thought of it left his head hurting. How was he to face Luo Qiqi in the future? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I should head to the master-teacher pavilion first. Driving his soul depth, Xianxia calmed his mind down before continuing on his way to the master-teacher pavilion. At that moment, however, he suddenly noticed a beautiful figure swiftly rushing towards him. Xianxia, you Feier? Didn't you return back to the combat master hall? Xianxia was taken aback. At this point, Feier had already switched into a crimson dress which embraced her body tightly, fully displaying her alluring figure. It must be said that this fiery-tempered princess truly had a beautiful physique. It might pale in comparison to Hu Yaoyao, but her perfectly shaped hips which extended down to her slender legs was truly an eye to behold. At the same time, perhaps it was due to her intentionally concealing it in the past, but under the tight embrace of her dress, her chest looked far more voluptuous than before. At this moment, her appearance was one that would leave the gazes of others lingering upon her. Xianxia, there's a matter which I need to talk to you about, Feier said with bit lips. Cough cough, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll talk to you some other time. Farewell. Xianxia waved his hand hastily as he prepared to take his leave. This won't do. Since you are willing to listen to Qiqi's words, why won't you listen to mine as well? Feier harumphed unhappily as she swiftly grabbed Xianxia's arm. This cold sweat burst from Xianxia's head. No matter how low his emotional quotient may be, the very fact that the other party had specially changed her dress up and returned for him was more than sufficient clue for him to figure out what the other party was going to say. I'm only going to say one thing to you. I'm willing to follow you wherever you go in the future, even if it's to the end of the world, Feier said. She was one with a fiery temper, and she usually dealt with matters decisively as well. Nevertheless, it took all of her courage in order to say those words. I see. Hearing those words, Xianxia was pondered for a moment before replying. Very well. Acknowledge me as your teacher then. As long as you become my student, I'll bring you wherever I go. Otherwise, you would only be able to follow me as my maid. Feier glared at Xianxia furiously. Ah? Is that a no? I guess we'll just have to forget about this matter then. All right. I still have things to attend to at the moment, so I'll be taking my leave first. Once again, without any hesitation, Xianxia pushed his Heaven's Path movement art to its very limits and disappeared on the spot. Humph! Upon seeing Xianxia left, Feier's tightly clenched fists finally opened up once more. With a smirk, she muttered, I would like to see who will you choose, Qiqi or me? What the heck is this? Fleeing to a remote alley, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Just one awkward situation was intolerable to him, and they just had to come in pairs, It was truly too pressurizing to face the confessions of others simultaneously. If not for the recent rise in his soul depth, he might have just collapsed under the immense mental stress and lose his mind. It won't do to drag this matter out for too long. I have to find Ruoxin soon and show them that I already have a girlfriend so that they would give up on me. Xianxia shook his head. Being too outstanding also came with its troubles too. How vexing. He really had to proclaim his attached status soon, or else, if everyone were to come confessing to him one after another, even a person of his soul depth wouldn't be able to take it. Just fending off the two of them took everything that he got. If more were to come, he wouldn't have to cultivate anymore. The next time I meet any ladies, I must accept them as my disciple in advance, so that they wouldn't have any opportunity to harbor such thoughts, Xianxia thought as he stroked his lower jaws. Making his way forward as he contemplated over this matter, he soon arrived at the Master-Teacher Pavilion. The Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion was even grander than the Combat Master Hall. The majestic and towering building seemed to signify the dignity and standing of the number one occupation on the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Even from a distance, Xianxia could see many master teachers walking to and fro the building, and countless cultivators had gathered in the area in hopes of finding a suitable teacher to guide them along. Xianxia walked into a remote alley and swiftly switched into his master-teacher robe and pinned on his master-teacher emblem before making his way into the master-teacher pavilion. Upon seeing the 6 brilliant stars gleaming on his chest, there was no one who dared to stop his passageway. Every single person that he walked by bowed to him respectfully. While 6-star master teachers might seem nothing much to the topmost echelon of Qingyuan Empire, they were still formidable existences to the eyes of the common populace. Not to mention, a 6-star master teacher as young as Xianxia, given sufficient time, was bound to become a 7-star master teacher as long as he didn't die prematurely. Xianxia, can I have your autograph? I don't have any paper on hand, so why don't you sign it on my innerwear instead? Hey! Don't cut my cue. I was the one who came first. Xianxia, just sign over here. Scram to one side. Xianxia is mine. Shortly after walking through the doors of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, Xianxia suddenly saw a huge group of girls rushing in his direction. Xianxia's face warped in astonishment. There were plenty of idol-chasing crazed fans in his previous world as well. But this was the first time he had seen someone asking to have an autograph signed on her innerwear in public. Everyone, I understand your agitation, but I am an upright person, and I am already attached too. Pardon me, but I won't be able to fulfill your wishes. Besides, as a master teacher, I hope that you will focus on my inner beauty instead of just my appearances. Xianxia waved his hand and said, but before he could finish his words, the group of ladies had already rushed by his side, heading out of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Lunatic! One of the ladies in the group stopped for a brief moment, turned to examine Xianxia from head to toe before harumphing in disdain. After which, she turned her flabby face back forward, and shaking her millstone-sized bottom, she charged forward along with the crowd while shouting, Xianxia, wait for me! In the direction where she was charging towards, Xianxia soon spotted a white-robed young man standing not too far away with 7 stars gleaming on his chest. The white-robed young man looked at the crowd apologetically and said, pardon me, but I still have important matters to attend to at the moment. I'll sign autographs for you all later on. But we want it now, the group of ladies exclaimed resoundingly. All right. Despite the demanding attitude of his fans, the white-robed young man waved his hand patiently to calm them down, after which, he gracefully flicked his hand in the air for a few moments, and a floating name appeared. Suspended imagery? He is a 7-star painter. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. A painting could be divided into various grades: reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, breathtaking verisimilitude, spirit creation, spirit wisdom. Those who were able to produce works at the level of spirit wisdom were already worthy of becoming 6-star painter. Up to 6-star, painters would require a paper as a medium for them to express their creative conceptions. However, upon reaching 7-star, they would be capable of producing their work in mid-air, painting their picture and words without anything to serve as a medium. And the fact that the young man was capable of writing in midair showed that he had already comprehended the 7th level of painting. Suspended imagery. Zhang Juxiao. Zhang Xian read the name that the white-robed young man written, and his lips suddenly began twitching. It turned out that the young man had the same surname as him, so naturally, others addressed him as Zhang Shi as well. How embarrassing. Indeed, there were plenty of people in the world who went by the surname of Zhang as well. He wasn't the only Zhang Shi in the world. Just that his name went by a single character of Xian, which meaning could be interpreted as only levitating a few inches off the ground. On the other hand, the other party's name is Zhou, reminiscent of a rock soaring in the 9 heavens. The conception behind their names was simply far too different one. While Zhang Xian was lamenting over how shallow his name was, he examined the 2 words, Zhang Zhou, closely. Those 2 words carried a unique beauty and aura around them that seemed to draw one into a trance, rendering their minds incapable of anything but to appreciate the immensely beautiful words before them. This was an ability that only 7-star painters could wield. Alright, I'll just leave a single autograph here. You can decide its allocation amongst yourselves. I still have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. After writing his name, Zhang Zhou smiled at the crowd before turning around and leaving elegantly. He's simply too dashing. The ladies who had demanded the autograph a moment ago couldn't help but fall into a daze upon seeing his smile. As expected of Zhang Shi, every time he comes to the master-teacher pavilion, there would always be a huge group of girls waiting for him. Compared to him, it's like we don't even exist at all. Well, he's the #1 genius of the Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion, a 1 in 500-year prodigy. Furthermore, given how cultured and refined he is, how can we compete with him? Indeed, he's far beyond our league. A few master teachers lamented bitterly as they walked by the area. The #1 genius of Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion? Zhang Xian muttered beneath his breath after hearing their words. Indeed, to be able to become a 7-star master teacher at such a young age and achieve such outstanding accomplishments as a painter, it was little wonder why so many ladies would go in a frenzy over him. Indeed, there are many talented prodigies in this world. I am not too bad myself, but I mustn't get complacent over it. Zhang Xian warned himself. While he might have been able to advance his cultivation swiftly, he mustn't get conceited over the matter. Given how large the master-teacher continent was, there were bound to be outstanding geniuses who could match him somewhere. While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the lady with the millstone bottom from before walking over once more and glanced at him disdainfully. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty in your life?" Zhang Xian. He had met plenty of beautiful women before, and he had just been confessed to by 2 of them a moment ago. But he had never met one with a millstone-like bottom before. To put it in slightly harsher terms, she could have served as a road roller. Forget it. However, Zhang Xian did not pay too much attention to the matter. There was not any need to be angered by something as trivial as that, so he simply asked around for Wu Shi's whereabouts before heading over. Not too long later, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly walked forward. Mu Shi. The person whom he had spotted was no other than Mu Yuan. After leaving Qiu Wu Palace, the other party had returned straight back to Qingyuan Empire. He had promised the other party to meet him when he came over to Qingyuan City, but who would have thought that they would bump into one another so coincidentally here? Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Mu Shi quickly clasped his fist and greeted with a smile, "Senior uncle." Zhang Xian nodded. "You have achieved a breakthrough to Saint 4 Dan?" For a very long time, Mu Shi's cultivation had been confined at Saint 3 Dan due to the presence of metal attribute energy suppressing his strength, preventing him from achieving a breakthrough. Thus, he had remained as a 7-star high-tier master teacher for a very long time. Yet, in just a short month of absence, he had successfully made a breakthrough to the primordial spirit realm. Indeed, it's all thanks to Yang Shi's guidance that I was able to take the final step forward. Mu Shi replied with deep gratitude. His encounter with Yang Shi back in Hongyuan City might have been short, but it had been truly life-changing. If not for the latter's guidance, he might very well have remained stagnant at St. Three Dan for his entire life, unable to advance any further. After trading a few pleasantries, Mu Shi asked, "May I know if Xianxia has come over to Qingyuan City as well? If possible, I would like to pay him a visit and thank him personally." It was his benefactor who had allowed him to walk out of the shadow of the past and neutralize the metal attribute energy within his body, thus allowing him to achieve a breakthrough. He had been wanting to thank the other party for a very long time, but it was unfortunate that the other party's whereabouts were truly elusive. Ever since that parting back then, he had not been able to gather any news on the other party. Xianxia shook his head. "My teacher's whereabouts are a mystery to me as well. Usually, he is the one who finds me whenever there is a need to." In essence, Yang Xian's identity was just a background that Zhang Xian had forged to instill fear and deference in the hearts of others. Otherwise, it was highly likely that the swift advancement of his cultivation would have roused the greed of others, and perhaps, some might even have attempted to kidnap him in the hope of uncovering his secret. However, with an unfathomable expert like Yang Xian backing him from the shadows, the others would have to weigh whether it was worth offending an 8-star master teacher over Zhang Xian's secret or not. After all, putting aside the overwhelming strength that an 8-star master teacher possessed, more importantly, the master teacher pavilion would surely be backing him as well. Those who dared to offend an 8-star master teacher would risk being completely annihilated by the #1 occupation on the master teacher continent. The very eradication of the entire Soul Oracle occupation should be sufficient to highlight the overwhelming might that the Master Teacher Pavilion wielded. Since Zhang Xian was relying on Yang Xian as his trump card, naturally, it would be best to keep the other party as elusive as possible. The more times that Yang Xian appeared, the higher the chances that Zhang Xian would make a mistake and give himself away. I was still planning to meet Yang Shi once before my departure to thank him for his help. Mu Shi shook his head bitterly. "I guess it can't be helped." "Departure? Where is Mu Shi going?" Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Mu Shi was a master teacher of the Qingyuan conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Where else could he possibly want to head to? After neutralizing of the metal attribute energy within my body and achieving a breakthrough in my cultivation, the words that Yang Shi said to me that night have been lingering my mind. Thus, I made up my mind to return to the Mu clan. I'm willing to accept any punishment that they issue to me, so long as they will accept me as one of their own once more. Mu Shi spoke with resolution. Zhang Xian was slightly dazed for a moment before nodding in realization. Mu Shi was actually from one of the sage clans, the Mu clan. However, in his earlier years, he had unintentionally leaked the secrets of his clan to a lady whom he fancied, causing him to be exiled, thus landing him in his current plight. A fallen leaf should return to its roots. After so many days of wandering, I think that it's about time for me to return to my home. Even if I cannot receive their forgiveness and eventually lose my life there, at the very least, it will be better than spending my life aimlessly out here, Mu Shi said deeply. Zhang Xian fell silent. He did not have a family, so he could not really relate to those emotions. However, he could clearly sense Mu Shi's resolution from the latter's eyes. It seemed like even if the Mu clan sentenced Mu Shi to death, the latter would still accept the verdict willingly. Mu Shi continued with a bitter look on his face. "I don't wish to remain an escapee for life." Escapee? That's right. No matter what, the blood of the Mu clan flows through my veins. There's no way I can truly sever my relations with them, so I think it's about time for me to face it. And to be honest, even though I didn't think much of it then when I first left the Mu clan, the long years have given me more than sufficient time to reflect on the matter, and I regret my decision then. I really regret it. Mu Shi shook his head and sighed soulfully. Looking at Mu Shi's weathered face, Zhang Xian found himself unable to find the correct words to console the latter. It took a long while before the silence between the two was broken. Mu Shi turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Senior uncle, I know that you like Luo Shi, but I think that there are still some words that I should say to you." He had witnessed the relationship between Zhang Xian and Luo Ruoxin, and he had a clear idea of what was going on. "Please speak," Zhang Xian replied politely. "To be honest with you, I am not too sure about Luo Shi's exact identity either, but based on what I have observed thus far, there's a very high chance that she's related with the Sage clan, the Luo clan. If she truly is the young princess of the Luo clan, unless Xianxia specially speaks on your behalf, it will be extremely difficult for you to wed her, Wuxia said. You aren't too sure about Ruoxin's exact identity either? Zhang Xian was taken aback by those words. Based on what he knew, Wuxia was the one who had brought Luoxia to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Thus, he had always assumed that Wuxia would know a lot about the latter. He had not expected to hear such words from Wuxia's mouth. It has been too many years since I left the Mu clan and took root in Qingyuan City, so I am no longer in touch with the happenings there. However, judging from how Luoxia has been able to acquire strength that far surpasses mine despite her young age, there is little doubt that she's the famed genius of the Luo clan. Not only does she wield the strongest artifact of the Luo clan, she also boasts the purest bloodline. There's no way the Luo clan will allow a person like her to marry an outsider. Wuxia shook his head grimly. I understand that. Zhang Xian lowered his gaze as he nodded slowly. Guild leader Han and Wuxia had told him about the matter previously as well. He knew that it would be difficult for him to get together with Luoxia, but he had no intentions of backing down from the challenge. As a celestial master teacher and a celestial saint, he was confident that he would be able to become a man worthy of Luoxia. If the heavens were to stand in his way, he would just have to crush the heavens. Wuxia gazed at Zhang Xian deeply for a short moment before nodding. All right then. Since you know about it, I won't say too much about it either. However, don't blame me for being too naggy. I just want to offer you one last word of advice. Don't allow her to make a decision that she will regret in the future. Regret? Zhang Xian's heart jolted. Those words had truly struck the depths of his heart. In truth, he had been considering simply snatching Luo Ruoxin away if the Luo clan adamantly opposed their relationship. In any case, he was confident that it was just a matter of time before he gained sufficient strength to do so. However, after hearing Wuxia's advice, he could not help but rethink the matter. Yes, he might be able to get together with Luo Ruoxin using such a forceful method, but did he really want to leave her with such a deep regret for life? As the young princess of the Luo clan, she had probably grown up amid the loving care of her family and clan members. Without a doubt, she had deep feelings for her clan. Even if she were to choose him over her family in the end, there was no doubt that her decision would leave her with lingering regrets and a great deal of pain. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Xian said, Don't worry. I'll make her family acknowledge me. I won't put her in a tough spot. There was only one way for him to not put Luo Ruoxin in a difficult position, and that was to have the Luo clan acknowledge their relationship. It would be an uphill battle, but for Luo Ruoxin's sake, this was the only path that he could choose. Seeing that the young man had made up his choice, Wuxia nodded. I see. I wish you luck then. Right, Wuxia, Ruoxin said that she had to leave because she had matters to attend to. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? Also, do you know where the Luo clan is located? Zhang Xian asked. Luo Ruoxin had left hurriedly the previous time, and she did not say where she was headed to or where he could find her. However, since Wuxia was from a sage clan himself, he might know a thing or two. Wuxia contemplated for a moment before replying. The Luo clan is based in the city of sages, Xufu. However, I think that it's more likely that she has headed to the Sanctum of Sages instead of the Luo clan. Sanctum of Sages? Gathered in the Sanctum of Sages are either the offspring of sage clans or the most talented prodigies of the entire master-teacher continent. Wuxia pondered for a moment before continuing. Based on what I have heard, the young princess of the Sage clan is a student of the Sanctum of Sages. However, it seems like she escaped from there a while back due to some kind of issue, and her whereabouts became unknown afterwards. She's a student of the Sanctum of Sages? Zhang Xian was astonished. He had no idea what Luo Ruoxin's true strength was, but the fact that she had been able to easily bind the leaving Aperture Realm Skyleaf King was more than sufficient to prove that her strength had far surpassed his imaginations. And yet, who would have thought that even an expert with strength like hers was only a student? Wasn't the Sanctum of Sages a little too scary? The Sanctum of Sages serves to cultivate the offspring of sage clans and young geniuses into top-notch experts of the Master-Teacher continent. Generations of the head of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters and the various influential sage clans have all emerged from the Sanctum of Sages. Senior Uncle, if you wish to have the Luo clan acknowledge the relationship between you and Luoshi, it would be best for you to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages as well and make your name there. This way, no one will dare take you lightly despite your humble background. Mu Shi continued. Xianxia nodded upon hearing those words. Even though it was known to most that he had a Yang Shi backing him, he himself knew better than anyone else that it was just a huge lie. If he wanted to marry Luo Ruoxin openly, there was no way he could rely on Yang Shi. He could still use Yang Shi to deal with smaller conflicts. The other party would not know better anyway. However, before the top master teachers in the continent, there was little doubt that his petty disguise would be unraveled in an instant. Against them, he would not even know how he died. Given so, the Sanctum of Sages was indeed his best bet. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Of course, most importantly of all, if he could enroll in the Sanctum of Sages, there was a good chance that he would be able to meet Luo Ruoxin sooner. It was difficult for a new couple to spend even a day away from one another, let alone a month. May I know how I can enroll in the Sanctum of Sages? Xianxia asked. The semester for the Sanctum of Sages starts at around the middle of the 9th month, and it usually recruits a new batch of students before that. Based on what I know, the conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilions have a slot each to nominate a candidate to enroll in the Sanctum of Sages, and as long as the candidate clears a test, they will be brought into the Sanctum of Sages. Mu Shi replied. The middle of the 9th month. Isn't that less than 2 months away? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in alarm. Indeed, it's less than 2 months away. To be more exact, it's a month and 17 days. Mu Shi replied. This, Xianxia frowned. Then, may I know what the prerequisites are for obtaining the nomination slot? Since the Sanctum of Sages only accepted top-notch geniuses from all over the Master-Teacher continent, there was bound to be some fundamental prerequisite for enrollment. One has to be a 7-star high-tier master teacher at the very minimum and possess a cultivation at the embryonic soul realm. Mu Shi replied. 7-star high-tier. Xianxia nodded. He was currently just a step away from reaching the embryonic soul realm. As long as he could gather sufficient concentrated high-tier spirit stones and Saint 3 Dan cultivation technique manuals to compile the corresponding Heaven's Path divine art, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough easily. That would not be too much of a problem. However, Mu Shi hesitated for a moment before continuing. The nomination slot for our Master Teacher Pavilion this year has already been allocated. It was a decision made by Pavilion Master Go personally, so I fear that it might be difficult for you to obtain it. It has already been allocated? Who is it? Not expecting the slot to be taken, Xianxia's face darkened. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind, and he could not help but exclaim, "Could the person you are talking about be Zhang Zhouxiao?" Mu Shi nodded. "That's right, it's him. If I'm not mistaken, he should be an offspring from the Zhang clan, another one of the sage clans." Zhang clan. Xianxia's face darkened. Back then, Wu Shi and guild leader Han had told him that the little princess of the Luo clan was betrothed to a powerful sage clan, and said sage clan was none other than the Zhang clan. As such, he could not help but feel deeply uncomfortable upon hearing that name. He might have been able to remain calm before any other matter, but just for this single matter, he could not maintain his composure. If he could, he would not have pummeled Feng Sun so viciously after hearing that the latter had confessed to Luo Ruoxin. Mu Shi nodded. "This is still a conjecture on my part at the moment, but I do believe it to be so." "Wait, that doesn't sound right." Xianxia frowned as he recalled what Mu Shi had said earlier. Since the Sanctum of Sages serves to cultivate the offspring of sage clans, surely Zhang Zhouxiao should be able to enroll into it directly. Is there any need for him to come to the Qingyuan Empire to vie for this single slot? The Sanctum of Sages is indeed much more lenient toward the sage clans. While the conferred Empire Master Teacher Pavilions only acquire a nomination slot each year, Each sage clan obtains at least 10 slots each year at the very minimum. For behemoths like the Zhang clan, they acquire at least 30 slots each year, Wuxia explained. However, for a clan as large as the Zhang clan, 30 slots are only sufficient for them to send in the inner clan members with purer bloodlines. As for the clan members from the side families whose bloodlines are thinner, they basically stand no chance whatsoever. As such, they scatter themselves among the conferred empire to vie for the other nomination slots in order to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages. Once they get in, they are entitled to the best cultivation resources and the most outstanding heritages. To the side families of powerful clans, this is an ideal opportunity for them to change their fate, so no one is willing to allow this opportunity slip through their fingers. With them around, doesn't that mean that the local prodigies of the conferred empires don't stand a chance at all? Xianxia asked in displeasure. There was only a single nomination slot in each conferred empire, and if the side families of the sage clans sent their members over, wouldn't the local prodigies stand no chance at all? Survival of the fittest, this is something that can't be helped. If there is a prodigy in the conferred empire who can surpass the member of the side family, the prodigy will naturally obtain the slot. Otherwise, the nomination slot can only be given to the member of the side family. Wuxia shook his head. Even the offspring from the sage clans were not above the rules. They dared not openly snatch slots from the conferred empire master-teacher pavilions, but they were still allowed to compete for it fairly. If their skills surpassed those of the local master-teachers of the conferred empire, the slot would only be allocated to them. The Sanctum of Sages only accepted the strongest experts on the continent. If one was inferior to their competitors, it would only mean that they were not qualified to join the Sanctum of Sages. The rules were that simple, direct, and harsh. You're right. Xianxia nodded. This was just like the combat master selection. As the students of his Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had the strongest fighting prowess, it was natural that they would all be picked. The other 3 Master Teacher Academies had outstanding students as well, and many of them would have stood a chance had they not been put against the candidates of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. It was unfortunate for them, but they only had their own bad luck to blame. That was how harsh the world of cultivation was. Nevertheless, the presence of the Master Teacher Pavilion still brought around some degree of meritocracy. Even if an individual had a humble background, as long as they had sufficient talent and were willing to work hard, they would be able to make a name for themselves as well. Take Xianxia, for example. Despite being a mere orphan from the Tianxian kingdom, he had still been able to slowly scale up the ladder and eventually become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. While Zhang Jiuxiao is only from a side family of the Zhang clan, the talent that he possesses is undeniable. Despite being only 27 this year, he has already reached the astounding height of a 7-star high-tier master teacher, a Saint 3 Dan pinnacle expert. His fighting prowess and capabilities are unmatched by any master teacher in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Academy. So naturally, the nomination slot went to him, Wuxia said. To tell you the truth, the side families of sage clans don't possess a particularly high standing, and the resources that they are entitled to are severely limited as well. For one as young as him to have achieved such accomplishments, on top of possessing considerable talent, he must have put in quite a bit of hard work as well. Xianxia nodded. He could relate deeply to that. Indeed, talent without diligence was futile. Even a prodigy would achieve little in their life if they refused to devote themselves to their work. Again, taking Xianxia for example, it had taken him an entire year of blood, sweat, and tears before he was able to earn his current accomplishments. The difficulties he had faced over the year were truly hard to describe using words. Xianxia turned to Wuxia and asked, I'll definitely have to head to the Sanctum of Sages, but how can I obtain the slot? Now that he knew that Luo Ruoxin was likely to be at the Sanctum of Sages, he definitely had to head there as well. Regardless of the means, he was determined to obtain the nomination slot. You only have one chance. In 20 days, the Sanctum of Sages will send an envoy over to escort the nominated candidate over. If you can successfully become a 7-star master teacher, obtain a cultivation of Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle, and defeat Zhang Jiuxiao in every aspect before then, naturally the qualifications will go to you. The timing is extremely rushed, But I fear that there is no other way, Mu Shi said. 20 days. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding decisively. All right. If it was just 2 to 3 days, he have needed to rush a bit. However, 20 days was more than sufficient for him. All right? Mu Shi looked at Xianxia doubtfully. If I recall correctly, your cultivation is still only at St. 1 Dan Pinnacle. You are still 2 whole realms away from reaching St. 3 Dan Pinnacle. Oh, I accidentally made a breakthrough to St. 2 Dan Pinnacle last night, Xianxia replied with a smile as he leaked out a little bit of his cultivation. Due to the unique nature of the Heaven's Path divine art, as long as he did not intentionally display his cultivation, not even Mu Shi would be able to discern his current cultivation realm. Accidentally? You made a breakthrough to St. 2 Dan Pinnacle? Mu Shi's lips twitched wildly. He felt something stifling in his chest, and it took him a long while before he managed to soothe it. Sighing deeply, he remarked, Senior Uncle Shure is a talented individual. Back when they were still in Cho Wu Palace, the other party had only been at St. 1 Dan Pinnacle. Yet, over the span of a single month, he had managed to advance a whole cultivation realm. The rate of advancement of his cultivation was truly unheard of in history. However, I fear that just this much might not be enough. There is a huge gap between the spiritual perception realm and the embryonic soul realm, and even if you do achieve a breakthrough within the next 20 days, it'll take at least several years before you will be able to fuse your soul into your origin soul perfectly. Mu Shi was not too optimistic about Xianxia's chances. Beyond Saint Realm, progressing past every single realm was like venturing into a whole new world. Even the most talented of prodigies would require several years before they were able to fully grasp a cultivation realm and advance to the next level. To be honest, attempting a breakthrough within a short 20 days was nothing more than a pipe dream. And more importantly, Zhang Jiuxiao isn't an ordinary St. 3 Dan Pinnacle cultivator. He has built up a powerful foundation, allowing him to match cultivators far stronger than he is. Ordinary St. 4 Dan cultivators are no match for him, and even I would only stand a 50% chance against him after my breakthrough, Mu Shi explained with a frown. As an ex-inner clan member of the Mu clan, he had cultivated top-notch cultivation techniques and battle techniques, granting him strength far surpassing that of ordinary master teachers. Yet, despite his recent breakthrough to St. 4 Dan, the other party was still able to match him equally with his St. 3 Dan Pinnacle cultivation. Just this in itself was sufficient to show how fearsome an existence Zhang Jiuxiao was. You stand a 50% chance against him? Xianxia asked contemplatively. A moment later, he added, Mu Shi, do you mind testing my strength? Test your strength? Sure. Knowing Xianxia's intentions, Mu Shi took him to the training grounds within the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and crossing his hands before his chest, he said, Feel free to make a move. I have not reinforced my cultivation after my breakthrough yet, so ultimately, I am still a primordial spirit realm expert. It would be good for you to experience the true might of a primordial spirit realm expert so that you are mentally prepared. Don't worry, I won't use my full strength. Who? Before Mu Shi could finish his words, a figure suddenly appeared before him, and before he could even process what was going on, he saw a fist abruptly flying for his chest. Not expecting Xianxia to be able to move so swiftly, Mu Shi's eyebrows shot up. He swiftly tapped into the entirety of his strength, wanting to fend off the other party's punch. However, just as he was preparing his retaliation, he suddenly felt an overwhelming soul pressure assaulting him from the surroundings, preventing him to moving. Pong! The punch struck Mu Shi's chest squarely, and he was knocked straight out of the training grounds before crashing heavily into the wall. Huge mouthfuls of blood spewed wildly from his mouth, following which a young man's apologetic voice sounded in his ears. I'm truly sorry. Mu Shi, are you still fine? I already tried holding myself back earlier, using just a fifth of my strength, but I didn't think that you wouldn't be able to receive it. Pooh! Mu Shi's face paled, and another huge mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. He nearly fainted on the spot after hearing those words. For a brief moment, he had thought that he was facing a St. 4 Dan Pinnacle expert instead of a St. 2 Dan cultivator. Against such strength, even 5 of him would not be an opponent for the other party. Xianxia quickly helped Mu Shi up apologetically while asking with a doubtful look on his face. Does that master teacher Zhang Zhouxiao only possess this much strength? Cough, cough. Mu Shi's face reddened, and he coughed out yet another mouthful of blood. While the Mu clan did not specialize in combat, no matter what, he still used to be one of the inner clan members who inherited the heritage of the main family. His fighting prowess should have been far stronger than his peers, and yet, he was actually subdued in a single punch by a master teacher whose cultivation was far lower than his. Just the thought of it left him deeply stifled within. Took a long while before Mu Shi was able to calm himself down. With a face reddened in embarrassment, he said awkwardly, "Actually, Zhang Zhouxiao's prowess is slightly above mine. Nevertheless, with fighting prowess like yours, even if you don't achieve a breakthrough, you should be able to defeat him easily." If Xianxia was already this powerful with a cultivation of Saint 2 Dan, once he broke through to Saint 3 Dan, Zhang Zhouxiao would probably stand no chance against him at all. Other than the requirement on my cultivation, what other prerequisites are there to enter the sanctum of sages? If possible, I would like to ask Mu Shi to train along with me, so that I can get a clear grasp of the standards. Mu Shi's face warped in horror upon hearing those words, and he quickly shook his head. I'm not free. Just a simple test of cultivation had nearly cost him his life. If that were to continue, he feared that the confidence that he had barely picked up would be shattered once more. What you have to do now is be promoted to a 7-star master teacher as soon as possible. That is the fundamental prerequisite for joining the sanctum of sages. If you do not meet this prerequisite, it'll be futile even if your fighting prowess exceeds that of Zhang Zhouxiao's. Mu Shi said. Xianxia nodded in response to those words. This happened to coincide with his current goal. At the moment, he was just lacking 2 more supporting occupations before he was qualified to be promoted to a 7-star master teacher. Alright, I have already said all that I should say. I need to be on my way now, so farewell. After saying those words, Mu Shi turned around and left hurriedly. He was afraid that if he remained any longer, he would be traumatized once more. Not expecting Mu Shi to leave so decisively, Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. Sighing deeply, he walked out of the training grounds and headed in the direction of Wu Shi's residence, as pointed out by a master teacher from before. Before Xianxia could get far, he heard a series of ear-piercing shrieks in his ear. Zhang Shi, you can do it. Zhang Shi, we believe in you. You will definitely be able to set a new record. Looking past the huge crowd, he saw a long stone bridge. A man was standing right on top of the bridge with sweat flowing profusely down his face. It seemed like he was under immense pressure. The man was none other than the offspring of the Zhang clan, Zhang Zhouxiao. What is he doing? Xianxia was perplexed. At this moment, a master teacher amid the crowd suddenly exclaimed loudly, Zhang Zhouxiao is challenging the heart-tempering bridge? The other party seemed to be in his 40s, and there was an aged look of a veteran on his face. Zhang Shi's talent has allowed him to advance his cultivation swiftly, but that, in exchange, has made his mental fortitude his greatest weakness. As such, Pavilion Master Go has sent him out to temper his mind well. He has returned from his journey just a while ago, and it seems like he's attempting to give it a try to see if he is able to break his previous record. The 6-star master teacher explained. To be able to raise his cultivation realm to Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle and advance his master teacher rank to 7-star before hitting his 30s, Zhang Zhouxiao was indeed a formidable genius. On top of that, as he was from the Sage Zhang clan, there was also nothing to pick about his background either. The only thing that was lacking about him was his mental fortitude. This was also the reason why he had been working on it over the past month, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in it soon. Ahem, I am asking about the heart-tempering bridge, not Zhang Zhouxiao. Xianxia cleared his throat. All he wanted to know was what the heart-tempering bridge was used for. It didn't matter to him how powerful or weak Zhang Zhouxiao was. In his view, it was just the difference between 1 punch or 2 punch anyway. There was truly no need for him to go to the extent of analyzing his opponent's strength. The heart-tempering bridge is a unique artifact that assesses one's mental fortitude. Those who attempt to walk through it will be placed under immense pressure, and cultivators with weaker minds would find themselves succumbing to the pressure very soon. All in all, there are 10 levels for the entire bridge, and even a typical 7-star pinnacle master teacher would find it hard to reach the end. Previously, Xianxia has only managed to reach the 4th level. This time, he is intending to see if he will be able to surpass his previous record. The 6-star master teacher shot a perplexed glance at Xianxia, but he still chose to explain it anyway. There were no master teachers in Qingyuan Empire who were unaware of the existence of the heart-tempering bridge. For the other party to disregard the number 1 genius of their master teacher pavilion and focus on a mere bridge instead, this had truly rendered him speechless. 4th level. Don't underestimate the heart-tempering bridge. The previous record of the heart-tempering bridge for cultivators beneath 30 is left behind by Yishir 2,000 years ago, but even he had only managed to reach the 4th level. The fact that Xianxia is able to reach the 4th level is already a formidable feat in itself. However, Pavilion Master Go has high hopes for him. He feels like reaching the 4th level isn't enough, so he tasked Xianxia to work harder on his mental fortitude. The 6-star master teacher replied, "I see." Xianxia nodded. "You aren't surprised by his achievement?" Seeing how nonchalantly the young man was acting, the 6-star master teacher couldn't help but feel a little stifled within. When he first heard about Xianxia's accomplishments back then, he had been so shocked that he fell into a very long moment of daze before he could finally regain himself. Yet, the fellow before him simply replied with a nonchalant "I see," as if the achievement was nothing at all. Did the other party not get what was going on, or was he feigning composure? Surprised? Why should I be surprised? Didn't you say that there are 10 levels? He has only reached the 4th the previous time, so even if he did make some improvement over the past month, at the very most, he would only at the 5th or 6th now. That's still a long way to go before reaching the end. Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. Honestly speaking, he had never really cultivated his mental fortitude as well, so he couldn't relate to the difficulty and torture in tempering it. What 4th level and 5th level, he had completely no notion of that at all. Since that was the case, what did he have to be surprised over? You? Hearing those seemingly ignorant words, the 6-star master teacher staggered and nearly spurted blood. He quickly explained, "The fact that 7-star pinnacle master teachers would find it hard to reach the other end of the bridge means to say that it's a trial which even Saint 4 Dan pinnacle experts are unable to clear. Just think about it, primordial spirit realm experts, despite the superior prowess of their primordial spirits granting them mental fortitude far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, are still unable to reach the 10th level. Given so, the fact that Xianxia, a Saint 3 Dan cultivator, was able to reach the 4th level is already a frightening feat in itself." "Ah," Xianxia replied indifferently. "So it's a formidable feat then. How should I react to this matter? Should I be shocked? Or should I scream like the others over there? Forget it." Seeing that the other party was still unable to comprehend the significance of the feat, the 6-star master teacher shook his head helplessly and gave up. At this point, he was really starting to doubt whether the young man before him had robbed the master teacher robe and emblem from elsewhere to put it on. To think that there would be a master teacher in Qingyuan City who wouldn't even know about the heart-tempering bridge, as well as the significance of a young man below 30 reaching the 4th level on it. Just how lacking must his general knowledge be? Look! Xianxia is about to overcome the 4th level. Wah, you're right. Impressive. I feel like my admiration for him is shooting up swiftly, as expected of my idol. Woo. I am so agitated at this moment that my tears are about to stain my pants wet. All of a sudden, the piercing shrieks abruptly crescendoed. Xianxia and the 6-star master teacher quickly halted their conversation and turned their gazes back towards the heart-tempering bridge. There, Zhang Juxiao's figure could be seen gradually nearing the center of the bridge. Despite the tremendous pressure that the latter was clearly under, his body was shaking, and his robe was completely drenched in sweat. He did successfully hold on up to the point. Is that the demarcation of levels? Seeing how exhausted Zhang Juxiao was, Xianxia couldn't help but take a closer look at the bridge. There, he saw various red lines scattered across the bridge, and Zhang Juxiao had passed the fourth and was slowly making his way over to the fifth. As expected of the number one genius of our master-teacher pavilion, despite only spending a month in the marshlands of the northern meadows, his mental fortitude has already grown by such a great extent. At this rate, it might really be possible for him to reach the fifth level today. The six-star master-teacher remarked in agitation. Marshlands of the northern meadows? Hearing that phrase, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. It hadn't been long since he had arrived at Qingyuan City, but this must be his third or fourth time hearing of that location. Vicious body parts could very well be there, and it seemed like a soul oracle had settled there as well. Why would the number one genius of the master-teacher pavilion head to such a dangerous location to temper his mental fortitude? That's right. According to the rumors, there is a place known as the Ghost Cavern in the marshlands of the northern meadows that raises one's mental fortitude immensely. It is extremely famous even in the surrounding empires, and there are many master teachers who would head to the northern meadows each year to seek it, hoping of training their mind. The fact that Xianxia dared to challenge the heart-tempering bridge after spending less than a month there, even improving his record by an entire level, means that it's very likely that he might have found the Ghost Cavern. The six-star master teacher explained in excitement. Ghost Cavern? What's in there? Xianxia's curiosity was piqued. The conventional methods that others used to temper their mental fortitude were the usage of inner demons, illusions, pain, and sourcing for inspiration for enlightenment. So what did the Ghost Cavern rely on to allow one's mental fortitude to increase swiftly, attracting so many master teachers to seek it? I have never been there before, so I'm not too sure either. However, I heard that there's a body of spring water there that deeply resembles the shape of an eye. Staring into it would allow one to peer into the deepest desires in their hearts, and the longer one stares into it for, the more desires would spring up. As long as one kills off the desires that are reflected in the spring water, their minds would grow more wholesome and resilient. The six-star master teacher pondered for a brief moment before responding. A body of spring water that can reflect one's deepest desires? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. Indeed, I was also as shocked as you when I first heard of the matter, and I didn't believe it either. However, there are simply too many rumors that lend credibility to the case, so eventually, I could only accept it to be true. Also, another thing that is perplexing about the Ghost Cavern is that it doesn't seem to be fixed to one location. Instead, it moves around, and only the truly fortunate master teachers are able to find it. There were more than 20 master teachers who have headed to the northern meadows along with Xianxia this time around. But Xianxia was the only one who enjoyed a tremendous increase in his mental fortitude. It seems like the others simply just aren't as lucky. The six-star master teacher said. I see. Xianxia nodded. From the sounds of it, it seemed like the marshlands of the northern meadows was truly a mysterious place. If he had some time after being promoted to a seven-star master teacher, he would really have to head over there to take a look himself. While Xianxia was deep in thoughts, excited shrieks continued resounding from the surroundings, and there was a single one which was particularly piercing. Look! Xianxia has already reached the fifth level. Turning around, Xianxia noted that the source of the sound had come from the millstone-bottom lady, whom he had encountered just a few moments ago. The latter was staring at the heart-tempering bridge with gleaming eyes, and if she could, Xianxia had no doubt that she would pounce on Zhang Juxiao at this very moment to bear his babies. After which, he turned his gaze back to the bridge and saw that Zhang Juxiao had already passed the fifth red line. However, it seemed like he had reached his limit as well. His body was trembling so intensely that he could hardly move anymore, and it seemed like he would collapse at any moment. This is probably his limit, Xianxia noted. Seeing that the show was over, Xianxia was just about to leave the area when he suddenly heard a deeply displeased voice echoing from the other end of the bridge, "Send off our guest." Following which, the doors to a residence at the other end of the bridge suddenly creaked open, and two armored individuals walked out with awkward looks on their faces. It's Wu Shi. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He could tell in an instant that the displeased voice belonged to Wu Shi. It seemed like he was in the residence on the other side of the bridge. I should head over to find him. With this thought in mind, Xianxia began walking towards the stone bridge without any hesitation, wanting to cross to the other side. Arg! Persevere, persevere. I must persevere on. On the bridge, Zhang Juxiao's sweat flowed profusely down his head. At this point, the vision before him had already blurred, and the only thing that was pushing him on was the tenacity in his mind. But no matter how hard he tried to push himself, he was already completely sapped. This was the limit of his mental fortitude, and it was impossible for him to push any further. Eventually, he could only give in. Forget it. I'll just stop here today. Giving up, Zhang Juxiao turned around, only to see a young man with a 6-star master teacher emblem pinned on his chest walking over leisurely. From the faint aura that the latter emanated, he could vaguely discern that the latter was a Saint Tudan pinnacle cultivator. The young man walked up to him nonchalantly, nodded in approval, and pulled his arm down in an encouraging gesture. You can do it! After which, he proceeded on to cross the bridge leisurely. It was a trial which left his mind feeling as if it would succumb at any moment. And yet, the other party was able to clear it so easily as if it was a mere stroll down the streets. He cleared the 10th level so easily? The stupefied Zhang Juxiao stared at the sight before him with twitching lips. He wasn't the only one who was flabbergasted by this inconceivable situation. The surroundings had suddenly grown so silent that one could literally hear a pin drop. The 6-star master teacher who had been speaking to Xianxia earlier had an expression on his face which suggested that he had seen a ghost. The millstone-bottom lady had also halted her fervent cheer dance. In this instant, her mouth was widened even larger than her bottom. After leaving the heart-tempering bridge, Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. Damn. I thought that it would at least be kind of challenging. He had expected a challenge from the heart-tempering bridge, but when he walked across it, he had realized that it was truly nothing at all. He did not feel the slightest resistance. It did not even jolt his soul in the slightest. All he wanted to do was temper his mental fortitude and try raising his soul depth, but this simple wish just would not come true for him. When he went to the trial of inner demons, his inner demons refused to appear. When he walked over the heart-tempering bridge, he did not feel the slightest thing. Why did life have to be so difficult? Shaking his head in pity, Xianxia walked toward the room where Wuxia's voice originated from previously and knocked on the door. Walking in, he saw Wuxia seated in the middle with a livid expression. He did not seem to be in a good mood at that moment. Perplexed, Xianxia asked, "What's wrong?" When he parted with Wuxia earlier, the latter had still had a smile on his face. It had not even been an hour since then, so why would his mood suddenly sour so quickly? Hearing Xianxia's question, Wuxia rubbed his glabella and said, "The 2 men earlier came on the orders of Emperor Chu Tianxing to demand King Zhongqing's release, so I chased them out." The emperor wants to have King Zhongqing released? Xianxia frowned. Does he not understand the crime of slandering a master teacher? While Xianxia might not have been a master teacher of the Qingyuan Empire, and his rank had not reached 7-star, he was still the principal of a master teacher academy, and there were 100,000 master teachers standing behind him. Considering that the other party had been caught slandering him, wasn't Emperor Chu Tianxing taking him too lightly by demanding King Zhongqing's release without even investigating the matter? If such a thing were to be approved, what would become of the master teacher pavilion's dignity? I sent my men to explain the matter to Emperor Chu Tianxing right after capturing King Zhongqing, Wuxia said grimly. No matter what, King Zhongqing was the first king of the Qingyuan Empire. Considering that the Master Teacher Pavilion had sent out all its forces to apprehend the latter, it might sour the relations between the Master Teacher Pavilion and the royal family if he did not deal with this matter properly. You have already explained this matter, but Emperor Chu Tianxing still sent his men over to demand King Zhongqing's release? Isn't he being far too brazen? Xianxia frowned. King Zhongqing's act of finding the ex-vice head of the poison hall to frame him was a truly major crime, and yet Emperor Chu Tianxing, despite knowing that such actions would offend the Master Teacher Pavilion, still demanded King Zhongqing's release. Just what in the world was going through the minds of the nobles of the Qingyuan Empire? Did they not understand that even if it was the royal family of a conferred empire, once they lost the protection of the local master-teacher pavilion, they would spiral into a cycle of endless decline and soon face destruction? Wuxia shook his head and sighed deeply. I'm not too sure either, but I think that he might have been emboldened by Vice Pavilion Master Tian. For the authoritative vice head of the master-teacher pavilion to work together with a king to accuse a master-teacher without investigating the matter properly was truly a huge oversight. The future of a master-teacher could very well have been ruined due to it. The only reason Xianxia was fine was because they had rushed over in time. Otherwise, held captive by the duo, he would have been no different from a prey on the chopping board. As long as the duo pulled some tricks, he could very well have found himself pinned with an accusation that he would never be able to cleanse himself of. Such matters happened far too frequently. It was simply too easy to slander and accuse another of a crime, especially when two of the most authoritative individuals in the Qingyuan Empire were working with one another. Zhang Xian nodded. He was just about to reveal his deduction when someone suddenly knocked on the door outside. Following which, a master-teacher walked in and reported, "Teacher, Emperor Chu Tianxing of the Qing Empire seeks an audience. He has already arrived? Invite him in." Frowning, Wuxia waved his hand. He had chased away the envoys of Emperor Chu Tianxing just a few minutes earlier, but then the latter suddenly arrived personally. From the looks of it, it seemed like he had already been waiting outside for the results. The master-teacher backed out of the room, and not too long later, a middle-aged man dressed in a yellow robe walked in with widened strides. Just like Wuxia, the middle-aged man's cultivation had reached half-leaving aperture realm as well. His eyes carried an authoritative air reminiscent of a majestic tiger. With just a look, it was apparent that his unique aura had been cultivated by the many years he had spent in a lofty position. Wuxia. As soon as the middle-aged man walked into the room, he quickly clasped his fist politely. Although he was the emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, his standing still paled in comparison to Wuxia, a vice-head of the master-teacher pavilion. Take a seat." Wuxia gestured as he assessed the middle-aged man before him nonchalantly. "If your majesty is here to request King Zhongqing's release, I'll have to ask you not to waste your breath. Framing a master-teacher is a grievous crime that our master-teacher pavilion is unable to pardon. I have already reported the matter to the headquarters, so if you continue insisting on this matter, I fear that the entire Qingyuan Empire might be implicated in this issue. Thus, I have to ask you to think twice before speaking." Wu Shi's words were not particularly sharp, but they were devoid of warmth. His tone had made it perfectly clear that there was no room for negotiation. Instead of proceeding on to take a seat, Emperor Chu clasped his fist and spoke in an earnest tone. "It truly pains me to see King Zhongqing committing such foolishness, but Wu Shi, you also know that I would have been killed long ago if not for him. Thus, regardless of how big a crime he has committed, I am willing to compensate the Master-Teacher Pavilion for it. Thus, I beseech the Master-Teacher Pavilion to give him and me an opportunity to apologize to Xianxia personally and plead for his pardon." Apologize? If apologies truly work, what would the world need our Master-Teacher Pavilion for? Wuxia waved his hands impatiently. "Send our guest out." "Yes." The Master-Teacher who had led Emperor Chu Tianxing in nodded before walking up to the ladder. "Your Majesty, this way please." "This?" The expression on Chu Tianxing's face turned awkward upon hearing those words. He had prepared a long script to convince the other party of the matter, but it seemed like the other party was not intending to give him an opportunity to speak at all. Thus, sighing deeply, he turned around to leave the room. However, before he could step out of the room, a voice suddenly sounded. "Wuxia, hold it for a moment. Didn't he say that he intends to compensate the Master-Teacher Pavilion for the matter? I'm interested to hear how much he's willing to offer to save King Zhongqing." Emperor Chu Tianxing turned around and saw a young man in his 20s, dressed in the robe of a 6-star master-teacher, seated not too far away from Wuxia. The young man was none other than Zhang Xian. "Principal Zhang." Not expecting Zhang Xian to suddenly interject at this moment, Wuxia turned to look at the other party in bewilderment. A moment later, he closed his eyes and nodded before turning his gaze back to Emperor Chu Tianxing. Since Xianxia has already spoken on your behalf, I'll listen to your words. Xianxia. Emperor Chu Tianxing swiftly understood what was going on. He quickly walked up to Zhang Xian and bowed slightly. King Zhongqing has truly erred in attempting to slander Xianxia. As long as Xianxia is willing to let bygones be bygones, I'm willing to build a new accommodation to house the students from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and unconditionally provide enough cultivation resources for 100 years. On top of that, from this day forth, any student from Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy who drops by Qingyuan City will be able to receive a cultivation technique manual and a few small gifts as a token of our sincerity. We won't allow any one of them to leave Qingyuan City empty-handed. Knowing that the other party was the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Emperor Chu Tianxing chose to center his offer around the academy instead. As expected of the man who had the entire Qingyuan Empire in his grasp, he knew how to make an offer that was irresistible to the other party. Naturally, as a principal of a Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Xian's priority would be the welfare of his student, and to be honest, the terms that he had offered were truly generous. With the backing of a conferred empire, it was only a matter of time before Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy became the top of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies. That's not enough, Zhang Xian said nonchalantly. Chu Tianxing was visibly taken aback by Zhang Xian's refusal. However, he swiftly recovered and said, Xianxia, if you have any requests, feel free to raise them. As long as it's within the means of our royal family, we will accomplish it without the slightest frown. Zhang Xian glanced at Emperor Chu Tianxing and said, Simple. Add in another 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones to your previous terms, and you can take back King Zhongqing right now. He was currently severely lacking in cultivation resources. It was far more practical for him to receive concentrated high-tier spirit stones from the other party than to hold a king in custody. In any case, he could easily get rid of King Zhongqing whenever he wanted to, so it did not matter whether the latter remained imprisoned or not. 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Emperor Chu Tianxing widened his eyes in astonishment before a bitter smile surfaced on his lips. Xianxia, you must be joking. Even if we sold everything in our imperial treasury, we still would not be able to fork out that sum. In the first place, concentrated high-tier spirit stones were a severely lacking commodity in Qingyuan City. Even the Combat Master Hall, an organization that the Master Teacher Pavilion had devoted a large portion of its resources to, only had 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones in their reserves. No matter how wealthy the Qingyuan royal family was, there was no way it would be able to fork out 10 times the sum in a single breath. Very well then, I shall give you a discount. 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, and King Zhongqing will be yours to take away. This is my final offer, and if you can't fulfill that condition, I'll have to ask you to leave. Zhang Xian waved his hand. He also knew that the other party would be unable to afford 100 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Nevertheless, he had chosen to ask for it so that he would have some room to bargain. Chu Tianxing's lips twitched. 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones still was not a sum that the Qingyuan royal family could afford. Emperor Chu Tianxing contemplated for a long while before responding. Xianxia, to be honest with you, even with the 10 millennium reign of our Qingyuan royal family, we only have 17 concentrated high-tier spirit stones at the moment. We did have quite a handful of it in the past, but most of them were bestowed to the princes and meritorious subjects. Is it possible for me to give all 17 to you and make up for the rest with valuable medicinal herbs and ores? There was no way he would be able to fork out 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, but as long as the other party was willing, he would still be able to find substitutes for the rest. All right then, here are the ores and medicinal herbs I require, and as long as you are able to gather all of them, I can let King Zhongqing go with just 17 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Also, I require as many Saint 3 Dan and Saint 4 Dan cultivation technique manuals as possible. Make a copy of every single book in your library and pass them to me, Zhang Xian said as he whipped out a brush and paper and swiftly penned down a list. He was intending on making use of this opportunity to upgrade the Golden Origin Cauldron and Glacier Rain Sword. He already had the main materials, but he was still lacking a few supporting materials. If he were to search for them himself, who knew how long it would take before he was able to gather the required materials? It would be best if he could enlist Emperor Chu Tianxing's help for this matter. Very well. Emperor Chu Tianxing took the list and browsed through it. While there were some materials that seemed to be a relatively rare, with the prowess of an entire conferred empire, he should be able to gather all of them promptly. Thus, he accepted the request heartily. After which, he flicked his wrist and passed a jade container over. Here are the 17 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Xianxia, please take a look. Zhang Xian swiftly swept through the contents in the jade container and verified that the other party was not lying. Nodding, he stowed the jade container into his storage ring. Xianxia and Wuxia, please give me a moment while I deal with the rest. After saying those words, Emperor Chu Tianxing turned around and issued some instructions to his attendant. As expected of the emperor of a conferred empire, his connections were truly astounding. In just 2 mere hours, the ores and medicinal herbs that Zhang Xian had requested had been successfully gathered. Even the books that Zhang Xian had requested earlier were all stacked up neatly before him. For those that they could not copy in time, the originals were brought over instead. All in all, there were roughly several 100,000 books for Saint 3 Dan and above 10,000 books for Saint 4 Dan. Zhang Xian placed those items into his storage ring before nodding in satisfaction. All right, you may take King Zhongqing away now. Thank you, Xianxia. Emperor Chu Tianxing quickly turned to Wuxia, and upon seeing the latter nod in agreement as well, he heaved a sigh of relief. After which, he followed a master teacher down to the underground prison, to where King Zhongqing was locked up. As soon as Emperor Chu Tianxing left, Wuxia immediately turned a perplexed look to Zhang Xian, uncomprehending of what the latter was up to. Principal Zhang,